Hogwarts, forbidden son of the Black and White Lord. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 276, The Black Tower in the Clouds. Can't actually pass Newt's level? In the Silver Cauldron, Tom, whose complexion had returned to normal, was stuffing the last eucalyptus leaf opposite the hydrangea into his mouth and chewing. Influenced by Nelson, he originally had a cauldron for refining medicine in his pocket, but here it's a bit strange to take out a pot on such occasions, and besides being a bit unpalatable, swallowing the medicine has no special effect on the antidote as long as it conforms to the principles that must be followed in antidote preparation. The bitter smell was evaporating in Tom's mouth, and he felt a little lighter. The stickiness of the waist-deep purple soup to the soles of his shoes had almost disappeared. He raised his legs, pulled himself out of them, and walked briskly towards the inner wall spiral staircase. I'm counting. Hello. I'm Nicole Kingstein. On the first floor of Biscuit Castle, a witch with bright red long hair is sitting cross-legged on the stairs. She is wearing a pair of jeans that are very popular among muggles in the United States, and her upper body is wearing an orange-red dress that is only half-buttoned. The plaid shirt, like an orange-flavored ice cream cone, looks extremely bright. There are extremely deep nasolabial folds on her face, and a trace of crow's feet can be vaguely seen at the corners of her eyes. She looks quite old, but her face is still rosy and full of youth. With her childlike clothes, it makes some people can't guess the age. Nicole sat on the ground without any regard for her own image. On the stairs beside her was a white porcelain plate with a thick stack of waffles inside. Even though it was cold, it still smelled delicious. Do you want to come together? Her crisp and bright baby voice matched her clothes. She put on a lazy and sexy posture, but she uttered a little girl's voice. All kinds of contradictions piled up on her body. Another layer of fog shrouded her incomparably vivid image. She stuck out her tongue, lightly licked the cream on her index finger, then stretched it forward, pointing at Margaret at the bottom of the stairs. Margaret, it's an honor to meet you, Tessagan. You know me. Margaret didn't dare to feel relieved when the other party called her name, but took a step back, politely declined Nicole's waffles. No need, ma'am. I just had dinner. That's such a pity. Nicole shook her head, lightly grabbed the air, and a plate cover made of wafer biscuits appeared in her hands. Before closing the cover, she was still dissuading Margaret, come to take a piece. This is the best and most delicious waffle in the world. Of course, his bread is even better. Margaret knew very well that the more chattering wizards are, the more terrifying they are. She bit her lower lip with her teeth, and was about to speak. Oh, you said a test? Nicole carefully hid the plate with waffles behind her, tilted her head and thought for a while, and said, let's talk. If I'm happy, I'll let it go. You go. Margaret thought about the few words of information she received before the match, and shook her head. You mean mind-affecting monsters? Nicole covered her mouth and giggled. How can there be any mind-affecting monsters in this world? Except those stinky robes that show wizards the gates in England. But how is it possible to put these disgusting things in my beloved castle? How can it be defiled by those guys when it's so sweet and cute? Margaret covered her mouth, took a few steps back, and quickly pressed her back against the cookie gate of the castle. Smelling the sweet aroma of chocolate coming from behind, she only felt fear. She finally said a word. It's the same as you think. Yes, this is legilimency. Nicole blinked, smiled, and waved. Come on, sit with me for a while. Margaret's previous retreat was in vain. Her eyes went dark, and then she appeared next to Nicole. She wanted to escape, but the stairs of the castle were like treadmills. No matter whether she ran up or down, she would, under the influence of the constantly moving stairs, she became stagnant, and she couldn't help feeling depressed and stopped. Nicole tugged at the corner of her clothes, and Margaret sat down, as if she lost her soul, but her hand touched her cuff in a corner that Nicole couldn't see. Don't be like this, good boy. Nicole put her arms around Margaret's shoulders, moved her palm down, and patted the back of her hand stretched to the cuff. You are right. You and I similarly. You will uncontrollably confuse the thoughts of the people around you, and I will uncontrollably listen to the voices of the people around you, and we are destined to have a chat here. Margaret nodded numbly. But don't worry, the magic of the projection is not very good. They are watching you bravely break into the castle and kill the Dementor with your hands. Nicole rubbed Margaret's hair with a smile. Like a big sister, she pulled out the previous plate from behind her like a lame trick. So, want some waffles? Margaret's eyes returned to clarity. She nodded and picked up a soft and delicious waffle. I really don't know what you guys think. Are mind-affecting monsters so attractive to you? Nicole raised her eyebrows with a playful smile on her face. Could it be that in this castle, mind-affecting monsters can't just sit the two here? Is there anyone else? Margaret thumped in her heart and retorted, I didn't mean to. Although she could listen to her heart, Nicole patiently listened to her finish, shook her head, and said, did I just intentionally become an eavesdropper? I'm not, I understand. Margaret. Nicole grabbed a waffle and threw it into her mouth. The most ridiculous thing is that people who are mediocre can acquire extraordinary talents through sweat, while talented people are poor. There is no way to discard the gift of fate in your life, so even if you know it can make your magic stronger, you still think it is a curse. Come with me, I'll show you something interesting. Nicole stood up from the stairs, moved her legs, that were numb from cross-legged, flicked her long bright red hair, and motioned for Margaret to follow. You. Looking at Nicole's face, Margaret suddenly remembered something, covered her mouth and exclaimed, you are a saint. You are Queenie Goldstein. You lied to I've never denied who I am. It's strange that such a simple pseudonym can't be guessed. Queenie turned around, as if wearing a long skirt, lifted the skirt that didn't exist, and turned around on the spot. She wrapped her arms around Margaret's slender waist, stretched out her fingers that had just been dipped in cream to cover Margaret's mouth, and teased, little girl, eat more meat. It's unbelievable. The exclamation of the commentator reached Tom and Ludwig's ears. Miss Sagan killed the castle from the bottom to the 4th floor by herself. It can hurt her in the slightest. I think if she performs well in the 3rd round, there will be no suspense for the champion of this round. WTF. Tom frowned, turned around, and looked at Ludwig, who was more than 20 meters behind him. The level of Nicole Kingstein was the least recommended by his brain trust, because the information about this witch was too much. It is too little. Too little. She seems to have appeared suddenly more than 10 years ago. There is no record of fighting against people. No published works, except for a brief introduction and praise from French wizards. There is almost no any useful intel. Are there dementors, nightmares, and scarecrows in that cake? Ludwig asked loudly. This is scarier than Mr. Scamander's magical animals. Tom spread his hands, shook his head, and looked towards the entrance of the ropeway. There, a thin figure in a white dress was slowly walking out. Unexpectedly, this is the real rival. Tom and Ludwig thought at the same time. But Margaret's strength can't be measured by these things. In fact, she and Queenie chatted in the castle for a while, and the content of their conversation may only be known to them. When her figure was a little closer, Tom and Ludwig took another step. The cableway leading to the 3rd level is a bit too long, and the towering black tower in the clouds is also integrated with the clouds in the sky because of its lingering white mist. In addition to the general shape and disturbing factory noises, it was always difficult for the 3 warriors on the ropeway to see the true face of the enemy in front of them. The wind in the air was a bit strong, and the cableway was swinging like a swing, but the 3 people walking on it were not affected at all. When approaching the platform where the black tower took root, Tom slowed down and waited for the other 2 behind him warrior. Ludwig, who had fully recovered, quickly caught up. In front of the black tower, the air seems to be still with the mist, and there is no sound of wind here. This kind of extreme silence makes people feel fear in their hearts. Ludwig whistled and came to Tom's side. Riddle, the last level shouldn't be a collaboration level, right? Ludwig raised his head, looked at the tall tower that was close at hand, but hard to see its full view due to the white fog, and said to Tom, you wait like this me, your time advantage is gone. Tom was too lazy to speak, and made way for Ludwig with a pleased gesture. Then I'm welcome. Tom really couldn't understand why a person who has been beaten from the 1st level to the present is so confident. He watched Ludwig walk into the fog and even put his hands on his chest, pretending to be watching the show. Ludwig's idea is the opposite of Tom's, very simple and reasonable. Since I can pass the test of Phileas Flitwick and Newt Scamander, it proves that I still have the strength to fight against them, Ludwig planned confidently. Then the final Williams is nothing to be afraid of, no matter how strong he is. Can those two people still be outrageous? He seemed to have forgotten that the level of Newt and Flitwick was just a test of a certain aspect of talent. They were equivalent to fighting against themselves with their own hands and feet. But there is no test content set up to make yourself cocooned. Tom shook his head and reached out to touch the familiar mist. Margaret, who was behind, also quickly followed. She trotted to Tom's side and asked, "Riddle, did Kant get ahead?" "No." Tom shook his head. "He's back." "What?" "Shh." Suddenly, there was a clear explosion in the quiet and terrifying fog. Boom. "What is this?" Margaret asked nervously. "Hush," said Tom to himself, putting his forefinger to his lips. "1. What one? PFFT. This is the sound of something being poked. 2. Seeing Tom, who didn't want to talk to her, Margaret simply shut up. Roar. This is the roar of some kind of creature. 3. What are you counting? Margaret finally asked. "I'm counting Kant's going to get kicked out in a few strokes." And boom. A thick pillar of fire interrupted his words, and from the base of the tower, a tongue of crimson flame thicker than that of a giant orangutan pierced through the mist and clouds and spewed out, making the surrounding air a bit hotter. The flames quickly disappeared, and the pierced mist was quickly filled by the surrounding mist. Only a hole like an eye remained on the pierced cloud layer. Ludwig, whose hair tips and robe were a little black, ran out of the mist with a whoosh, at a speed that almost permanently opened a path in the white mist. "I also think we should wait for you," Ludwig said with a smile. "I can't let me take advantage of it alone. This goes against the original intention of the Triwizard Tournament." Marguerite stared at his black and leather shoes without saying a word. 4. Tom shook his head regretfully. "Well, what's wrong with Riddle?" Ludwig asked. "Is there a quadruple test for this level?" "I don't know." Tom shook his head while walking in. After entering the fog, disturbing dense click sounds suddenly came from the front. Tom raised his head, and the black tower, which could be seen in its outline, was not as slender and straight as it appeared from the outside. Around the body of the tower, huge gears of different materials are slowly moving, and they are stuck to each other. Some of them are silver and gleaming, some are stone like the black tower, and some are even condensed with water or mist. Hundreds of thousands of gears are meshed and rotated, forming a magnificent scene. The black tower is not only a building, but a sleeping giant waking up. I was stopped there. Ludwig pointed to a square pillar made of opaque black crystal in front of the tower. "I think that thing must be tricky." The three approached, and there was an extra note on it. "It's just for decoration, and has nothing to do with the event." "Huh. It wasn't there before," Ludwig said, frowning. "It seems that it really has nothing to do with the game." Tom patted him on the shoulder. "Let's go. I think you don't want to be roasted again." Chapter 277. Sentinels in front of the tower. The three water curtains showing the faces of the warriors suddenly collapsed, and the water curtains twisted together, roaring towards the audience like a rushing river. People in the stands avoided one after another, while Dumbledore, who was sitting firmly on the rostrum, secretly smiled and turned the wand under the table. When the audience was about to get wet, a huge amount of water rose slowly and condensed into a water polo. Under the watchful eyes of the audience, this water polo formed by three water curtains slowly opened, forming a water curtain that enveloped the entire auditorium. In a flash, the backs of the three brave men standing in a triangle shape appeared in front of the audience. This time, the shooter seems to have changed to an experienced photographer. The audience's perspective follows the lens over the warrior's head and quickly approaches the black shadow in front of them. The audience seems to be watching a special effects movie that transcends the times. The surrounding white mist is gradually thinning, and large pieces of black occupy the entire water curtain. The oppressive and heavy colors make the viewer's heart feel as if being pinched. From the invisible cracks in the bricks, it seems to be the outer wall of a building. Kakaka. In addition to the sound of the wind, there are subtle friction sounds lingering in the hearts of the audience. Just when everyone was wondering if the water curtain was malfunctioning, the camera suddenly lifted up, half of the sky with white clouds floating, and the pure black tower wrapped in various gears came into view. In just a short moment, it instantly showed the scene of the top of the tower. Kakaka. It was the annoying clicking sound from before, and the audience looked around, trying to find the source of the noise. A high back chair that seems to be carved from a whole piece of black marble is placed in the center of the top platform of the black tower. The red velvet cushion extends to the red carpet leading to the spiral staircase, and the pale gold armrests are carved with cloud patterns and gods. It is majestic and magnificent, as if it is only worthy of the gods in the sky, but the wizards know that there are no gods in the world, so who is lucky enough to sit on it? Kakaka. They could hear it more clearly. Its rhythm was strict and rigid. There was a 2-second interval between each sound. The sound seemed to come from the water curtain. There was a sound in the third level. No wonder the commentator shut up early, and the audience was a little surprised. The back of the chair is about 3 meters high, like the hands of a clock, on which a tall tower truncated down the middle is depicted in detail. At the bottom of the tower, ant-like human beings are erupting meaningless conflicts due to language barriers. The picture made the wizards in the auditorium feel inexplicable and incomprehensible, and some even thought that it was not a good sign that the owner of the Black Tower chose such a picture. Only a few wizards who have a little understanding of Muggle culture can understand that this picture belongs to Genesis, and that tower is a Tower of Babel that made countless people follow, but fell down with hatred. Behind the needle-like back of the chair, a huge golden gear shines dazzlingly like the sun. Driven by magic, it rotates slowly, driving other gears connected to it to rotate. Under the light from the gears, the person sitting on the chair can only see the black shadow of the backlight. The camera zooms in, and the first thing that catches the eye is a head of pale golden hair. Its golden color is so thin that one can't help but wonder if it is the golden light of the silver hair that has been marked with gears. The camera zoomed down, and Nelson's obscure face appeared in the water curtain due to being in the dark. The audience who had experienced the baptism of Tom's appearance all lamented that Hogwarts may not be the school with the most outstanding magic teaching level, but it must be the most beautiful school. The adult wizards on the rostrum and the Box button stands who did not attend the dance showed expressions of surprise and joy, and Nelson in the water curtain completely overlapped with a deep shadow in their memory. Feeling that the gears were fully running, and the magic matrix he had designed was completed and effective, Nelson smiled with satisfaction. A breeze blew by, and the hair on Nelson's forehead fluttered in the air, revealing a pair of shining, blue eyes. Is it enough? Dumbledore smiled, as if talking to himself. Sigmund on the side thought the words were for himself, nodded, with a satisfied smile on his face, and said intoxicatedly, I can't be more satisfied. This must be the best looking session ever. The True Wizard tournament is on. Dumbledore shook his head, non-committal. The French wizards wanted to observe again, but Dumbledore, who was in charge of the camera, didn't give them this chance. The camera quickly reversed, and went straight to the bottom of the tower, fully presenting the changed Black Tower to the audience. Their vision followed the camera back to beside the three warriors. The black crystal cube in front of them made a clear cracking sound, and soon shattered into fine slag and scattered around. Ludwig quickly erected a barrier, blocking the splash from the three of them fragments. This is the impression he gave to the audience and the judges. Compared with Tom's speed and Margaret's gorgeousness, Ludwig's magic is more about efficiency. He can often use the most suitable and simplest magic to achieve what he wants most. As a result, especially in Newt's level, he only achieved the conditions for clearing the level with one-handed protection spell and flying spell, and the useless bubblehead spell. Some of the judges who focused on actual combat nodded in satisfaction. The sharp crystal shard scratched the barrier with a tooth-piercing sound. Ludwig held on for a while, and the barrage-like shards were finally shot out. He carefully removed the barrier, and a beautiful tall black-haired woman appeared in front of her. In front of the three of them. Tom could hardly help laughing. What is this? Ludwig asked. This is Pythia, the priestess of ancient Greece, Margaret replied. The entrance to the hiding place is her statue, but, it's not as good looking. Tom nodded, as if responding to Margaret, but in fact he was controlling his expression, while lowering his head. Suddenly, the originally stiff sculpture moved, and just when Tom thought Pythia was going to slap him with a wave, she lowered her head, looked at the three of them, then turned sideways, and stretched her hand holding the torch back, making a gesture, take the please gesture. The three looked at each other, and walked forward together. This time Ludwig was still at the front. He had been beaten too much before, so his performance at the beginning of the third stage would not affect Tom and Ma. Gretel's grades. Sigmund on the rostrum covered his face, shook his head, and sighed. Sigmund, is this really a student of Durmstrang? Constance joked. She was very satisfied with Margaret's performance in the water curtain. Her face improved a lot. I thought I saw a good man. He is such a person. Sigmund still covered his face. If Kant was not born in Germany, maybe. Of course, I'm not saying that the style of study in our school is not good. It is true that about Durmstrang, there has always been, it has a slightly false reputation, but let's watch the game. Constance interrupted Sigmund's self-proving innocence. He shrugged and leaned back in his chair. At this moment in Nuremberg, Andre and his group are sitting in a small restaurant that they often go to. Not far away, there is only a flat land at the intersection where the library originally stood, and even a large piece of floor tiles are missing. A few silver screens were displaying high-definition pictures of the Triwizard Tournament, which seemed to be clearer than those at Hogwarts. Your drinks are here. The waiter came from the back kitchen with a tray to the tablecloth, and after distributing the drinks, he sat down in an empty seat beside him. Mr. Wertning hasn't been here for a long time. Do you miss him? Berry, who hadn't finished removing the bandage, sat with White, and called the waiter to come and sit together. Of course, who doesn't want Nelson? Andre looked several years older. He's not here, and those manuals just make me dizzy. Only's weak on the side, didn't say a word. His expression was not good, and he seemed to be still worried about something, but whether he turned his head and glanced at the screen made the other people laugh constantly. The sculpture of Pythia was still some distance away from the entrance of the Black Tower, and the three warriors walked this distance carefully under the leadership of the nervous Ludwig. You really don't have to frighten yourself, Tom advised. Nah, wouldn't bother to sneak up on us in a place like this. I won't believe anything the people at Hogwarts say anymore. Ludwig walked forward with small steps, holding his wand, as if he had been hit by a giant orangutan for post-traumatic stress disorder. Looking back from time to time, as if Tom and Margaret would attack him at any time. You're overwrought. Before Margaret finished speaking, there was a sound of cool, crackling metal collisions coming from the front, and the three hurriedly prepared for battle. Boom boom boom, the ground under his feet trembled slightly, and a metal puppet composed of countless gears and metal parts came out of the fog. It had thick limbs, but a slender body, and its shape was full of sharpness. The red and blue paint and the two large pieces of glass on the chest very visually impactful. The doll's eyes are shining with red light, and it is tightly locked on the three people in front of it. It's so big. The doll that looks exactly like a certain toy is full of oppression. This kind of big doll is generally bulky, Ludwig suggested. I think we should disperse around it and use the binding spell to control it. As soon as the voice fell, the puppet raised its thick right arm, and its 5 fingers retracted into the wrist instantly. A gun barrel shining with blue light appeared in front of the three of them. Then, before they could make any movements, a cloud of blue light entwined with electric light appeared. The colored ball of light flew towards the warrior silently. Boom. It was only when the ball of light burst in front of him that the sound could be heard. The puppet's huge body was also tilted backward by the recoil, and it stretched out its other hand, trying to support the ground. But none of the three masters moved slower than it. Tom waved his wand. Instead of using the iron armor charm, he summoned a mirror shield and received the blow. The ball of light was also reflected by the mirror and flew towards the puppet at a slower speed. Ludwig's feet were extremely fast, and it seemed that some kind of magic had been attached to it. In the blink of an eye, he ran behind the puppet and entangled the puppet's legs with a spider web spit out from the wand, causing it to lose its balance. But Margaret waved her wand lightly when she noticed that the two large pieces of glass in front of it began to flash, and a red light flew out from above her head with a swish, turning into two sharp whirling pieces in midair. The blade sliced off the glass plate on the doll's chest, and the blade swirled back to her head, turning back into a small hairpin clipped in her hair. The glass plate fell to the ground and was shattered. The flickering magic lines on it flickered, after thinking about it, and then completely dimmed. With the cooperation of the three of them, the ball of light reflected by Tom penetrated the doll's chest without any hindrance, and a large hole covering 2/3 of the area was formed on its torso. The gear was deformed by the high temperature. It fell off and obviously couldn't move. Ludwig ran back and stood behind the two of them with a flat face, without the slightest thought that he was the one who was startled just now. The red light in the puppet's eyes struggled for a moment and then dimmed, while the blue ball of light shrunk a circle after hitting its chest, but still rushed towards the black tower firmly and landed on its thick wall. A large pit was melted. Hiss. The corner of Ludwig's mouth twitched. If this is done, will you be hit by it? Asked Tom disapprovingly. Not really. Ludwig scratched his head, but I think your classmate is a bit too powerful from time to time. Is he in the same class as you? Is this really the strength of a school wizard? Look at this tower. Who knows how many of these guys are there? This level is the most beneficial to Nah. He is best at the 3 types of knowledge. Alchemy and transfiguration are the most suitable magic for this kind of positional warfare, Tom explained. If he is given enough time, enough materials and with sufficient magic power, he can create an endless stream of legions. Of course, he must have profound magic and rich money. I understand. This kind of wizard's body is the most fragile. Ludwig rubbed his chin thoughtfully and said to himself, as long as I can get in touch with him first, the victory is mine, and I will be in. Within 5 moves, knock him down. Margaret's thinking was a little bit off. She discovered the blind spot in Tom's words and asked, so, what is the 3rd type of knowledge you are talking about? Tom raised his eyebrows. It's probably useless here, to tell you the truth. It's history of magic. Hearing this sentence, the audience in the stands burst into laughter. No one pays attention to the history of magic. This is a common shortcoming of almost all wizards in this world. The puppet slowly twitched twice, and then scattered all over the ground, like toppled building blocks. The tiny gears rolled towards the black tower, filling the potholes on the wall like a tide smoothing a vortex. Squeak. The black silver-clad oak door opened slowly, fully performing the etiquette of welcoming guests. Chapter 278 The Magic Tower and the Cage. The interior of the black tower is in stark contrast to the outside, and the passive light illuminates every blind spot. From the floor under the feet to the spiral staircase climbing the inner wall, it all gives people a sense of integrity. He even drew a small arrow at the starting point of the spiral staircase, intimately pointing out the direction for the warriors. Buzzing. The bottom wall of the black tower is made up of countless small regular hexagonal metal pieces. These tile-like things are so dense that people in it feel a strong sense of discomfort. Behind these metal pieces, there seems to be something things are stirring. This interior makes me feel a little familiar. Ludwig still played his role as a pathfinder and entered the black tower first. Listening to the humming sound coming from his ears, he flinched neck, forced a smile on Tom behind him. It seems that your classmate is an above-board person. Indeed, said Tom, looking around, frowning at the different shades of the upward interior wall. He always did. That's good. Ludwig puffed out his chest, walked to the center of the bottom platform, raised his head and looked up. He cleared his throat and said after waiting for Margaret to walk in, I have an important discovery. What? Boom. The heavy door closed behind Margaret, completely blocking their connection with the fresh air outside. Have you noticed that this spiral staircase keeps turning? Ludwig turned around and said to the 2 people behind him, I feel that this tower is moving. Margaret raised her head and looked in the direction of the top of the tower, pulled out a hair and held it in her hand, raising her hand high. The hair slowly rose into the air, turning into an ever-expanding circular thin glass. Its edge expanded rapidly and quickly pressed against the inner wall of the black tower, tightly fitting. Tom walked to the wall, picked out a hexagonal metal piece, and tapped it with his hands. Hearing the hollow and crisp sound coming from inside the tile, his face instantly became ugly, but when he turned around, his expression returned to normal. Buzzing. The abnormal noise became more and more intense, and a sense of uneasiness gradually spread in the hearts of the 3 of them. I suggest we go up quickly, said Margaret. Then, with a bang, the glass she conjured was shattered into slag and covered the 3 warriors like snow. What the hell are you doing? Ludwig raised his wand and pointed at Margaret. Didn't it be agreed? We want to compete fairly. We haven't reached the top yet, so don't engage in such petty tricks. Shards of glass fell on the barrier he had just erected, making him look like Santa Claus in a crystal ball. Margaret didn't say a word and didn't respond to Ludwig's accusation. She saw that the famous Tom stepped forward, patted Ludwig's shoulder, and said, "I've been paying attention to that piece of glass. When it hit the wall, Miss Sagan stopped deforming. It should be crushed by external force." What? Ludwig was just panicking. He found that it was he who was moving the black tower. He quickly figured out the crux of the problem. Is the space inside the tower shrinking? Sorry, Margaret, I never said we want to compete fairly. Margaret interrupted Ludwig's apology, lifted her skirt, and walked towards the stairs. Besides, you never made this proposal. Did you acquiesce yet? Ludwig was speechless for a moment. We really should go up quickly. This is indeed a magic tower. Tom patted him on the shoulder again and said softly, "It seems that this fragile alliance has broken down. Mr. Kant, I wish you good luck." After all, a cloud of black mist gushed out from under his wizard robe, freed from gravity, and flew straight up. Shocked by his flying skills, Ludwig stood there with a bitter face, full of remorse. However, it is an eternal truth that misfortunes never come singly. The saying that the leak in the house happened overnight was perfectly confirmed by him. Just as he was about to climb the stairs, the light in the black tower disappeared. "Riddle, your classmate is not open enough. He always does." Tom's voice wafted far into his ears. Fluorescent flashes. Ludwig raised his wand again, and the light from the tip of the wand hit the wall. "Why is it black?" He rubbed his eyes, stared at the wall, and saw that all the hexagonal metal sheets had peeled off, replaced by dark holes. He took 2 steps back, but suddenly remembered that this was the case in all directions, so he quickly put the iron armor curse on himself. Dumbledore added special effects to the water curtain in front of the stands, so that even though the tower was completely dark, the audience could see the actions of the 3 warriors clearly. Because of the break of the temporary group, the big water curtain was divided into 3 parts again. The audience couldn't help but wonder, could this Ludwig only know the iron armor curse? When the red light flickered in the dense black hole at the same time, Ludwig finally understood why he was familiar with the interior. When he was in the 1st grade, there were many incidents of killer bees hurting people in the woods behind Durmstrang. In the end, these poisonous and powerful magical animals were eradicated by the teachers. He once saw the old nest of killer bees from afar. How similar is a huge beehive to the inner wall of the Black Tower. In each hexagonal cell of the beehive, there is a killer bee that can kill people. But Ludwig's eyes widened, and what caught his eyes was a machine with a strange shape, but an unusual beauty. The slender cylindrical body was held up by 2 huge transparent elytra wings that flapped rapidly, and a red spot of light was located on the center of the subject. This is exactly the alchemy weapon Nelson developed before heading to Albania, the Mayfly. At this moment, there is not only one plane around Ludwig, densely packed up and down, left and right, front and back. Layers upon layers of mayflies are shining on his body, and even turning his whole body into red. Taking advantage of turning off the lights, the fog in the tower thickened, and even if the memories of the dead scattered in the fog were not fragments, they were enough to affect people's minds. Ludwig only felt that he was shrouded in countless prying eyes, and the mayflies in front of him turned into ghosts. It became a vicious ghost with teeth and claws, and the whole person fell into a huge panic. It's a terrible control. The audience in the stands couldn't really feel the fear of the people in the fog. Gaston gave a thumbs up to Professor Slughorn and praised, "Horace, you said is this your student? The ability to control magic items is something that few people in this world can do. It's just alchemy, haha." Professor Slughorn patted his stomach, and there were ripples on his protruding robe. He only felt comfortable all over, and said triumphantly, "You were right before. Actually Nelson also has his own unique understanding of potions, but compared to his alchemy, these are not worth mentioning. Haha, not worth mentioning." The gatekeepers of the first 6 levels have returned to the stands and become spectators. It is worth mentioning that Queenie plays Nicole, a tall, black-haired long-faced woman with mushroom hair. Except for the gatekeeper, who was not selected, everyone else had a relaxed and happy expression on their faces. They stared at the water screen and said that watching the game was more exciting than sweating on the stage. In the small restaurant downstairs of the Nuremberg library, Andre rested his chin and pondered. The ore and money that he took away were all spent here. If I asked Nelson to buy it, would he sell it to me? The iron armor curse set by Ludwig is still running on its own, which seems to have become a kind of instinct of him. The light rays of the mayflies that are not powerful can break through his defense for a while. Seeing this, some mayflies stopped in place. Sharp drill bits protrude slowly from the bottom of their bodies. There were 2 violent explosions above his head. It seemed that the other 2 warriors had fought against the mayflies. The explosion woke Ludwig up. Back to the original image. Looking at the scene in front of him like an army pressing down on the land, Ludwig raised his wand extremely firmly. I'm really fed up, he said to himself, as if to cheer himself up. I was beaten by this and that along the way. I was beaten for 6 years in Durmstrang, and by why do I still have to be beaten when I beat others? Why do I always have to fight others with what I'm not good at? Am I weaker than others? As if opening the door to a new world, he made up his mind, gripped his wand tightly, and slashed down hard. A pair of huge black dragon wings appeared behind him, with sharp bony spurs protruding from every joint. The dragon wings spread out and touched the inner wall that had shrunk a lot. Another dragon? In the stands, Tina held Newt's hand beside her. Why are there so many dragons in this shitty game? It's not a dragon. Newt stared at the water curtain with great interest. This is a supersonic bat, probably a dragonborn. I haven't dealt with this magical animal much yet, so it's a bat. Tina was a little disappointed. It's no weaker than a dragon. Newt pointed to the mouse-like head protruding from behind Ludwig. The slender and sharp fangs exuded bloodthirsty desire, and the scalloped eyes seemed to be able to pierce through. Everything is dark. There are many rare and powerful groups of bat-like magical animals, and supersonic bats are one of them. Vampires always like to link their bloodlines with various bats, but according to my research, these so-called bats, the contact is basically a close call. See it? Sigmund on the rostrum said to Dumbledore Cope, every Durmstrang student will get a magical animal that grew up with them when they enrolled. Although most people's magical animals are only kept as pets, but some people still get powerful companions. I know, Dumbledore didn't give Sigmund a chance to show off. I also know that Gellert Grindelwald's magical animal, a well-known alumnus of your school, is a Voldemort. Actually, I'm a little curious, Sigmund. Constance on the side laughed again. What is your magical animal? Is it a cat or raccoon? But I haven't seen this before. Dumbledore pointed to the water curtain, his expression serious. Under the protection of the iron armor curse, Ludwig recited the spell softly. This spell was a bit complicated. He couldn't use the silent spell, but it was more powerful. The dragonborn supersonic bat turned into a black light and rushed into his body, the back of the head. Ludwig closed his eyes. His face twitched violently. His originally healthy complexion instantly turned pale. Black magic lines appeared on his forehead and cheeks, and it seemed that something was about to break on the back of his robe. It was throbbing, like coming out of a cocoon, and soon, following the thorn life, the back of his robe was torn by a pair of dragon wings growing on his shoulder blades, accompanied by a piercing scream. It was smaller, but more. The coordinated dragon wings spread out, and with the sound of the hunting wind, he opened his eyes. The part outside the pupils was completely filled with bright red blood, and a terrifying bloody light burst out. He opened his mouth, and took a deep breath. It was hard to imagine how those 2 pairs of sharp fangs could not pierce his oral mucosa. Immediately afterwards, he roared vigorously, but there was silence around him. Just when the audience was confused and asked each other if Ludwig had forgotten to bring the transformation device and the transformation failed, the mayflies floating around him shook violently, as if they had been hit hard, and bumped into each other. Ludwig took another deep breath, and he actually made a sound that is difficult for human ears to capture, and this out-of-frequency sound cannot be played by the relay magic set by Dumbledore, so the audience felt confused. After the second sound wave, most of the mayflies surrounding Ludwig exploded out of thin air. What kind of experience is it to release a spell with ultrasonic waves? What is the effect of attacking the enemy with ultrasonic waves containing magic power? Presumably the fireworks around Ludwig can answer these 2 questions. Gorgeous. Tom, who was flying in the air, curled his lips. The sunglasses on his nose were equipped with night vision magic, so he didn't have to use the lighting spell. Cursed to defeat the invading mayflies while approaching the top of the tower, and Margaret, who climbed up the stairs, controlled a dozen mayflies who had been rebelled by her confusion spell to meet the continuous stream of her kind. Although their handling is more efficient and feasible, the look and feel is a bit embarrassing, and the audience loves to watch cool scenes. After realizing that ordinary attacks were ineffective, the mayflies around Ludwig gave up their lasers and changed their forms again. They stretched out their claws and bridged each other, forming a layer upon layer of cages to occupy him. There is not much living space left. Whenever the innermost mayflies approached, they would explode without Ludwig's hands. Soon, Ludwig curled up to protect his wings, and was blown up terribly. With an angry silent growl, he flapped his wings, breaking the cage with ease. Doesn't it make me look stupid? Nelson, who was sitting on the top of the tower, shook his head, raised his hand, and a spear made of dazzling light slowly took shape in his hand. Chapter 279 Shooting. Rage makes people lose their minds. Nelson looked at Ludwig under his feet. Small metal balls flew out of his pocket and merged into the light spear in his hand. The light split into two strands and entangled together in a spiral. He waved his wand, and a ray of silver light merged into the light. What is the difference between such a strong and a beast? He stretched out his hand, and he could vaguely see the slender spear wrapped in light. Nelson waved his wand again, and the small gears scattered on the top of the tower flew from all around, forming the body of the gun layer by layer. He pointed the spear at Ludwig at his feet and let go. Hope you like it. The gear at the end rotated rapidly, producing a burst of subtle lightning, which accelerated the falling speed of the spear. When the magic power was exhausted, it turned into silver powder and fell off, and the second gear took its place and began to rotate. The handle of the spear is composed of hundreds of gears, and it took less than a second from the first one falling off to the last one being activated. The instantaneous acceleration tore through the air, and it shot towards Ludwig below. Go. Under the bombardment of mayflies regardless of cost, Ludwig's wings were bombarded to pieces like a sailboat breaking into the eye of a storm. How can human power compete with natural disasters? Even though Ludwig's appearance is hideous and terrifying at this moment, just like the demon god in the myths and legends, his embarrassing performance makes it difficult to make people feel powerful. Is this all I can do? Ludwig thought sadly that all he could do was beat the annoying insects with his strong wings, but there were too many of them. More and more mayflies came to Ludwig's side for support, and both Tom and Margaret felt that their resistance was much easier. The inside of the tower suddenly lit up, but this time it was not the passive light that illuminated the world, but the dazzling light on the top of the tower. The light was extremely sharp, revealing the breadth of powerful magic power. From the extreme darkness to the extreme light, only Tom's sunglasses can protect his eyesight, and the two other warriors even fell into temporary blindness. Tom raised his head, only to see the exit at the top of the tower was a vast expanse of whiteness, which flickered so that double images appeared in his eyes. No way, it looks familiar. Tom secretly moved to the bottom of the spiral staircase, and continued to wrestle with the mayflies, while observing Ludwig at the bottom. Ludwig is a good hand at taking beatings. He quickly became handy from being passively beaten at the beginning, and his actions became fast, adapting to the soaring strength, speed and responsiveness. He began to attack the weak points of mayflies with the sharp edges of the bony spurs growing on his wings. Their eyes, screaming sound waves, magical bombardment, and sharp wing waving appeared alternately, quickly cleaning up the mayflies around him, and a simple explosion could no longer hurt him. The bloody body injured by the explosion is repairing at a speed visible to the naked eye, and on his body, there are fewer and fewer human features. His skin is firmly covered by newborn fine black bristles, and the knees, that were bloody in the explosion, have also become anti-joints, that are completely opposite to humans after repairing. The sharp black nails pierced the flesh of the fingertips, and the gleaming bone spurs protruded from the elbows and knees. His muscles swelled rapidly, and the clothes and shoes on his body were squeezed by the changing body, leaving only half a pair of firm pants. Do your best to protect his dignity. That belongs to civilization. At this moment, the lasers of the mayflies could only leave a few traces on his black hair, and even the magic released by the wizard could hardly penetrate his defense. Ludwig had completely given up the iron armor charm he was so proud of. He didn't need it anymore. Enough. After fitting, under the influence of the vocal organs of the supersonic bat, Ludwig's voice also changed accordingly. The originally sunny voice of the youth became sharp and piercing, accompanied by high-frequency vibrations in the air. The voices of young and old came out of his mouth at the same time. They were not neat, and the pitch was uneven, making a single word extremely bloated. If there really were demons in the world, then this might be the voice of demons. I will make you pay for it. Ludwig's heart was filled with anger. He stretched out his disproportionate claws, pointing to the top of his head. A black ball of light exuding a cold aura condensed in his palm. In the next second everyone's field of vision was filled with white. The sharp sonic boom sounded for a moment, and then, the eardrums couldn't bear the heavy buzzing sound in the ears of the audience, and a thunderbolt shot down from the top of the tower, and the beam of light thicker than Ludwig instantly completely wiped him out shrouded. The audience who looked directly at this scene only felt a headache. Now they see everything like exposed film. They can only see the white background and blurred outlines. Their ears were also completely purified, and under the baptism of the sonic boom, they could not hear anything. If this was a Muggle event, Hogwarts might have filed for bankruptcy due to an accident, but the way wizards solve the problem can be described as simple and rude. Wave the magic wand, eyesight and hearing will be restored. Even if there are unfamiliar people, the audience around will give timely help. On the contrary, they became even more excited. A person may not be able to watch a game that can hurt the auditorium through the screen once in a lifetime. Looking at the blank screen at this moment, they began to discuss with the people around them. Unlike the noise in the auditorium, the tower was silent. Ludwig at the bottom of the tower and the floor were flooded by the surging lightning, and Tom and Margaret disappeared. The walls filled with hexagonal nests. It was also completely destroyed under the combination of Ludwig's resistance and this blow. Suddenly, the sound of gears turning clicked, and the water curtain in front of the audience also restored the picture and sound. The thunder pool jumping with lightning keeps shrinking. His eyes were focused on Ludwig in the center of the water curtain. His whole body was scorched black. He knelt on the ground on one knee, bowed his waist, propped one arm on the ground. His chest heaved violently. His back quickly lowered and bulged, and scarlet blood flowed from the scorched skin, oozes out, congeals into drops of blood, and falls to the ground drop by drop. His other arm returned to its human form, drooping weakly in front of his chest, and the wing next to it was pierced severely by a silver spiral gun point, firmly nailing him to the ground. The tip of the spear is composed of two spiral spearheads, which are inserted obliquely into the ground. It is still slowly rotating to go deep into the ground, retaining the power of falling from the sky. With the help of when it produced an electric light comparable to natural thunder. The other spearhead was also silver, but it seemed to be forged in one piece, and the faint silver light shrouded it, which seemed a bit gentle. But Ludwig's deformed body, that was in contact with the silver light, was quickly returning to its human form, and it seemed to have a strong restraint on the transfiguration. 3 golden shields are overlapping and floating above Ludwig's head. Each shield is engraved with different patterns. What they have in common is that a large hole with scorched black edges is broken in the center, and the top shield is full of daggers. However, these 3 shields also blocked Nelson's offensive in time, and he even dropped the dagger when the strong light interfered with the player's vision. Tom was standing beside Ludwig with his wand raised, and it was he who at the last moment interfered with the direction of the gun, lest it pin Ludwig straight to the ground. At this moment, he is using some simple healing magic to treat Ludwig's injuries. Although the effect is not very good, at least Ludwig is no longer a fountain of blood. Cool. Ludwig opened his mouth tremblingly, exhaled a puff of black smoke, and said hoarsely, "Thank you, thank you. Although that non-existent alliance was broken by you." Tom shrugged and said, "But I don't want us to be left with 2 people after climbing up so awkward. Wouldn't it be more embarrassing to hit 3? Ludwig still had the strength to joke, and it seemed that the injury was not too serious. Ahem, but thank you all. He clenched his paws on the ground, trying to pull himself off the point of the gun, but suddenly a strong electric light erupted from the point of the gun pulled by his wings, which shocked him into convulsions. Tom shook his head and stepped forward. Be patient. What? I saw Tom raised his wand, brushed across Ludwig's wings, raised his knife, and cut a slender slit on his wing. that had not been completely damaged after bombing, puncturing, and clicking. The next second, the broken wing membrane was split in two. Ludwig wailed and was kicked down by Tom behind him, and the wings were successfully detached from the tip of the gun. Ludwig fell to the ground, turned his head, and glared at Tom. "I'm afraid of getting an electric shock, and besides, you came out, didn't you?" "Well," Tom shrugged, "the good news for you, Mayfly, is that those little robots were cleaned up by Nah himself. I don't know what we have to go through before we reach the top of the tower, but I think we can't give up on someone who can stand in front of us." Tom's smile made people feel like a spring breeze, and his words passed to the audience's ears through the water curtain also made them all praise, and they all made this is the spirit of the Triwizard Tournament and friendship first, competition second class representation. "Of course, we are rivals after all," Tom added with a sincere expression, "but at least before we reach the top of the tower, we don't have any conflicts where we have to point our wands at each other. I think Miss Sagan thinks so too." Margaret nodded, and there were a few mayflies flying beside her who had been confused by the curse, and they were putting away the three shields in distress. "I will compensate you, Sagan." Ludwig showed guilt. "I will compensate you the winning prize." Not only Tom and Margaret, but even Sigmund on the rostrum, didn't know how to answer Ludwig's words. He shook his head helplessly when he heard Constance's comment of "you are such a cute student." Shaking his head, Kant has been like this since he was a child, very confident. Haha. Dumbledore smiled. "I think he has a great chance of winning the championship. At least my students have a 2/3 chance of getting the bonus." Constance also joked. "Let's not discuss the bonus. You see, Mr. Kant seems to be fighting back. My supersonic bats are in poor condition, so I can only use magic." Ludwig raised his wand with a human hand, and under the watchful eyes of Tom and Margaret, too darkened seeing the big glowing locust slowly appearing in front of him. Every time he cast a spell, the muscles all over his body would feel pain like electric shock. He clutched his ribs and said in a low voice, "If I can recover later, I hope to use my fist teach your classmates what respect is." "Oh, bugs, that's disgusting." Tom took a step back. "What are you going to do with 4 worms?" asked Margaret. "I mean, they don't look like they are going to work." "You'll soon find out. Since he's up there, we are letting him down." Ludwig's eyes were full of dissatisfaction. He manipulated the locusts to start eating the floor of the Black Tower. The debris swallowed by the locusts was immediately discharged and condensed into another worm. Every newborn could be born by swallowing new descendants. Soon, the ground floor of the Black Tower was overrun with hopping locusts. "What are you talking about?" Feeling uncomfortable, Tom flew into the air, just about to scold him, when he heard the overwhelmed groan from Taki of the Black Tower. He swallowed the second half of the sentence, and asked, "Why didn't you use it sooner?" "Sorry, this trick was originally intended to deal with you." Ludwig apologized. In fact, the apology on his face never stopped. "But you saved me." The swarms of insects growing geometrically are spreading upwards along the wall. The black bricks and stones are transformed into stone powder, and new swarms are born, swallowing everything around like a rolling black tide. Kakaka the swarm quickly gnawed out several holes leading to the outside world, revealing the sunny sky. To the trio's dismay, the gears rattled louder. "Let's go out," Ludwig suggested. "No accident, this tower will fall. Let's go first." Tom flew out first. In order to prevent the locusts from falling on him, he even put a glass cover on himself. "I hope you can use some magic with higher taste in the future. This is black magic." In the stands, Flitwick said to Mag on the side with a solemn expression, "I just realized that this magic has the magic power and emotions of black magic. But it doesn't look like much. What if you let it eat it? How long do you think it will take before it can eat up the whole world?" "I don't know if the world has been eaten clean, but at least the foundation of this tower has been eaten clean." "You underestimated Nelson." Flitwick shook his head. "Look at those gears." Chapter 280 Alexander. The Black Tower with its base, gnawed off, became tilted, groaning that the steel bars were cracking, and it tilted slowly under the action of gravity, blocking the sun behind it, and a huge black shadow enveloped the 3 warriors and the audience in the distance. The sunlight traveled through the diffuse smoke and dust, drawing several lines in the air that pulled the tower body. "Kakaka." Ka-ka-ka-ka-ka-ka. Immediately afterwards, the gears all over the tower rotated rapidly at the same time, driving every brick and every steel bar in the black tower to move its position. The sound of dense gears gnashing resounded over the black lake, as if you were in a factory that made clocks and watches. The tilted tower rotated, but there was a speed difference at each level of rotation, which caused the black tower to collapse even faster. Ludwig looked at the scene in front of him triumphantly. Destroying such a huge building made him feel satisfied. Tom noticed something was wrong. What about Nah? Why didn't he respond when his house collapsed? Maybe I'm scared. Ludwig shrugged. After all, a shapeshifter like him can't meet the enemy face to face. Now that the shell is broken, of course he dare not come down. Really? Nelson's voice sounded on the platform carrying the black tower, reaching the ears of the three. Of course, huh? Ludwig replied without thinking, but he quickly realized that the voice was wrong and turned to look at Tom, who was silent and ready to meet the enemy. He hurriedly took a step back and returned to the defensive circle of the three. Think this tower is the venue? Nelson's laughter came from the clouds. No, 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 this is your enemy. The speed of the gears accelerated sharply, and the collapse of the black tower ended in an instant. Its history as a building has completely passed away, replaced by a black strip hovering in the air like a giant dragon. It is composed of countless pieces of pitch black marble. The turning gears are its muscles, the interspersed mist is its blood, and the voice of the clouds is its soul. Roar. The black torrent opened its non-existent bloody mouth and rushed towards the three people on the base. It was not as dexterous as such a huge creation. It didn't have the shape of a giant dragon, only a sharp point. Like the most primitive siege log is like that. It doesn't need a delicate structure. As long as it is big enough, it is enough to destroy the dead. The second half of it is hidden in the clouds and mist, making it hard to guess its size. But this single blow is full of oppressive feeling of destroying everything. The attack was still far away from the three of them, but the strong wind pressure had messed up their hair and clothes. The warriors couldn't imagine what the consequences would be if they actually hit them. Ludwig lacked experience in facing giants. He just wanted to repair his bat wings and run away quickly. Margaret's unique transfiguration was powerful in a battle. She transformed into a huge number of shield formations, filling the entire platform. This may be effective for defense, but it seems that it can only be passively defended. Nah, don't forget, I will too. Tom looked at the useless teammates on the left and right, shook his head, and took a step forward. He raised his wand, pointing at the falling black torrent. Ulan came out of the hole. With a flat tone and a calm face, he recited the spell word by word. Ulan came out of the hole? Is he crazy? In the auditorium, the Slytherins were discussing a lot. The popularity of Oolong Hole in the college is not high. Many people know this spell. After seeing the effect of the spell, it is hard for them to understand Tom's motivation for choosing such a spell. A spell that is useless at this time. Imagining the scene of such a small snake facing such a challenge, the Slytherins are really crying and laughing. So a little Alfred's words were cut off in his throat by himself, and replaced by a cluck and cluck sound like a hen laying eggs. A scale comparable to the size of a tower shield appeared behind Tom. Under the construction of magic power, a huge snake head appeared in the picture, occupying most of the area of the water curtain. The audience crossed the water curtain and looked towards the field above their heads, only to see a pitch black python rushing out from behind Tom, with ominous black smoke spreading all over his body, opening his bloody mouth and biting the enemy in front of him. Few people have had the experience of seeing every scale on a snake at a distance of meters, but today's audience has seen that very few young wizards know how to save their magic power, but it is this habit that makes them such a visual feast has been harvested. The black python rushed towards the enemy head with the momentum of swallowing the sky and wrapped its body tightly around the torrent, composed of steel bricks and stones. Its body tightened, strangling the bricks to burst and splattering, and the steel bars to curl up and deform. The black tower is also making its own resistance. The rapidly rotating gears are cutting the black python's body like a blade. After a while, the black python is cut to pieces, leaving only the broken flesh and hard skeleton to maintain its strength shape. But the giant python created by magic has no flesh and blood, and it can't feel pain. When the sharp edge of the gear pierces into the bone, it will only tighten its body more forcefully, hoping to use the bone to catch those small things that are spinning fast. The destroyed body turned into smoke and merged into the black smoke covering the giant python's body, and the element that made up the giant python were also quickly repairing its body, and the two sides fell into a tug-of-war. Tom, you really understand that big is good. Nelson, who was sitting high on the cloud throne, stood up, drew out his wand, and pointed to his feet. At this moment, he is like a loner. The tower under his feet has run away, only a stool is floating in the air, and the fighting situation under his feet is extremely fierce, with bricks, stones, steel, and scales collapsing everywhere. It is difficult to get down for a while. Tom shook his head and said softly, "Is that so? You are not old enough." He looked around. The black hair on Ludwig's body had faded, the broken wings had been repaired, and Margaret's army formation had also been formed. Although he was thrown upside down by his black python, it didn't look like anything big problem. "That's right, I don't think it's big enough." Nelson's voice was full of approval. "Look at this one." As soon as the words fell, the torrent that was entangled by the black python stopped twisting, allowing the black python to hang him to death and break it into fine stone chips, leaving the giant python with nowhere to exert its strength. Immediately afterwards, the ubiquitous gears started to turn again, and Nelson's magic power was transmitted to every part of the platform along with the golden gears behind him, and the stone chips mixed with metal slag gathered and condensed into a new form: lens, pedal, levers, bolts, keels, springs. These parts were much larger than normal, but they were insignificant compared to the current battle. Tom didn't know Nelson's intentions, so he had to direct his black python to thump in the air as much as possible, hoping to hinder Nelson. The miscellaneous parts gathered together and dragged the black python to recede into the cloud and mist behind him. Tom looked at the two people who were still unable to help him, gritted his teeth, and directed the black python to rush into the cloud and mist. There was a sizzling corrosion sound from the python's body, and the magic power contained in the lost fog was enough to affect the transmission of most magic. Tom rubbed his eyes. In a trance, he saw a hand pinching the black python's head and dragging it into the mist. "What is this?" "This is my fortress." Nelson's proud voice resounded through the sky, and the loud sound of steam spewing came from behind the cloud and mist. Several thick steam columns blew the thin cloud and mist into pieces. Under the action of the lake wind, a three-dimensional one-armed giant appeared in front of Tom. The giant's proportions are incongruous, but it has a unique beauty. Its torso occupies half the length of its body. It is a sphere-like structure that is wide at the top and narrow at the bottom. It is composed of gold and silver arc-shaped metal plates. The flames blazed in the furnace, burning the surrounding metal red, and the black rivets spread across the chest like half a metal, presenting a rough industrial feel. This is the source of energy for the giant's actions. The furious fierce sapphire was confined within the giant's body by the reaction furnace, swaying its endless heat, and the heat was converted into mechanical energy by the simple blast furnace, driving the joint movement of its whole body. The giant's legs are very short, and the 3 cylinders with crawlers at the bottom are its legs. Although crude, they are enough to support it stably. The most complicated deconstruction is the giant's single arm. Its metal arm is somewhat slender compared to the torso. 3 slender levers engraved with magic patterns are connected together by gears and pipes, leading to the spherical metal joint at the elbow. Its forearm is unusually thick, wrapped in thick armor, with metal telescopic pipes all over it, transmitting magic power and steam. The pressure limiting valves next to the rivets are spewing hot steam, and its arms are accumulating with energy. The huge palm tightly pinched the head of the black python, allowing its tail to whip around its body. Whenever the armor was dented a little, a mayfly would fly out of the exposed pipe with gears, instantly healed the injury. This is an unshakable masterpiece of human beings. It is the combination of magic and machinery function, but its presence was infinitely satisfying to Nelson. There is a flat cylindrical platform on the top of the giant's head, and a circular lens is dotted in the center, while the exposed gears and levers on the top do not move. It seems that it just caught the black python in its sleep, but did not really wake up. Withered pipes, stalled gears, flickering blast furnaces. Nelson has never felt so romantic. The moment they saw the giant, Margaret and Ludwig moved. Although they were shocked by its size, they always kept in mind their determination to win. In the army formation, countless weapons and spells flew towards the blast furnace, and Margaret quickly found its weakness. For most mechanical creations, Lulu's external power sources indeed it's their Achilles heel, and it's arrogant to even lay out a weakness, but under the protection of magic, can such decapitation still work? The answer is no. When the attack is still tens of meters away, the pipe outside the body opens instantly, and countless mayflies fly out of it, using their lasers to destroy the approaching attack. For those magic that is difficult to resist, silver balls with a simpler structure are shot out to eat deadly attacks, and their wreckage will be quickly recovered. These seemingly powerful magics can't even make Nelson lose money. What is this? Tom asked again. The black python was still struggling violently, in stark contrast to the motionless giant. It's called Alexander. Nelson's voice was full of fanaticism. It's been a long time since he lost his composure. This is the ultimate weapon in his heart to advocates positional warfare. For 3 years, Nelson used other people's time drinking coffee to make small balls. Even with the help of Nermengad's magic factory, he could only build a rough structure, and he couldn't count how many gears he had stored, lever and piston. He couldn't remember what kind of magic he wanted to stuff into Alexander's huge body. In the blast furnace on the chest is a never-ending fire, and the pipeline will be filled with blood condensed from the mist. Every cell in it is a metal ball made by Nelson himself, and there is a metal ball built by Nelson with the equipment in his body. After the completion of the Mayfly factory, Alexander can repair and add value indefinitely. Even if Nelson is dead, it can still wander around the world and complete the things he wants to accomplish. I can't find any great name to match it. Alexander is just a mediocre choice. Tom, that's my magic. Following Nelson's self-narration, a sharp pointer fell from the cloud, and with the huge gear behind it, it was inserted straight into the top of Alexander's head, as if wearing a unique crown for it. Come on. Capture it and defeat me. Nelson was sitting on the pointer-shaped high-backed chair. The gears behind him began to rotate slowly, emitting a strong glow. The gear protruding from the top of Alexander's head was tightly engaged with it. Despite the great resistance, the golden gear remained firm. The earth rotated according to the original frequency, directing its power to Alexander's whole body. The top of Alexander's head flickered and lit up, piercing through all the barriers in front of him like a searchlight. The magic pattern flickered on and off. In the blast furnace on its chest, fiend fire erupted suddenly as if stimulated. Hot steam flowed from every part of Alexander's body, ejected from the crevice. Bang bang bang. The unified movement of the pistons formed a grand heartbeat sound like drumming, and the sound of the gears rotating sounded in the body, and the exposed pipes quickly became dry, making the sound of the gears dry. It still needs the last blood. Nelson sat on Alexander's head, wand raised. The clouds and mist in the air and the invisible water vapor gathered towards him like a vortex, pouring into the entrance of the pipe under his feet, and the lost mist from the magic wand poured in madly. Steam gushed out, and Alexander's fingers curled. Chapter 281 One Punch. The 5 metal fingers clenched into fists, and hot steam burst out from between the knuckles. Under the squeeze of huge force, the huge head of the black python slowly deformed. Like metal rock, a vigorous background music is composed for the wrestling in this frozen picture. The pistons and levers in the furnace collide with each other, and the rough structure emits a rhythmic knocking sound. This is the earliest form of music for human beings, and the gushing steam is like a passionate trumpet, adding a lively touch to the battle. Tom maintained the shape of the black python, while resisting the huge force from Alexander's palm, while manipulating the black python's body to wrap around its arm. The smooth, hard, and sharp scales traveled on the arm, leaving a trail of the scratches were hideous, but they were quickly repaired by flying mayflies, and the two sides soon fell into a stalemate. Alexander's missing right arm adds a regret to this picture. If his right arm is raised high, holding an enlarged version of the light gun in his hand, what kind of epic silhouette can be called a miracle? The audience was so nervous that they didn't dare to breathe out and didn't dare to blink their eyes, for fear of missing some wonderful shots that decided the outcome of the battle. The black python has gradually found it difficult to resist the continuous force. Its original sharp-edged head has become flattened, and most of the scales on the head have fallen off, revealing the smoky inner core. The escaping black smoke poured into its body again, repairing the injury. But Tom's hasty magic could not resist Nelson's 3 years of hard work, and finally, Alexander closed his fingers. Boom. The head of the black python was completely shattered, although its body was still wrapped around Alexander's arm according to the preset settings. Everyone knew that the general situation was over, and the wrestling finally came to a winner. On the pipes all over the arm, the pressure limiting valves used for exhausting were blown away by the internal air pressure, and the remaining body of the giant python showed its original shape under the high temperature roasting, and was torn to pieces by the high temperature steam. Alexander dexterously moved his fingers, and finally raised his arms high, revealing rapidly rotating gears at the joints. The metal armor was burned red by the high temperature inside, and the light of thunder flickered all over its body, accumulating energy. Its big hand was tightly clenched into a fist, and the armor turned and deformed under the control of the transformation technique. The 5 fingers gradually closed into a shiny black iron ball, and ferocious spikes emerged from the surrounding area. It adjusted its direction and aimed its fist at the 3 people under its feet. Blue flames spewed out from the exhaust pipe at the elbow, and before the fist was even swung, it gave people a destructive aura. Tom manipulated the disfigured black smoke around his fist, trying to hinder it, turned his head, and shouted loudly, "You two can help." After finishing speaking, he turned his head and faced the slowly falling fist with a solemn expression. Restricted by his huge body, the initial speed of Alexander's fist swing was extremely slow, but the acceleration was ridiculously fast. The compressed gas in the pipeline exploded suddenly under the baking of faint fire. Nelson actually ignited the air and used the explosion as a boost to fist energy of boom. It took a moment from the start of punching to the moment when the fist hit the ground. No matter how sharp the eyesight is, it is difficult to detect the extreme speed. The floating platform, protected by many magics, suddenly sank several meters. In the next second, it was like a spider web. Fine radial cracks covered the entire platform, and the towering giant leaned down and slammed its ferocious iron fist into the ground. Tom's black smoke didn't seem to have any hindering effect. It just hovered over the giant's shoulders like a ribbon. At this time, cracks appeared in the clouds and air that had been torn apart by Alexander's fist, and the ground was full of dust, and the sound of breaking the air and smashing the ground was heard by the audience. Crack. The giant straightened his waist and looked down at the 3 challengers, who did not know what to do with his indifferent one-eyed eyes. The valve at its waist was opened, and steam was blown away to disperse the surrounding smoke and dust, and the ground that was hit came into view of the audience. The dilapidated platform seemed to have just been baptized by some natural disaster. There were scattered bricks and broken limbs of metal soldiers all over the ground, and the 3 people standing there had long since disappeared. Cough cough. The first one to appear was Ludwig. He wrapped himself in bat wings and resisted the attack by relying on the number of small giants in his body. Without expression, a penetrating wound appeared in his abdomen. After all, Ludwig still did not escape the attack of the spikes on the iron fist. He covered his stomach with his hands, blood flowed, and soon stained the ground red. But the wings he was proud of were like a doll that a child had sat on. The skeleton was broken into several sections, connected only by the wing membrane, maintaining the basic shape. Ludwig's right hand holding the wand convulsively arched into a chicken paw, and he almost couldn't hold his wand steadily. Even so, he raised the wand with trembling arms and pointed at the pointer like throne above Alexander's head. Very brave, worthy of respect. Nelson manipulated Alexander to bow slightly, but stupid enough. Oh, Ludwig wiped his face covered in filth with his blood-stained palm. The blood mixed with the dust made it even more filthy, but his weak but resolute face was still firmly revealed. "I'm Ludwig Kant." Ludwig's voice was as thin as a mosquito, but the sound of the water curtain still sent it to the audience's ears completely. Even in order to hear what he said, Nelson also reduced the power of Alexander. The sound of gears, pistons and steam, it disappeared a lot. "I'm sorry to meet you on such an occasion, Mr. Kant." Nelson's voice from Alexander was tinged with a metallic texture, as if Alexander was speaking. "To be honest, the school spirit in Durmstrang is not good." Hearing this sentence, Sigmund's face on the rostrum turned green. Seeing that Alexander's power was reduced and he fell into a semi-standby state, Ludwig's eyes showed a hint of joy, but he quickly hid his expression in blood and continued, "I'm from the Ruhr area, where there are muggles. The place where they dug coal and smelted iron, and the wizards born there, even if they are pure blood, are mudlegs among mudlegs. People like me are only worthy of being beaten and beaten to experience things that I have never had the opportunity to touch magic." In the auditorium, a gray-haired, bald old man took off his brand new hat and covered his eyes with his hands. He was Ludwig's grandfather, and he came to Hogwarts to watch his grandson's death at the invitation of Durmstrang. During the competition, the back of his dark hand was covered with calluses and wrinkles, like a riverbed in the dry season, but this hand quickly became wet. The surrounding Durmstrang students wanted to comfort them, but dared not approach the silently weeping old man. "But I never hated my origin." Ludwig raised his head, looked at the godlike giant and said seriously, "I have some classmates from my hometown, and they are often bullied, maybe because I'm the tallest among my peers. Big ones, or maybe because I was the only one who dared to resist. They always like to hide behind me when they are being bullied." Nelson didn't speak. The giant's one eye twinkled as if thinking. Ludwig grinned. "Even when signing up for the Triwizard tournament, I have to challenge opponents for my friends that I don't know at all, and who may even be impossible to beat, such as you two. Do you hate it?" "I enjoy it." Ludwig shook his head. "I lived with my grandfather since I was a child. He devoted everything to me. Although he may not be a brilliant wizard, he always left the best for me. From birth to now, his only new set of clothes was bought for him when the school invited him to watch the game. After I became a warrior, the grade was knocked down to the 6th grade, but I always choose to stand in front. There are more and more people behind me, but what I do is not as good as my grandfather." Ludwig's grandfather shrugged his shoulders more violently, and the surrounding students gathered around him. During the conversation between Nelson and Ludwig, the camera of the water curtain moves forward quickly, approaching Alexander's fist hanging in the air. I saw metal soldiers who had abandoned their shields huddled together like a colony of ants who fell into the water in the Legend of the Rivers and Lakes, forming a bowl that looked disgusting. They clung to the spikes on Alexander's hands tightly, and even pierced by thorns, and fixes itself there too. The soldiers built up the adult ladder in an orderly manner, and the bowl spread out layer by layer, revealing Tom and Margaret wrapped in it to the back of Alexander's hand. There was a violent exhaust sound from Alexander's head, and the giant seemed to be reminiscing about Ludwig's words. Finally, Nelson let out a long sigh and choked out, "Then we are quite alike. I don't have you." So outrageous. The blood all over Ludwig's body was solidified, and his injuries also recovered quickly under the physique of the supersonic bat. Seeing the two people who had already run to Alexander's arm, his hand holding the wand no longer convulsed, and his gaze became firmer. "But I was very lucky. When I entered school, I got a powerful partner. I also have a little ability in magic. Although it is insignificant, as long as you don't completely knock me down, I can still stand up." Tom's chicken stealing was so successful that he and Margaret had reached Alexander's forearm and were climbing up the exposed structures around the spiraling metal pipes. "You are fine," Nelson praised. "It's a pity that my Alexander only has one hand now, otherwise I must applaud you. I may not be able to afford its applause." Ludwig thought to himself, "It's a good thing we can't applaud, otherwise the two of them will fall down. Wouldn't it be in vain for me to say so much? I have never seen such a magnificent magical creation." His tone was full of praise. "I wonder if there is a chance to see it in its entirety?" "There will be," Nelson replied, and then said something that made Ludwig a little confused. "So, you are T, aren't you?" What's the T?" "I mean, you're in charge of attracting aggro, or attracting my attention," Nelson explained, "and letting the two of them sneak up on me. I have to say, your division of labor is really reasonable, and it can be done in a fistful." I was shocked to think of this tactic when I was playing. There was no shock in Nelson's voice coming from Alexander's body. He even commented, "Indeed, Tom's magic is the fastest and most powerful, and it is most suitable for bows and arrows. Miss Sagan integrates control, defense and interference. Might not be able to actually do damage to Alexander, but it's a great support." Seeing the plan come to light, Ludwig waved his wand, and the swarm of insects that survived the explosion rushed towards Alexander's feet, but were blocked by the high temperature steam. His wings were wide open, and a silent scream came out from his mouth. The sound waves swept around, smashing the mayflies that were slowly approaching him into pieces. Do you know what transfiguration is? Nelson asked himself. Of course, transfiguration is what can change back and forth. Don't you think I'm a fool? Transfiguring a stupid big guy to bully you? Could it be? Ludwig trembled in his heart and shouted into the air with a sharp voice, be careful. Tom and Margaret made preparations early on. As soon as Ludwig finished speaking, all parts of Alexander's forearm began to twist and change except for the skeleton of the 3 long poles. A little big is lonely, a little big is small, and Alexander is not just big. Pieces of gears and parts fell off Alexander's arm, forming mayflies of various shapes in the air. They circled around the arm and lined up quickly, raising their eyes to shoot a salvo. Several pieces of silver shields with hidden blades surrounded Tom and Margaret's trash, entering and exiting 7 times in the formation of mayflies, as if entering a land of no one. But their footsteps were still blocked. Looking at more and more mayflies around them that almost formed a wall, Tom's face became serious. If they don't break through quickly, they will soon fall into the same situation where they faced endless enemies before. Strange circle. Seeing this, Ludwig yelled and rushed towards them with a volley of mayflies. When he was approaching Tom, he first pointed his wand at the 2 of them, and a sound-absorbing barrier appeared beside them. Then, he opened his mouth wide, vomiting blood from the throat. Tom and Margaret couldn't hear him making any noise, but saw the mayflies around them falling down like dumplings. Ludwig waved his broken wings, and a gust of wind swayed behind him. He grabbed the arms of Tom and Margaret, ignored the blood bursting from the wound, and flew straight towards the golden gear on top of Alexander's head. Chapter 282 Alexander's desperate battle. Ludwig passed through the hail of bullets and threw himself to the top of Alexander's head, and his own broken wings could no longer maintain his flight. After putting the 2 of them back to the ground with the last bit of strength, he lost his balance completely. Driven by inertia, it flew towards the pointer throne. Nelson's familiar blonde hair appeared in his eyes, and there was a smile on the corner of his mouth. The test can indeed reveal many problems. It seems that the defense of the head is not enough. Nelson stood up from the throne with his hand on the armrest, holding a wand in his left hand, and pulled a flower in the air. Alexander's head was soon covered by the fog of disorientation. He stretched out his empty right hand, and a flash of lightning shot from under Alexander's feet into the sky and shot into his hand. On Nelson's shoulder, mist of loss poured into his hand, condensing into the handle of a double-pointed spear. He raised the spear and pointed at the 3 people on the opposite side. Bring it on. Ludwig closed his eyes and rushed towards Nelson, but a sudden pulling force from his lower back made him open his eyes, turned his head, and saw Tom holding a black chain and pulling him back. He's been preparing for too long. We can't do without you. Tom patted Ludwig's shoulder with a smile and took out a bottle of Bacon from his pocket. Let's recover now. When you recover, come help us again. By the way, save some money. You are indispensable. Margaret Hunt, a warrior cannot be left behind. N. Ludwig nodded vigorously and unscrewed the lid of Bazine with trembling hands. Rescuing Ludwig took too much time, causing Tom to lose the opportunity to attack, and the fog of confusion quickly spread in front of them, just excluding Ludwig. Ludwig swallowed and looked at the wall of fog that was stirring in front of him. Countless faces poked out of the fog and were caught by pale hands. It was obvious that there was a great danger hidden inside. He couldn't help worrying about the other 2 warriors. Come in when you're ready. Nelson's voice came from the mist. I don't want to take advantage of others. In the lost fog, Tom and Margaret kept a distance of 2 meters and groped forward towards the direction of the throne. This happened to be the furthest distance they could see each other and help each other. The 2 held up their wands. I'm well prepared. 3 silver shields flew around the 2 of them, and a rope net hidden in the dark was ready at any time. Tom called out small snakes and swam on the floor, looking for Nelson's figure. Clang. Tom turned his head sharply and looked behind Margaret. The point of the spear flashing with lightning poked out of the mist and was barely blocked by Margaret's returning silver shield. The silver glow still melted the silver shield quickly. Tom's backhand shot an obstacle spell behind the tip of the gun, but it hit the empty space. Nelson missed a hit and quickly fled away. It's so fast. Tom gritted his teeth and shouted back, "Can't. When you saw Na just now, was he wearing a coat?" "I did not notice," Ludwig yelled, pulling his throat. "Let's do something." Tom cursed secretly and continued to move firmly in Nelson's direction while cleaning up the mayflies on the road. "Get down," Margaret suddenly yelled. Tom didn't understand why she yelled, but he still bent down instinctively. He saw the point of the gun piercing out of the fog of confusion in front of him, and it missed. That one rushed to the tip of the gun, and this time it seemed to hit. The muffled sound of the blade piercing into the flesh came from the mist. It was the sound of blood dripping. Tom's expression was a little anxious, but he still maintained the speed just now and continued to move forward until his feet stepped into a puddle of water on the ground. He turned around and found that Margaret had fallen behind. 3 meters away from him, a pair of hands made of white mist were slowly covering Margaret's eyes. "I understand why your eyesight is bad, Miss Sagan," Nelson whispered in her ear. "It's not that you can't see clearly, you just want to see more clearly. Since ideas can come true, can you see the appearance clearly? What differences are there?" Margaret was stunned. Her hands were hanging limply by her side, and only her last rationality maintained her movement of holding the wand. A thick wall made of lost fog approached from behind Margaret. The tiny face was full of unwillingness to die and nostalgia for memory. Hands made of white fog protruded from the fog wall one by one. They either hugged or dragged, gradually closing the distance between Margaret and the wall. "Your transfiguration is a confusion spell, right?" Nelson asked softly. "No, all your magic is a confusion spell." Margaret's eyes widened, and the double image of the lost fog in front of her made her feel dizzy. Trick the masonry into thinking they're soldiers. Fool the hair into thinking it's the blade. Fool the enemy into thinking they're defeated. Fool the wand into thinking you've cast the right spell. Nelson marveled. Said, "How can there be such unreasonable magic in the world, even if you didn't use it deliberately? But I really almost agreed to your invitation that day." At this moment, Margaret was completely covered by the outstretched hand in the lost mist, and the thin mist was invading her body from her ears, nose and mouth along with Nelson's voice. "But you are afraid of it, so you choose to keep your mouth shut, and you even seldom talk to people." Margaret, who was disturbed by the fragmented memories in the lost fog, only felt that Nelson's voice was gentle and full of bewitching, which made her agree. "You're afraid of it, just like you're afraid of me." "I'm not afraid." "Margaret, are you afraid of me?" On the rostrum, Dumbledore, who noticed this scene, frowned, stretched out a hand, and held it against his nose. His eyes were patrolling the auditorium, as if looking for a familiar figure. "What the hell is Wiltoning doing?" Constance's expression was equally serious. "You taught him this too?" "No, but these two things combined." He shook his head and remained silent. "Margaret, don't be afraid," Nelson encouraged. "I have nothing to be afraid of. There is nothing in the world to be afraid of." As early as when he signed up for the Triwizard tournament, Nelson had already noticed the strangeness of Margaret's magic. That night, he asked for help from his former subordinate who was on a business trip in France, because he proposed a replacement to go to the Antarctic scientific research. The reply was quick, and with the help of Gallon, a medical case sent from St. Pinnell's Magic and Mental Hospital presented Margaret in front of Nelson like an autopsy. A young witch who was once thought to be a squib or a silencer, after 3 years of conditioning by Nicole Flamel, was finally able to release her magic. She had an uncontrollable ability to confuse others since she was a child, but this it also makes it difficult for her to use other magic. In addition, the magic power released all the time makes her develop slower than ordinary people, and her body and magic power are extremely weak, especially her spirit. Squeezed dry, and it only got worse as she consciously fought against her ability to do so. "Everyone says that you are an anomaly, and even your most respected Nicole Flamel called the help for you treatment. But are you really sick? Is it an anomaly to be different from others? I'm a different kind. I'm sick and need treatment. Your younger brother is being bullied by others in Bogsbuttons every day for supporting you." The white mist had already pulled Margaret closer to the fog wall behind her, and she was bound tightly by chains of pure and flawless shackles. If they can really cure you, then why are they afraid of you? Yes, I'm not a patient. Margaret's breathing gradually stabilized, and her tense expression relaxed, revealing a mournful face. Some people are like this. If they don't make any expressions, they look like crying. No. Monster. The lost fog contains the memories of all the dead. A sentence coincided with Margaret's reverse scale, and her mood suddenly became unstable. The fog wall finally found an opportunity to invade her spirit and pull her consciousness into the blurred illusion. She took a big gulp of air, looked at the pure white world surrounded by skyscrapers, and raised her hands blankly. Sorry, Miss Sagan. Nelson stood in front of her and said with a smile, you are too difficult. I can only trick you into this place, but don't worry, the magic power in the misty illusion is different from the outside. You can finally get some sleep. The scenery changed quickly, and Margaret appeared in a room on the top floor of the building next to her. Nelson stood outside the door and said softly, go to sleep, and when you wake up, you will feel refreshed. From the audience's point of view, Margaret was engulfed in white mist, and then walked out with her head down inexplicably. Just when they thought Nelson's magic had failed, Margaret suddenly raised her head. Her eyes pure white waves surged in the sky, and then raised the wand. Self-rotating sharp blades were born from the void, and pure white soldiers walked out of the fog wall holding various weapons. Is Margaret going to fight back? Everyone thought so, and she did it, but she was attacking everyone she could attack indiscriminately. Soldiers charged into the mist, wreaking havoc while the whirling blades flew through the air, hitting Tom straight in the back, and being thankfully stopped by a barrier. It might have been honorable otherwise. Miss Sagan. Sagan. Tom turned his head. What's the matter with you? What responded to him was a series of sharp blades after the position was exposed. Margaret's unconscious attack lacked her restraint. The blade became indestructible, and Nelson's property was also badly damaged. Oh, it's too difficult for me. Tom sighed and dodged forward to avoid the attack. I'm coming. Ludwig's voice sounded from behind Tom. You're coming. Tom took the time to reply. You can get your pension if you come later. To resist Margaret's indiscriminate attack, find Nelson's direction, and turn around to talk to Ludwig, which makes Tom feel extremely tired. Wind. Ludwig screamed with the unique voice of the supersonic bat, and then, a hurricane with sonic waves came from behind Tom, and the lost fog that lacked maintenance became thinner and gradually dissipated. The surrounding scene also became clear. The fog cleared, revealing the figure of Nelson standing proudly in the center. He is holding a light gun, and it seems that he has maintained this movement for a long time. He was wearing a shirt with oily cuffs, a pair of well-washed overalls, and a pair of high-top dragon leather boots, with the trouser legs tucked into the boots. Tom could even imagine him assembling those pieces in this suit. Gears, the scene that endows each mayfly with intelligence. The right hand holding the light gun is covered by the armor made of gears. The structure without any protection ability cannot be called a real armor. The gears rotate rapidly, pulling the transmission shaft to lift the spear, as if growing outside the body. Average muscle. A red lens floats in front of his right eye. Nelson closes his left eye and leans back in a standard javelin pose. Every gear shone with astonishing light, and their rotational speed even exceeded the limit of naked eye observation. Only discs were seen sitting around Nelson's arms, and the magic power was transmitted upwards from the gears on his shoulders, acting as a gear. When it goes out and stops spinning, the next cog takes over its power, and the magic is transmitted to Nelson's wrist within seconds. Tom raised his wand and waved it crazily. One after another powerful spells rushed towards Nelson without money, but the power of the light gun was too powerful. It could have hindered the progress of magic, not to mention the endless mayflies standing in an iron wall in front of Nelson. In the next second, the sound of breaking wind and a ray of light passed by Tom's ear, and his ear was even cut by the gust of wind. But Tom didn't even have time to check his wounds. He turned his head in horror. Ludwig still had that confident smile on his face. He spread his wings, held the spell tightly, and swooped forward, ready to rush to the rescue. But a light gun pierced through his right chest, pinning him firmly to the ground. The electric light from the tip of one gun paralyzed his whole body, while the silver light emitted from the tip of the other gun began to dissolve and deform from his chest. His wings became shriveled, and gradually shrank into his body. His fangs, red eyes and other non-human features are also gradually faded. His expression didn't change at all, but the smile on his human face looked sad and embarrassed. His throat suddenly moved, and then there was a sound of retching, but what he spit out wasn't blood, but it's a green toad. It raised its head, looked at Ludwig who was nailed to the ground, stuck out its tongue, and poked his ankle. Then, it hopped and hid in the fog that hadn't completely dissipated. Nelson took a deep breath, and the gears all over his right arm fell off one by one, and they fell to the ground with a crisp sound. Now, it's just us. Chapter 283. I've been waiting for you for a long time. Nelson raised his left arm and pointed his wand straight at Tom. The breeze blew his half-length hair, and the thin mist of mist surrounded his body. Bright spots. I didn't stop on the road. And Tom tidied up his appearance, with his left hand behind his back, and his right hand raised his wand to his chest in the posture of a knight holding a sword. No, you stopped. You even waited at the door. Nelson shook his head, flicked his wrist, and a crimson beam shot at Tom's chest. You made me wait too long. I think you had a great time playing with them. Tom turned his body, his wand slightly tilted, and the red beam was refracted by a transparent object that suddenly appeared in the air and turned to one side. But nah, it shouldn't be that hard. Whoosh, the spell flew behind Tom and hit something. The next second, a thick black wand swirled and drew a beautiful parabola, flying towards Tom from behind. He grabbed the flying wand with his backhand, and Ludwig, who was twitching behind him, groaned and moaned. Tom put the wand in his pocket and shouted without looking back, "Sorry, cunt. I didn't mean to." Hum. It looks like he forgave you. Nelson tilted his head, dodging the flying blade controlled by Margaret, who lost his mind, and at the same time, jumped back a step, dodging the green snake attacking from under his feet, and stepped on its tail. The little snake, it seems, that he came out to work before the full moon. His bulging head was dazedly rubbing against the shoes. His fangs the size of rice grains scratched the strong dragon skin and quickly ground his own teeth. "Accept your weapons." Nelson kicked the teething snake away, pointed at Tom and shouted. Immediately afterwards, a faint blue lightning shot out from the wand and shot towards Tom. Sneak attack, right? Tom resisted Nelson's attack with the iron armor curse and quickly retaliated. Aviderate a big melon. A black light shot out from the tip of the staff and hit Nelson's face. The two circled around on the field above Alexander's head, standing together, and the frequency of releasing the spell was getting faster and faster, and the beams of various colors collided in the air, bursting out gorgeous fireworks. Even though every one of Nelson's spells is acute arms, and every one of Tom's is Avider a big melon, the spells they use are almost the same. The ground under his feet shook slightly, and Alexander's left arm was still struggling with the black python summoned by Tom. After Tom didn't need to be distracted to think about how to break through to Nelson, the black python finally didn't have to do the control work it was not good at up. Its body will quickly collapse under each round of Mayfly attacks, but new individuals will soon be born in the escaping black smoke. As the battle progresses, the black python split into two large ones, and the remaining ones the black smoke turned into tiny poisonous snakes, pierced through the gaps in the pipes, and penetrated into Alexander's body. Although the scorching steam in the pipes crushed them in an instant, their bodies could all be destroyed in a very short time. After being supplemented, he had an inseparable fight with the one-armed Alexander for a while. Alexander had no choice but to release more functions. Part of the bolts on its huge body fell off, sucking the surrounding air into the body like a whirlwind cloud. The fiend fire in the blast furnace burned more violently after getting more fuel, and the turbulent heat flowed down the pipeline conducted into the right arm. Its bones and armor were roasted red, and the snakes that touched the body emitted blue smoke, making a sizzly la la barbecue sound. Quickly lost its shape and condensed into black smoke again, and the lost fog in the pipeline seized the opportunity to devour these disembodied wreckage and cooperated with the mayflies outside the body to strangle these annoying things. The black smoke under Tom's control seems to have wisdom far beyond what others expected. It is no longer obsessed with the shape, but completely abandons the big snake. It all disperses into black smoke, pours into the pipeline, and competes for the traffic arteries in Alexander's body. Although Nelson designed a strict defense for Alexander, there are still many loopholes in the unfinished body that has been transformed hastily, and the magic logic that operates on its own is also difficult to deal with such emergencies that are not in the preset plan, and there are still some black smoke flowing along the pipe rush to Alexander's head, and the little green snake just now was one of them. Now, on the platform above Alexander's head, wisps of black smoke are rising through the gaps in the armor, mixing with the lost mist floating in the air, and the border is showing a delicate gray. Nelson and Tom are walking in the gray background, casting spells at each other, while avoiding or defending against Margaret's indiscriminate attacks. However, the metal soldiers she created experienced the regret of dying before they were able to succeed. Before they had time to play any role, they shut down because of the failure of the master. Nelson and Tom not only use their bodies to avoid under each other's spell, they started the doctrine of soldier control and persuasion almost at the same time. Whenever Tom passed a metal soldier, brightly colored poisonous snakes would emerge from under his feet, and they would quickly penetrate into the soldier's body through the cover of Tom's body. Tom's eyes turned scarlet at some point, his expression was indifferent, his movements precise, but his eyes were wild. Nelson didn't see the little snake, but he noticed Tom's eyes, and became very careful. When he passed the soldiers, he didn't stay idle either. The tiny gears rolled and embedded into the soldiers' joints, and the mist that had been thinned by the strong wind invaded through the gaps in the armor on the soldiers' heads. After a while, the two circled around the platform. Nelson came to the front of the throne again, sandwiched between two soldiers with swords. "Nah!" Tom suddenly yelled, hiding behind a soldier with a shield. "Disarm!" Nelson was stunned. How did Tom steal his lines? But Tom didn't shoot the spell. Just in the blink of an eye, two scarlet lights suddenly lit up under the hollow helmet of the sword-wielding soldier behind Nelson, and came out neatly. The sword pierced his chest in an instant, and there was the sound of gears gnashing in the body of the shield bearer in front of Tom. There was an invisible fog under his helmet. Then, his joints twisted in the opposite direction, and his thick arms hugged tightly. He stopped Tom, turned his head 180 degrees, and stared at Tom closely with the face of the mist, and the lost mist gushed out from the helmet, covering Tom's face. Looking at this scene, he lowered his head to look at the point of the sword sticking out of his chest. Nelson raised his eyebrows, and even laughed. Ahem. Under the huge embrace of the shield-bearing soldier, the air in Tom's lungs was squeezed out a little bit, his breathing became difficult, and his face was flushed. Like Nelson, he also showed sure enough, with a smile, "I knew." Nelson leaped forward, his whole body slipped from the sword, his torn shirt exposed the body underneath, and a hideous penetrating wound appeared. Even the hearts of the audience were tense. "Nelson won't be stabbed to death by Tom?" Alfred exclaimed in a fuss. "No, right?" Wahlberger rarely hit his younger brother, but just stared at the water curtain. After all, Nelson also avoided the left chest of the Durmstrang man. "Tom has no reason." Her voice was getting weaker and weaker. The wizards on the rostrum were not very worried. Being used to strong winds and waves, they at least knew that a person who was stabbed in the chest would spurt blood after the sharp weapon was pulled out, let alone laugh. Although Nelson's shirt was torn, but only slightly wet, Nelson pointed his wand at his chest, and the flesh and blood on the wound turned into water. The tension on the surface instantly healed the hole. He put down his wand, and the young skin was intact and even a little smoother. "Human deformation?" Tom spoke with increasing difficulty. "When did you learn it?" Nelson didn't answer, just raised his wand and pointed it at Tom. "Well, it's really boring," Tom said disappointedly. His right hand, which was still able to move freely, turned the wand upside down and stuck it on the leg of the soldier holding the shield. A flash of red light flashed, and the soldier holding the shield exploded from the inside. The gears embedded in the body exploded together with other mechanical structures, shooting in all directions. Nelson had no time to catch his breath, and Sayazi ran to the throne and hid behind it. Freed from the bondage, Tom narrowed his eyes and pointed to Nelson's hiding place. The same red light as before converged on the tip of the staff. "It's hard to deal with people who use spells well." Nelson waved his wand cursingly, and most of the metal soldiers started with the sound of uniform gears, and they all rushed towards Tom. "You should reflect and reflect. You are the dragon's heartstring magic wand." Looking at the soldiers surrounded from all directions, Tom stared through the crowd at Margaret, who was still wielding a blade to wreak havoc. His whole face collapsed. "Is this your role?" He waved his magic wand helplessly, and the soldiers who had been penetrated by the snake glowed red under their masks and hurriedly moved to pounce on the attacking enemy. Nelson's core soon gained the upper hand. Transfiguration wizards are so difficult. Black smoke billowed under Tom's feet, and he rose into the air, leaping over the ranks of soldiers, and rushed towards Nelson surrounded by summoned VIPs. The poisonous snakes entangled their mouths wide open, drops of venom dripping from their ferocious fangs, whizzing past in midair like a group of colorful poisonous clouds. The soldiers controlled by Nelson and the battle group under their feet threw their weapons, but they were all blocked by the snakes who were not afraid of death. Standing behind the throne, Nelson poked his head out to look at the flying Tom. The mayfly's harassment was almost meaningless to him. Simple magic lasers were difficult to kill snakes on a large scale, and he had no time to control the mayfly to launch a more powerful combo magic. I saw him raising his wand and thrusting it into the tall chair back. As Tom got closer, he saw the pointer-shaped chair back rapidly shrinking in proportion with the sound of gears snapping together. Nelson, who was hiding behind, was quickly exposed out. The red light on the tip of his staff had reached its peak, and as he swung his arms in the air, a crescent-shaped red arc shot out in front of him, and all the poisonous snakes touched by the arc exploded on the spot. Seeing that Nelson lost the protection of the throne, and the arc was approaching, Tom's eyes showed a trace of panic, for fear that he would kill Nelson by mistake. The pointer continued to shrink, and there was only 1 meter left. It looked like it had been dismantled from the dial of a big clock. Under the watchful eyes of Tom and all the audience, Nelson reached into the root of the pointer and pulled it out. Exclamation mark. The shrunken back of the chair is more like a pointer, and the patterns on it are becoming more and more exquisite, but when it is held upside down by Nelson, people can see that it is actually a pointer-shaped chair surrounded by various gears sword. I saw Nelson swinging the pointer upwards. The tip of the sword just touched the red arc shot by Tom. Tom shook his head. Everything touched by this magic will explode by itself, and the power of the explosion is related to the mass of that thing. Thinking that the sword seemed to be made of a heavy chair back, Tom closed his eyes in despair. Although he knew that Nelson would definitely survive the explosion, and that Miss Joy's superb medical skills could restore him to his original state, he's still difficult to face the scene where Nelson is blown bloody. The audience did not close their eyes. Although they were equally nervous, they were more curious about what would happen next. Holding his breath, he stared at the water screen without blinking. The imaginary explosion sound did not come. Tom opened his eyes and saw that Nelson held the sword against the arc light. Bursting sparks splashed at the junction of the arc light and the blade, and a needle point pointed at the wheat grass. The camera zoomed in, and the audience suddenly discovered that the sword looked smooth and flat, but it was actually made up of small parts biting and splicing together. The parts at the tip of the sword fell off piece by piece under Nelson's control, and transformed into a ray concave mirror-shaped shield with a smooth surface. The arc light is only connected to the shield that is separated from the sword body. Although each small shield will explode on the spot after less than a second, its concave mirror can change the direction of the arc light little by little. Finally, after losing an unknown number of small parts, the direction of the arc light was completely changed. It slashed across the blade, soared into the sky, and disappeared into the clouds. The audience finally sucked back the oxygen they lacked due to suffocation, and the air in the auditorium suddenly became thinner. They looked at Nelson, who pointed his sword at Tom in the air, and looked at each other. The wizards imagined all kinds of solutions Nelson could have to deal with the arc, but they didn't expect him to pull out a sword. "It's so unmagical," exclaimed a Bogsburton student. "No, Godric Gryffindor, one of the founders of Hogwarts, used to have a sword." Hagrid, who was sitting behind him, explained sternly and far-fetchedly. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 284. Sir, times have changed. Nelson maintained the posture of resisting the arc light. The sword in his hand became hot and red, and then a slender column of steam shot out from the hole in the mouth of the hilt, and the blade cooled down immediately, with complicated patterns surging like a riverbed, a torrent of magic. He lowered his arms, hung the long sword by his side, and pulled out a beautiful sword flower. Although the movement of swinging the sword just now was as stiff as if he was playing golf, at least this posture seemed to have been specially practiced. The eyes of the audience were attracted by the gorgeous rapier in his hand. The slender golden sword widened a little at the tip, and then tightened quickly, just like the second hand on a clock. Circles around the body of the sword, slowly turning, constantly accumulating magic power for it, making the light on it more and more vigorous. As Dumbledore kept zooming in on the camera, the knowledgeable wizards discovered that the dazzling luminous patterns on the sword body were not only the gaps between the parts, but also the overlapping ancient runes. It has a decorative effect, and it also endows a sword with magic power such as sharpness, repair, durability, combination, and magic resistance. The two were surrounded by metal soldiers fighting in disorder, but they never got closer. Nelson raised his empty hand and snapped his fingers. The mayflies scattered around gathered around him in an instant, and the stars surrounded the moon. It spun rapidly, resisting the spells that Tom kept shooting. He jumped up under the spell, and the mayflies around him turned into discs in the air, becoming the ladder Nelson vacated. His persistence in climbing the stairs with weight for many years finally paid off at this moment. The weak wizard, on the contrary, looked like a general rushing to battle, with a long sword in his hand, and his blonde hair was like a lightning bolt flying in the air, tossing and turning. He rushed towards Tom. In the blink of an eye, Tom saw Nelson, who had been standing on the ground, suddenly appear in front of him, grabbing the hilt of his sword, and stabbing him obliquely towards his throat from bottom to top. He hurriedly stepped back, the body flying in the air lost its center of gravity, and almost fell down. "You're a wizard, nah." Tom quickly backed away, and opened the distance, but Nelson pursued the victory, swung his long sword, and stabbed left and right. The snakes serving as protection were smashed to pieces, and the black smoke recovered at a speed that couldn't keep up with the speed of destruction. The two were chasing each other. Tom moved around in embarrassment, and persuaded earnestly, "Really, you are a wizard, not a reckless man. Flying without the help of magic props is a rare ability among wizards." Tom naturally occupies a favorable position. As Nelson moved away from the range of the Mayfly army during the chase, he was gradually unable to keep up with Tom's speed. Isn't that magical enough? Recognizing this, Nelson stopped his forward-leaning momentum, jumped down from the air, and stood up after deftly rolling around on the ground. Standing with legs separated one after the other, holding the sword in the backhand, the rune representing combination lights up, and the small parts that make up the blade are separated from each other. The unstoppable blade is like flowing water, and is quickly shaped into a shape under the influence of Nelson's magic power. There is a sharp spear point, and the gears surrounding the sword body flicker like the rings of Saturn. They merge into one, flowing towards the tail of the spear point like streamers, and condense into a straight handle. The remaining gears clung to his arm, channeling magic to increase the power of the projection, and Nelson raised the spear, closed one eye, and aimed at Tom. A gentle white light shot from the tip of the gun. Tom's layers of barriers had no effect on it, and finally, the light focused on his right chest. Tom understood that Nelson was just pretending to aim with his eyes closed. The magic had locked onto him. "Then help me identify it. Is this magic enough?" Okay, I admit this looks magical," Tom said, swinging in the air, trying to avoid the lock, waving his hands. "But you have to admit, a wizard with a murder weapon is chasing people hit. That sort of thing sounds weird. That's what you haven't seen before." Nelson shook his head, his muscles tightened violently, the gears wrapped around his arms rotated rapidly, and even deformed due to the high temperature. His body stretched, and then fell back, and in an instant, he pounced forward like a cheetah, let go, and the spear whoosh with a bang. He shot at Tom. Nelson's face turned pale due to exhaustion, but a satisfied smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Regardless of victory or not, at least the magic he tried was successful. The red light in Tom's eyes became more and more intense, and his body receded rapidly, almost faster than a broomstick, chanting spells in parcel tongue that others could not understand. Black smoke quickly gushed out from the gap in the armor above Alexander's head. Boom. The black smoke was too huge, and with a bang, the twisted and deformed armor under Tom's feet was lifted high, rushed into the sky, and fell towards the black lake under the action of gravity. In the black smoke, countless poisonous snakes rushed to the sky, gathered before Tom. They scrambled into a ball and roared at Nelson not far away, making people feel disgusted. But the large number of snakes seemed to welcome them. The spears didn't seem to have been effectively resisted, and their speed didn't even decrease by half, and they fell into the snake group in an instant. The spiral spear tip not only destroys one point, but the surging magic power clears a cylindrical vacuum zone among the snakes. Just when it was about to hit Tom, a huge head turned into black smoke from the dead snake popped out. Alexander's head shook more and more. Hey, I haven't been stabbed enough by the spear. Nelson wiped his face with his hand, and a pair of sunglasses appeared on his face. He was immediately happy. How did you become so big? The molted little basilisk was somehow drugged by Tom, and it became bigger than when Nelson saw it for the first time, comparable to the remains of the basilisk seen in Auschwitz's illusion. Just one head blocked the sunlight above Alexander's head and protected Tom tightly. The audience looked over the water curtain and looked into the sky. Even though they were far apart, two things could still be seen clearly. A giant snake comparable in size to Alexander appeared out of thin air and was tightly entangled around the giant's body. Its upper body was raised high, and the snake's head was slightly higher than the top of the giant. Black and bright snake saliva flowed on the spit out, steaming up. A deadly poisonous mist spread out. Even though its eyes were covered by nebula, it still stared at Nelson's direction. Its stiff face showed complex expressions comparable to human beings, eager to try, hatred, respect, and even a trace of fear. The basilisk jumped on its body, opened its bloody mouth, and swallowed towards the spear. Rows of dense and sharp fangs like sharks suddenly drilled out of its mouth, shining with a chilling aura. Although the basilisk's sharp teeth are almost one of the strongest magic materials in the world, they couldn't resist the sharp weapon full of magic power. As soon as it took off, it was shot right through by the flashing spear. The sharp teeth blocking the path of the spear were torn apart like foam, and the crisp sound like the collapse of a champagne tower was also lost in the thunder that suddenly burst out of his mouth. But it still managed to delay the spear for an instant. Tom dodged to dodge. The spear almost passed him, past the auditorium in the blink of an eye, and became a point of light that disappeared into the sky. The basilisk froze and stayed in place with its head bowed and its chest upright. The stinky blood sprayed out, but soon, the burned wound stopped bleeding, and it looked more like a terrifying sculpture. Panting heavily, Tom looked at Nelson's empty hands and spewed counter magic. In order to make this transformable weapon more powerful, Nelson used his own black walnut wand as its core. You rely on those foreign things too much, Tom shouted, seizing the golden moment when Nelson lost his wand. You should be a powerful wizard and master powerful magic instead of fiddling with those things that anyone can do. Something made. Didn't I use powerful magic? Nelson asked back. Although he lost his wand, the dense mayflies still resisted the first round of attacks for him. At least he still had time to talk to Tom, and he didn't have to be chased like a mouse. You have to know that even the disarming spell can defeat you time and time again in the hands of some people. Bullshit, said Tom, shaking his head, just as Nelson was shaking his wits and saying some wisecrack. By your disarming spell called Disarm of Everything? That's not necessarily true. After a few words, Nelson's protective circle was bombarded by Tom's spell and shrank into a corner, and he finally pulled out another wand from his pocket. The one Tom gave him. Brother wand. Let me see if you can beat him. It's useless to say more. I will use magic to convince you. Tom pursed his lips tightly, and more violent offensives followed. Nelson, who had replaced his wand, suddenly dropped a notch. Such an intuitive feeling made the audience feel he understood the importance of a good piece of equipment, but he didn't seem to panic, and he still retreated calmly. There were fewer and fewer mayflies under Tom's strafing, and even the metal soldiers controlled by Nelson suffered more casualties. There was a palpitation in Tom's heart for no reason. He wanted to resolve the battle faster, so he suspended the offensive, flew to the top of the basilisk, and inserted his hand into the wound, pierced by the spear on the back of the basilisk's head. Its huge body twitched violently, and a nebula covering both eyes slowly opened. On the water curtain in front of the auditorium, a vortex suddenly appeared in the center of the water curtain, showing the face of the basilisk. The audience thought the water curtain was broken. At this time, the voice of the commentator who hadn't seen it for a long time suddenly sounded, "I'm sorry to disturb everyone's audience. Say, I need to clarify that the legendary XXXXX level magical animal that is currently appearing in front of you, the basilisk, the magic power contained in its eyes is lethal. The organizing committee cannot guarantee that you can see the eyes of the basilisk through the water curtain. Will there be any adverse reactions?" So Professor Dumbledore blocked the eyes of the basilisk. There was a loud discussion in the auditorium. Most people were too unfamiliar with the term basilisk. Even the assistant team, who was more professional than him in the commentary, didn't know more about it. Newt was happily explaining its power to the audience around him. For a while, the basilisk created by the ancient black wizard, the instant death magic eye, and the unsolvable and highly poisonous name spread. After multiple rebroadcasts mixed with multiple recreations, Dumbledore heard about it. The basilisk is no longer a dangerous magical animal, but has become a world-destroying monster comparable to Morgan Le Fay, capable of single-handedly defeating 12 Knights of the Round Table and Merlin. And who would have thought that this extremely powerful magical animal was once beaten to the ground by the two young men in front of him in the underground of Hogwarts? Dumbledore obviously knew something, and shook his head with a wry smile. "Hey." Sigmund on the side clapped his hands in surprise. "Durmstrang teaches black magic? Albus, these students of yours seem to have hidden a lot of unique skills." "I taught it." Dumbledore generously embraced Sigmund's accusation of yin and yang. "Basilisks are a stubborn disease that existed at Hogwarts when the school was founded. I can't stop an outstanding student who loves his alma mater from defeating the threat. Classmates are safe monsters, let alone take his spoils." Dumbledore's initiative to take over made Sigmund momentarily at a loss as to what to say, and he choked on the yin and yang words that he had prepared in his stomach, making him extremely uncomfortable. Suddenly, a gust of wind blew up above the auditorium. Everyone raised their heads and saw a terrifying vortex like a giant eye appearing in the clouds above their heads at some point. The cloud pulled out by the airflow was rushing towards Tom's slow condensation. At this moment, Alexander is fighting with the basilisk, who is becoming more and more crazy due to bloodthirsty and Tom's magic. Under Tom's saturation blow, Nelson's action space is compressed to the extent that it is difficult to take advantage of his dexterous body skills. When everyone thought that his defeat was only a matter of time, a long spear that stirred up the thunder shot out from the vortex, followed by several thick thunderbolts that even sucked up the metal objects in the auditorium. Boom. The thunder pierced through the back of the basilisk, instantly making it lose its ability to resist. Only then did Tom understand that the previous red light beam was not meaningless. The spear was still aimed at his right chest and kept chasing him. He could only forcefully use the snake again and again. The monster's flesh and blood resisted, and Newt shook his head. Soon, the basilisk fell limply to the ground again under the same weapon. Soon, Tom's proud hair began to smell of charcoal, and the spear gradually lost the power it had gained from the clouds. Nelson raised his hand, and the spear flew back into his hand. So, holding the wand in his left hand and the spear in his right hand, he came up and fought with Tom, relying on the superior performance of the spear to resist Tom's spell. Stabbing and slashing along the way, he issued a series of expel weapons from the wand in his left hand. The two fought from the sky to the ground, from the ground to the sky, and the weapons in Nelson's hands were constantly changing, from familiar weapons to strange weapons, although Nelson didn't know how to use them. But even if he just swung a stick, with his physical strength, Tom could complain endlessly. The audience was dazzled, and the two black shadows on the field were almost indistinguishable. They could only see the flashes of lightning and various spells when the golden sharp weapon was brandished, until Tom and Nelson suddenly separated, and the weapon in Nelson's hand could not be seen. When suddenly disappeared, replaced by two wands raised by both hands, Tom was surrounded by countless gold needles only a few centimeters away from his body, and froze in place. My lord, times have changed. It's a little bit equivalent to telling the teacher about the embarrassment that I didn't bring when collecting homework. There will be another chapter later, and there will be another chapter tomorrow during the day. Another chapter. Chapter 285 scoring. Tom resisted the Iron Maiden-like spikes around him and walked towards Nelson. The place held by the spikes turned into a half illusory, half solid black smoke, and he walked out unscathed. "You imitated me?" Nelson whistled softly and jumped at Tom. Under the command of his right-hand wand, the spikes quickly materialized and combined with each other. A chain with a dart attached to the head flew towards Tom from behind, dragging a huge net as a hoodcum. But Tom easily cut it in half with another arc. But simply destroying monsters can't make this magical weapon lose its vitality. It can still change into other shapes, hinder Tom's attack, and even there is also a half to attach to the black walnut wand in Nelson's right hand. A slightly thin, but extremely delicate second-hand shaped rapier appeared in Nelson's hands, and those fragments or parts that were still suspended in the air could cooperate with each movement of Nelson's sword, interrupting Tom's attack from time to time, sometimes blocking Tom's retreat, and Tom's hastily cast magic was quickly crushed into powder under the well-prepared props. But Nelson's attack still couldn't help him. The two of them sometimes approached the enemy close to each other, and sometimes distanced themselves from each other. In the flash of magic, their figures passed Ludwig, who was nailed to the ground. He took out the magic wand and threw it to him, and they quickly circled around the crazy Margaret. Dense sharp blades flew around at high speed, constantly impacting the circle of the two of them. The cheeks and even the eyes are only a few centimeters away, and the pierced air can already be felt on the face, giving people a stimulating experience of dancing on the tip of a knife. Tom felt a itch in his back, and didn't bother to check, but as he fought Nelson and his minions, he kept his eyes on Margaret, whose face was dull and her eyes were filled with mist. He threw 2 spells in the past, and seemed to want to knock the warrior who got in the way unconscious. "You guys are really useful," Tom thought bitterly. In the blind spot of his vision, dense golden dots climbed up his back, tore his clothes and got in, and took a closer look. It can be seen that they have only a bulging torso, 8 slender metal legs, and a sharp probe in the lower part of the body, enough to inject any fluid hidden in their torso into anyone. Of course, Nelson didn't put any poison, but just controlled them to occupy Tom's arms. When Tom realized that the joints in his right hand were so stiff that it was difficult to move, he lowered his head and saw a golden arm exposed from under a broken sleeve. My lord, times have really changed. Nelson stopped, stepped forward under the protection of the only remaining metal soldiers, poked Tom's arm, and pulled the wand into his hand with a smile. The golden parts in his right hand disassembled and fell to the ground. He put the 3-1 stuffing it into his pocket. He rubbed Tom's hair with satisfaction. "Not yet, my lord." A sly smile appeared on Tom's face. Boom. Someone's panting sound came from behind. When Nelson opened his eyes again, he had already been moved to the auditorium. He was awakened by the itching on his face. When he opened his eyes, he saw Alfred and White holding 2 quills, one left and one right, drawing back and forth on his face. A few junior students poked their arms back and forth with their wands from a long distance away, as if they were studying some strange object. Nelson lifted his neck, trying to do it, but was interrupted by a sharp pain in the back of his head. "Lie down first," Miss Joyce said. "That you have been hit hard on the back of the head. What might happen?" Alfred stopped writing, thought for a while, and said, "The stress reaction may be disgusting, or you may be unable to hear or see. Just lie down for a while." "Who sneaked up on me?" Nelson said dryly, realizing that he was playing off. "Who else could it be? Tom was tied up by you, and that Durmstrang's small flat head and lungs were pierced by you, and more than half of his ribs were broken." This is what Miss Joyce said, looking at Alfred. What Miss Joyce said just now was not what Miss Joyce said, but what to draw on Nelson's face. At this moment, he figured it out, and began to draw. "Of course it's that woman. Hiss, it's so cruel. It seems that you really annoyed her. You lay on the ground and mended her twice." Miss Joyce said, "If you hadn't used her bone spirit when you were young, you might have been directly beaten to serious injuries. Then I can only go to the school hospital to take care of you." "You?" Nelson shook his head, feeling like a mess in his head. "Can't you find someone gentle and caring to take care of me?" "You think too much. The gentle and caring people have been driven away." Miss Joy also said that only rough care can make you wake up faster. "Where's Tom? Did he win the championship?" Nelson closed his eyes. Almost took 2 sticks. That Sagan seems to be crazy, said White on the side, but before she had time to strike, your giant attacked first, and they all said that you were restricting its function. The moment you lie down, it immediately grows a lot bigger, and it starts to breathe fire. Professor Dumbledore took a long time to restrain it, and then rescue the 4 of you. Tom is okay, he hid in the mouth of that basilisk early on, fearing that his life would be lost, and that crazy guy almost let his little people with big sticks give Dumbledore 2 sticks. Cool. Nelson turned his head vigorously and looked at the platform in the clouds. The towering Alexander stood alone in the sunset, tightly bound by thick golden chains, and restless steam gushed from his joints. Suddenly, the chains were blown apart. Straight. Alexander turned around, looking in Nelson's direction with his twinkling eyes, and then fell silent. Tom just came to see you. He seems very upset. You can now start to explain to yourself that limiting the giant's ability is not a good excuse to fight him. Wahlburger's face appeared before Nelson over Alfred's, crowded with Myrtle, Christian, and a few other acquaintances, and enough nibbling furtively on Wahlburger's hat. Diamond, looking at Nelson's face, she burst out laughing, but she managed to cover her mouth in time, otherwise the painting on his face would be too fancy. Wahlburger took out a mirror and held it up to Nelson, but instead of that, you might as well look at their abstract paintings. This is the scene of your giant fighting the basilisk. Dwight nodded firmly. In the mirror, Nelson's face looked like a strange fat man wearing a watch on his head was stabbing the fire-breathing Tyrannosaurus Rex with a mop. He felt a headache and closed his eyes in pain. The competition field above the Black Lake has been removed. Except for the auditorium, there is only a suspended platform for the 3 warriors to greet and cheer. The 3 of Tom stood in the center of the platform and received the attention from the auditorium. Let us pay tribute to the wonderful performance of the 3 warriors. The voice of the commentary sounded over the Black Lake again, and the audience burst into cheers and applause like a tsunami. He cleared his throat, and the auditorium quickly fell silent. The judges on the rostrum will give scores based on the performance of the warriors when they pass the checkpoint. The 10 judges will each score a maximum of points, with a full score of points. Don't be impatient, everyone. Take advantage of the judges' scoring efforts. Let's continue to applaud the warriors. Woohoo, I swear, this is the most exciting Triwizard tournament I have ever commented on. The judges on the rostrum were discussing enthusiastically, and the commentator also had a lively chat with the audience. His humorous speech made the audience burst into laughter. Indeed, I have only experienced such a Triwizard tournament in my life, but no one can guarantee that someone will invent the magic of traveling through time, so that I can go back hundreds of years and explain the Triwizard tournament at that time. Strong competition, right? Travel through time, simply unheard of. The audience was amused by his mind-blowing ideas, and for a while, the auditorium was filled with joy. By the way, Nelson, Professor Dumbledore asked if you could put your Alexander on the shore of the Black Lake before it gets dark today as a demonstration. Wahlburger's voice sounded in his ear. The guests would like to. It's very curious, especially after you've been hit with a sap. Its shape even looks handsome to me. Aren't you handsome before? Nelson nodded with difficulty. It's okay, but it's not my style, you know. I prefer the kind of, Tom's kind of wizard. Wahlburger said softly. By the way, my father asked me to ask you, buy it? Just say you like Tom. Nelson rolled his eyes. What's your family buying it for? It's not cool, and you think I'll sell it? It's the library over there. Alright. Dear audience, let's take a look at the final results of the 3 warriors. After a long time, the voice of commentary finally floated from above the audience's heads, and the water curtain in front of it collapsed and turned into a round water polo, attracting everyone's attention. First, Mr. Ludwig Kant from Durmstrang. The water polo twisted from its waist, and soon, a transparent hourglass slowly floated into the air, half of which was filled with golden gravel. The judges agreed that Mr. Kant has far superior experience in duels. His spells are precise and crisp, and he can always choose the most suitable magic for a specific situation. In terms of defensive skills, Mr. Cadsine Armor Curse is top notch in terms of defensive ability, defensive area and casting speed, and the special magic he inherited from Durmstrang also played an important role in the challenge of the 3rd level effect. When the commentary read out the evaluation of Ludwig from the judges, wonderful shots of Ludwig emerged on the water curtain that had become an hourglass shape. There was a shot of him saluting seriously before facing Flitwick, and he shrank in a giant. The shot of the orangutan's crotch summoning the key with the flying curse when he finds the opportunity, the shot of being merged with the dragonborn supersonic bat at the bottom of the Black Tower, the shot of crushing the mayfly with wings growing from behind, and being shot, the shot of the spear nailed to the ground. Looking at this scene, Ludwig had mixed emotions in his heart. He put on a new robe, with a thick bandage wrapped around his chest, and now his heart hurts, even when he took a breath. Although he was the first warrior to fall in the 3rd level, he still used his magic and courage to create opportunities for the other 2 competitors to climb the giant and face the enemy. The scene of him shaking his wings and flying towards Alexander's head with a warrior in one hand was played on the hourglass at this moment. For a while, loud applause filled the sky above the lake. So, according to his performance, the judges finally gave a score of 59 points. Among them, the judge who gave the highest score was Professor Dumbledore, the headmaster of Hogwarts, with a full 9 points. The one who gave the lowest score, ahem. The assistant interrupted him and handed him another piece of paper. At the same time, Ludwig clutched his chest and said softly, "I should eat a 0 egg." In the hourglass above the audience's heads, the golden fine sand filled about % of the space. Okay, the narrator shouted amid cheers. The second warrior, Miss Margaret Sagan from Bogues Buttons. Her performance in the 1st and 2nd levels is almost the best among the warriors. Her performance was highly praised by the gatekeepers of the underwater level and the Biscuit Castle level. Everyone must have seen it, although the 1st level was not clearly seen due to the picture problem, but in the 2nd level the response to various dangerous monsters is perfect. Margaret blushed a little. She changed into a long windbreaker, hid her face in the collar of the windbreaker, looked at the 2 audience stands in the air, and gave up the idea of looking for Queenie. Although her disastrous performance at the beginning of the 3rd level caused the other 2 warriors to be almost wiped out by the gatekeeper Nelson Wiltoning without any resistance, the commentator read, while holding up the note in his hand, "But we can still see her magical skills and the transformation technique that is almost comparable to the 3rd level, and, with the help of Tom Riddle, she got rid of the control and found the right time to manipulate the metal soldier she transformed to knock down. Therefore, after the discussion of the jury, we finally gave her a good score of 82 points. Margaret was surprised that she was able to get such a good result. She didn't know that the 2nd level screen that Queenie showed to the public was really shocking. She almost achieved it alone. Impossible things, such as turning a Dementor into ashes, made her grades exceptionally high. The hourglass above my head is % full. The last warrior is Tom Riddle from Hogwarts. Let's see, what can he get for being the fastest to pass the 1st level, passing the 2nd level perfectly, and standing at the end of the 3rd level? Chapter 286, 91 points. The judges agreed that Tom Riddle from Hogwarts gave the best performance in the 1st round of the competition. The commentator read the evaluation from the judges according to the script. He found the weakest point in Newt Scamander's fantastic beasts at an extremely fast speed, and relied on his own strengths to achieve an amazing performance. In the 2nd level, facing the Potion Master's exam questions, he successfully prepared the most perfect antidote, and in the 3rd level, his talents were not limited to the speed of the 1st level and the precision of the 2nd level. Both the mental toughness and the performance in reality are beyond reproach. The students of Hogwarts cheered loudly. His magic skills are solid, and he has mastered a large number of spells, which are distributed in various fields. Whether it is transfiguration, defense against the dark arts, or other spells, he has performed well, and he can even rely on his keen sense of combat. Facing the enemy's encirclement and the opponent's melee combat, he made an effective response, and as the last warrior, he deservedly won the highest score in this round. 91 points. The hourglass above the audience was almost completely filled, bursting out with dazzling light. The audience, please leave the field in an orderly manner. Except for the underwater field, the 7 venues in the competition will be displayed on the bank of the Black Lake until tonight. You can go and observe it, said the warriors in their speeches and various leaders. Finally, the first round of competition was finally over. Warriors, please stay a while. There is some information about the second round that needs to be notified to you. The night gradually deepened, and the tourists around Alexander gradually dispersed. Nelson came to the shore of the Black Lake alone, preparing to recover the giant locked by Dumbledore. He walked to the giant's feet, stroked its icy instep, felt the heartbeat-like sound of the water flowing in the pipe under the high temperature of fiend fire, and felt the arrival of the master. Alexander felt a little dim, one-eyed, brightened up. Bound by golden chains, the gears in its taut body were turning, and the low friction sound seemed to be greeting Nelson. Don't worry, when you truly become yourself, no one can tie you down. Nelson drew out his wand and lightly stroked Dumbledore's chain. The thick chain broke with a sound, turning into particles of light and dissipating in the air. Alexander was finally able to move his body. Although as a machine, it didn't need to move his body, but the joy brought by freedom sounded from this ignorant soul and resonated with Nelson's soul. Come back. Thin lost mist rose around Nelson and mixed with the mist by the lake, completely obscuring the scene that was about to happen. The bolts and rivets all over Alexander's body were pulled out one after another under Nelson's control, and scorching steam flowed from the gap in the pipe. It spewed out from the air, completely enveloping its huge body in mist. I have to say, I haven't seen such a magnificent creation for a long time. An old voice sounded behind Nelson. He turned his head and blinked his eyes. Under the night, a skinny old man stood by the lake. He looked like a rebellious goat. Whether it was a skinny figure or a goat-like beard, it's all kind of funny, like he's a reverse animagus, from a goat to a human. His face can't be seen clearly in the night, but the deep-set eye sockets and angular lines still show a hint of arrogance and meanness. This is not a character that is easy to imagine. There was no reflection of him on the dark water of the Black Lake, but on this starless night, this kind of visibility was normal. The dim light flattened his image, like a two-dimensional painting. Nelson was a little surprised. When Dumbledore just notified him to recover Alexander, he emphasized that the surrounding tourists had been evacuated. What's more, there is no difference between ordinary people walking into the misty fog and entering the labyrinth of Minotaur. Raising his wand vigilantly, he couldn't help but stop dismantling Alexander. On the one hand, he was worried that this was an outlaw with powerful magic power. On the other hand, he was also a little afraid that the parts dropped by Alexander might see him as the old man who couldn't stand the gust of wind when he got up was blown away. The old goat grinned, showing a mouthful of broken teeth, and let out an ugly laugh like a broken bellows. Are you its creator? Nordic boy. Nelson raised his eyebrows. Nordic boy, what a strange name. I built Alexander. He didn't feel any malice from the old man, so he patiently explained to him. So it's called Alexander? The old man seemed to appreciate the name and nodded with satisfaction. Its power is worthy of this name. I saw your current principal almost couldn't do anything with it during the day. If a magic that has been prepared for 3 years is easily defeated by others, then I would be too weak, Nelson said proudly. Although it only has one left arm now, its strength is enough to suppress most of the world's magicians. A creature, the magic power stored in its body can spray an attack equivalent to the power of the obstacle spell for 3 minutes without limit, and the number of spells is equivalent to the number of rivets on its body. It's a pity that I don't have a chance to see it during the day, the old man said regretfully, but his tone was inaudible. I know a giant's ancestor. It is a full 100 meters high, but I dare say that it can only be seen by brute force. It can't defeat this big guy. Ancestor of giants? Nelson recalled for a long time before he remembered the origin of the word. Didn't it mean that the existing giants are just descendants of giants with mixed blood? Could there be any surviving ancestors of giants? Would you not allow an old man like me to learn more when I was young? The old man said dissatisfiedly, stepped forward 2 steps, and pressed his hand on Alexander's other foot. Nelson was afraid that he would be sent away by the electric current from Alexander's body, but the energy from the thunder seemed to be unable to harm him. Just let him. His modest hair and goatee stood up. So what are you going to do now? Have you disassembled it? The old man asked curiously. Don't you hurry up and perfect it? If I have such a big toy, then I have to put it together, even if I don't sleep. I haven't prepared the other parts of it yet. Nelson shook his head and replied with some dissatisfaction. Sir, this is not a toy. That's right, the old man sighed and even made an ancient salute to Nelson. I'm sorry, but I think this kind of war weapon is really no different from a toy at this time. Even if it is powerful, there is no battlefield worthy of it, no enemy that can fight it. Look at that useless cockatrice today. In its hands, it is like a little loach, almost mashed into a puddle of snake soup. Chicken snake. This is another weird word. Nelson thought for a while. It seems to be the ancient wizard's name for the basilisk, because the basilisk is a snake hatched from a rooster's egg. But since modern times, with the discovery of birds and snakes, in order to avoid the two creatures had an unnecessary connection, and people gradually called the basilisk by the name Heerbo originally set. This old man is really weird, and the words he uses are very old-fashioned, like a cultural relic that just crawled out of the grave. The basilisk has just shed its skin once, so it is a little weak. The basilisk is a very dangerous magical animal, Nelson said for the old man who seemed to be completely ignorant of the terrifying creature of the basilisk. I once saw a basilisk skeleton, taller than any tower I've ever seen, almost like a mountain. I may have seen it. The old man stared at Nelson with a strange expression, as if he was saying something strange. But even that basilisk is not a threat to this big guy. Use your observation skills on it. It seems that it is a whole made up of a bunch of parts, but the parts are not really connected. Instead, they are connected by magic through the runes you set. I understand that those high power magics targeting a single body can only take effect on one part of your Alexander with this structure, including the eyes of the basilisk and some advanced magics that are difficult to defend against. Nelson was amused. It seemed that the old man was still knowledgeable, so he raised his wand again and began to disassemble Alexander's body. After the bolts fell off, the joints of the various parts were no longer tight, starting from the arm, the lens, the lever, and the armor in the gears. Pieces fell off under the crowd, and the tall giant quickly turned into a few piles of parts suspended in the air and a skeleton that was still upright. The exposed blast furnace twisted the surrounding air into dancing sun flames. Its eyes still not extinguished, but after losing the protection of the shell, it can be seen that the one eye is composed of countless tiny mayfly compound eyes, which capture the images of all the details in front and transmit them into Alexander's brain. After the bones around the eye sockets were removed, the mayflies that made up the eyes and various organs scattered, spread their wings, and flew to the ground, surrounding Nelson. Standing next to Nelson, the old man kept asking about the functions of each component, and he didn't even know the basic gears. This further strengthened Nelson's idea this is an old antique that doesn't go out very much. It would be great if we had this kind of weapon back then. The old man seemed to be aroused, and he chattered endlessly. It wouldn't be so uncomfortable. But speaking of it, a crappy lunatic who took off something gave the world has brought big troubles. It's hard to imagine if this big guy is taken off by you. TSK. The old man smacked his lips and shook his head. What are you talking about? Nelson hated the Riddler most in his life. I saw that you wore a medal on the day of the ball. Don't you know? The old man was surprised instead. Didn't they tell you? No what? Nelson knew that the old man was talking about the Guardian of the Garter medal, but he didn't know what mystery he was playing. Take the teacher at Hogwarts, Buns. He should still be teaching history of magic. The old man gave an example. He is a ghost. I used to know him very well. History of magic is my best subject. Nelson said without turning his head, while manipulating the gears on some delicate parts to turn back into small silver balls, which turned into slender silver dragons, and poured into his pocket, while those thick joints, levers, and armor turned back to their original the building materials, engulfed by the lost fog, were sent to another world, where they formed another tower. Hey, it's really rare. The old man exclaimed in admiration, as if he had seen some rare treasure. This is the quality education we emphasize. All-round development. Bins probably won't meet someone like you for hundreds of years student. Are you a former Hogwarts student or teacher? Nelson felt that he had already guessed the identity of the old man. Although he was a little dissatisfied with his disrespectful words of Professor Binns, his politeness still brought a trace of respect into his tone. Basically, I did stay at Hogwarts for a while. The old man said vaguely. Do you know why Beans turned into a ghost? In order to find a solution to the Dementors at the border between life and death. Nelson frowned and turned around. He couldn't bear the old guy's disrespect to Professor Binns. Huh? That's what he told you? The old man looked very surprised and kept shaking his head. No, oh, I see. He didn't want to scare the people who came later. He was really gentle, huh? What? Nelson stared at the old man's face, feeling a little familiar. To tell you the truth, it is not possible for a wizard to become a ghost after death. The old man's expression suddenly became serious. In fact, the door of Bean's cuthboard was entrusted by him. I prepared it for him when I was no longer at Hogwarts. You listening to the old man's more and more mysterious guesses. A terrible guess emerged in Nelson's heart. But the old man didn't give him a chance to ask questions and said sternly, the real purpose of Bean's cuthboard's transformation into a ghost is to use himself as the most authentic and detailed historical data and to assist the next generation of wizards to rebuild after the wizard society perished this world. Clang, the last piece of gear fell into Nelson's pocket and the last brick of the Dark Tower took its place in the Twilight Zone. The place where the giant stood just now has become a flat ground. Only 2 huge footprints introduced Alexander who passed by here, and where the old man stood, a painting wrapped in oil paper was deeply inserted into the ground. Nelson remembered this when watching the replay. He saw the scales of the basilisk flying around under Alexander's iron fist, and one of them fell here. Salazar Slytherin. Nelson bowed solemnly. A yawn came from the portrait. Please send my portrait to the principal. And one more thing. The portrait on your school history illustration is seriously distorted. I actually look like this. Chapter 287. The inner ghost is actually me. Nelson, you are so fat. As soon as the door of the lounge was opened, a 5-layer cake as tall as a person came into view. Under his arm was an oil painting wrapped in oil paper. It looked like a painting thief was caught at the entrance of the museum with. What's the matter? Anyone's birthday? Looking at the fruit-covered cake with candles inserted, Nelson took a step back and choked out happy birthday. No, this is for you. Alfred pushed the dining car and sang the school song in the tune of a birthday song. The students around him accompanied him in harmony. Only then did Nelson see clearly the words written in strawberry jam on the cake. Hogwarts must win. A smile appeared on his face unconsciously. He received a grand welcome from his classmates. Everyone crowded around and surrounded him, as if he was the real warrior. Shulingling's big eyes confessed affectionately, you look so handsome lying on the ground, after being hit with a sap. This is a cheerful girl with wheat-colored skin and unruly black hair, as if struck by lightning. People often regard her as a wizard from Africa, because of her image, but she is a real British guy. Nelson only felt a mouthful of old blood, and his eyes went dark, which was worse than being hit by a sap. Thank you. Do you want to be as handsome as me, Dalian? Nelson stared at the smiling girl in front of him with an unkind expression, and threatened, I can help you, but I have a big sap. You have to bear with it. Quack quack quack. Alfred let out a duck-like laugh, and the lounge was as cheerful as a holiday. He noticed the portrait tightly wrapped in oiled paper in Nelson's hand and asked curiously, what is this? German engineer? This is a portrait. Nelson shook his head, leaned the portrait against the back of the chair, and asked casually, where's Tom? Has he come back yet? Not yet. We've been waiting for him, Wahlberger said excitedly. His performance in the first game was awesome. Of course, Nelson said resentfully, non-committal. At least he survived Margaret's sap. Okay, let's eat the cake. Alfred was already hungry to wait for the 2 contestants, and he just picked up the knife to distribute the cake. Do you eat any fruit? I'll cut a piece for you. No, Professor Dumbledore gave me some lemon biscuits. Nelson declined the midnight cake, but if Tom comes back later it's okay. We have prepared a big meal for him. Alfred moved quickly, and all the Slytherins lined up to receive the cake from him. Also, everyone has been waiting for a long time, so we must eat something. Only when you have something, can you have the energy to celebrate, don't you? After a while, everyone got his own piece of cake and enjoyed the joy of victory together in this crowded lounge. By the way, what do you think the information about the second level they said would be? Alfred, who had finished sharing the cake, was also full and sat in the corner of the lounge near the door with Nelson, who was also empty-handed. Could it be a riddle or something? Generally speaking, in some famous literary works, Nelson recalled the Triwizard Tournament in his impression and replied casually, "This information of the second level will be a golden egg that can be opened, but it is easy to when you open it, you can only hear a noise similar to the scream of a banshee. Only by taking it to the prefect's bathroom on the 6th floor and opening the golden egg in the water, can you hear the sound inside and know the content of the next game." Squeak. The door of the lounge opened, and Tom walked in with a tired face holding a large golden egg. He just heard Nelson's nonsense, and his expression suddenly changed. "Is this the prophet?" Tom gave Nelson a deep look with the eyes of "I really believe in evil," and suddenly remembered the bet with Nelson, put the golden egg aside, and put his right hand on his chest before him, bowed deeply. "Thank you, my great Lord Dark Lord. Nelson scratched his head, the question mark above his head jumped. "I'm just kidding." Tom didn't listen to his explanation and ran out holding the egg on his own, without even closing the door. It seems that he went to find the prefect's bathroom. Alfred, who was ignored from the beginning to the end, shrugged and sighed. "Is this the strength of the prophet? Well, I admit, this is what Durmstrang's principal Sigmund called me during dinner." Nelson stood up, picked up the portrait at hand, and chased it out the door. "Hey, Tom, wait for me." "Telephone? What's that?" Alfred rubbed his chin, thinking about Nelson's random information. Could it be that the referee team has already ended up participating in cheating? The corridor outside the Slytherin lounge is still the same as before, like the underworld. In order to show the college style in front of other school personnel, Professor Slughorn specially arranged for the school staff to replace the candles in the corridor with green flames. In the lounge, Nelson felt like he was robbing a grave. Holding the golden egg, Tom had already walked a long distance and was about to disappear around the corner. He was stopped by Nelson's cry, and he turned around. Under his miserable green face was a candle dyed by candles. Fluorescent green golden egg. Nelson took a step forward and ran towards him with the portrait in his hand. The robe on his body made a sound like a building collapsing. "Do you want to go to the bathroom with me, Lord Dark Lord?" Tom tucked the egg under his arm, took out a small notebook from his pocket, looked at it, and asked with a smile, "But you may have to wait a while. There are 2 other people in the shower ahead, and the appointment is until 10:30. "No." Nelson, who ran up to Tom, shook his head. "I'll go to the principal's office to deliver a portrait of Slytherin, and I'll drop by with you." "Oh, well." Tom nodded, put the book back in his pocket, held up the golden egg and teased, "My Lord Dark Lord, you guessed it completely right. I opened it during the day, and there were indeed banshee spikes coming out of it. The noise of howling is truly worthy of being a prophet. But it would be great if you could directly predict the event." The two walked side by side in the deserted castle. After the carnival, even the naughtiest students didn't bother to go out at night. "This is the question that Professor Sigmund missed for me." Nelson made up nonsense without blushing, probably because the second time he said it, it sounded true this time. Standing at the corner of the stairs, Nelson covered his face and emphasized, "Tom, don't talk about Dark Lord anymore. That's a joke. It doesn't matter." "How could it be?" "I took it seriously, Lord Dark Lord." Tom raised his eyebrows and said cheerfully, "After all, you really knocked down that cant in a few strokes, and you are willing to take the bet, you know. But I didn't bet you. Is there any Englishman who doesn't like to gamble?" Tom rubbed Nelson's hair with a smile, leaned close to his face, and said every word, "My Lord Dark Lord." Nelson's heart swayed, and he hit Tom on the forehead with a head hammer. Tom almost sat on the ground with the golden egg in his arms. Fortunately, he grabbed the stair railing and did not break the golden egg. "Good guy. Let me just say that you must be out of balance if I didn't get sapped by Miss Sagan." Tom rubbed his forehead with staring eyes. "So you're waiting for me here? You know, it's nothing to give me the nickname of a dark wizard, but sooner or later you call me the real owner of this name," Nelson said, spreading his hands. "Besides, I'm not British." "You mean he's coming too?" "Sure enough, that tower always looks familiar to me." Tom lowered his voice. Is he still there? Has he changed into someone? I don't know much about this, but he always likes to join in the fun, so there is no reason to miss this time. And as the principal of Hogwarts who hosts the Triwizard Tournament, Dumbledore has gained a lot of limelight. I see. Tom nodded and stepped up the stairs. I'll go first. Do you have any other prophecies to tell me? Be careful when you take a shower. Be careful that there is a female ghost coming out of the faucet to spy on you. Really? Thank you for your good words. Nelson waved his hands weakly, left the stairwell, and stepped onto the corridor. Just as he turned the corner, a sloppy crew cut appeared in front of him like a ghost, which startled Nelson. Mr. Wurtling, Sigmund asked playfully, playing with a box marked British travel souvenir. Are you betting on my students? I'm not. I don't. Nelson vetoed righteously. Professor Sigmund, Hogwarts prohibits gambling. Oh. Sigmund nodded in a long voice, stroking his beard. Thank you, though, for helping me find the ghost of the organizing committee of the competition, which really saved me a lot of trouble. I checked and checked, but I didn't expect that the ghost was actually myself. That's my guess. Nelson scratched his head in embarrassment. The air seemed to be completely filled with some kind of virtual substance called embarrassment. That's alright, or I'll surrender myself, and I won't bother you, Mr. Wurtling. Sigmund turned sideways to make way for Nelson. Nelson left here as if fleeing. He hastily greeted the armor that had been moved to the door of the principal's office, and announced the password of Lemon Biscuit into Dumbledore's office. Sigmund has been standing behind him watching him, with a playful smile on his face. Oh, Nelson? Dumbledore was sitting at the desk, petting the beautiful phoenix standing on the pen holder, raised his head, and greeted Nelson. It's so late, there must be something very important. He waved his hand, and a chair appeared under Nelson's buttocks. When Nelson raised his head, he found that he was already sitting opposite Dumbledore, and a cup of freshly brewed hot tea was steaming, and placed in front of him. Professor Dumbledore, Nelson said while holding the portrait wrapped in oiled paper. Have you seen Tom's basilisk? Don't worry, drink some water first. Dumbledore waved his hand, thinking that Nelson was talking about this XXXXX magical animal. I've already asked Tom about the situation, since it is Tom's pet, as long as he can make sure that the snake blade does not hurt easily, and we have no reason to take it from his hands. No, Professor, that's not what I'm talking about. Nelson took a sip from his teacup and washed away the embarrassment of being caught by Sigmund. He breathed a long sigh of relief and looked at the row behind Dumbledore. There are a row of portraits of the headmaster. More than half of these portraits are empty, and the rest are either taking a nap or busy with their own affairs. Do you know where this basilisk came from? I know. Of course I know. Tom told me. Dumbledore fed Fawkes, took off his glasses, put it in his hand, blinked his dry eyes, and looked at Nelson. I didn't expect the legend about the Chamber of Secrets to be it's true, and what I didn't expect is that you two students who haven't graduated can single-handedly solve the basilisk in the secret room. Unfortunately, due to years of disrepair, many of the furnishings in the secret room were destroyed by rats. Even those magic books have been chewed to pieces. Otherwise Hogwarts would have found a precious legacy. Yes, it's such a pity. Nelson shook his head sadly. I remember the first time I went to the secret room. The gems on the wall and the chandelier above my head were all weathered into sand. Proper protection is enough. Yes. Dumbledore nodded approvingly. Nelson, is that why you came here? Then please rest assured, I will not take away Tom's things. It's actually for another thing, Nelson said in a low voice as he carried the oiled paper wrapped portrait to the table. Salazar Slytherin, the founder of Slytherin, once left a portrait of himself on the basilisk. During the battle between the basilisk and Alexander, the portrait was knocked out of the interlayer of scales, and was finally seen again. Dumbledore's eyes slowly moved to the old oil paper on the table. His pupils constricted, full of shock, and his voice suddenly raised. Could this be a portrait of Slytherin? Yes. Nelson nodded. The portraits behind Dumbledore put down what they were doing and straightened their backs one after another. The sleeping old headmasters suddenly woke up, and the old headmasters who had gone out just returned home. They stared at Dumbledore in unison. On the square oil paper in front of him, his face was full of disbelief. A principal 100 years after the establishment of the school said softly. I remember that the development potion was invented in the year I was born, and there was no such technology before. I think, came a shrill voice, and Nelson looked up, talking to an old man who had seen a portrait of Phineas at the Blake house in Grindelwald Place, known as the most unpopular headmaster ever. Black, you can put Lord Slytherin next to me. Chapter 288. Has Slytherin ever been a principal? I think I need to clean now. Dumbledore's expression was a little nervous. He stood up, walked to the closet against the wall, opened the closet, and there was an ancient wash basin stand inside, and an empty pensieve was placed in the closet. He raised his wand and uttered a spell. Clear water is like a spring. Clear water flowed from the tip of the staff and fell into the basin, where he washed his hands in the pensieve. Professor, what is this? Nelson stood up in confusion. For one of the great wizards who founded Hogwarts, we should have enough respect. Dumbledore carefully washed his hands in the basin, let them dry naturally in the air, and walked back to the desk, gently tugging on the bow that has been around for thousands of years. Look, Nelson, good things can often stand the test of time, such as this easy to open knot. The portraits of the principals behind Dumbledore made a voice of approval. Before Dumbledore opened the oil paper, they took the time to straighten their collars, and they were bound to make a good impression on Salazar Slytherin. Nelson's expression was a bit strange. In fact, he was the one who tied the knot. The string originally used to bind the oiled paper had been corrupted by time. This string was pulled out of the chair cover in the lounge. Albus, why don't you wait first? Phineas yelled. I feel that my gold brooch has faded a lot. It looks like a piece of cheap copper. Can you give me some gold dust first? Phineas, if you put this energy into running the school, I don't think you will be rated as the most unpopular principal ever, said the female principal beside him. Daedalus Edavant, holding a ray thick and long wand like a cane, seemed to rush into Phineas's picture frame and hit him. When Head Slytherin comes, I must tell him how he ruined his school and his house. Dallas, don't talk nonsense. Phineas quickly waved his hands, huddled in the corner of the photo frame, and fiddled with his collar. When I was in office, the school's teaching quality improved a lot. The two principals soon fell into a debate about what is more important between students' likes and students' grades. Wait, what should we call Salazar Slytherin? A headmaster in the corner interrupted the dispute between the two and asked, and it took a second for the headmaster's office to become quiet. His name is Quentin Trimble, a gloomy man with a face that seems to be thinking all the time, and the questions he asks fit his identity as a thinker. The era of the Big Four at Hogwarts, but there is no headmaster, so should I be called a professor? Or Salazar? Or Lord Slytherin? The headmasters fell silent, and a Slytherin-born headmaster suggested, should I be called Head Slytherin? You sound like you are calling the Transfiguration teacher the Transfiguration teacher. Daedalus shook her head and looked at Dumbledore. Albus, tell me, what should we call him? Listening to the principals bickering like this, and the ball was finally thrown into Dumbledore's hands, Nelson felt very fresh. He tried his best to hold back his laughter, but finally conceded, lowered his head, and hid his smiling face. I think we'd better ask for my own opinion. Dumbledore pulled back the bow, and there was a sound of tearing the aged oil paper, and a corner of the photo frame made of thick black wood was revealed in front of the principals. Dumbledore, deeply taking a breath, he lifted the oil paper covering the canvas, and an old man like a goat flashed in the portrait, and then disappeared. Looking at the luxurious decoration on the canvas, Dumbledore rubbed his eyes. He thought he was dazzled. Oh, sorry. Salazar Slytherin reappeared in the canvas in new clothes, sat on a chair with exquisitely carved reliefs, raised his hand, and greeted with a smile. I just went to after changing your clothes. Are you the current headmaster of Hogwarts? Mr. Dumbledore. I'm the acting headmaster. Dumbledore nodded, then shook his head again. The current headmaster is Professor Armando Dupert, and he is obsessed with some things, so I will act as his deputy. Dumbledore carefully looked at the old man who looked like a goat in front of him. This portrait of Slytherin was not very similar to his most widely circulated image, which made people doubt his authenticity, but seeing his at first glance, Dumbledore had already determined that this was Salazar Slytherin, one of the Big Four. Oh, Lord Slytherin. Headmaster Slytherin. Professor Slytherin. Various and strange names came one after another from the portrait wall behind Dumbledore. Dippet? So even the stubborn wizards of Dippet's family came to Hogwarts to study in the end. Slytherin said, half surprised and half relieved. You guys are doing very well. Now every year can you recruit dozens of students? Or, said Dumbledore, every 11-year-old wizard in England will come to Hogwarts. That's it. Slytherin nodded vigorously, remained silent for a moment, and said with a smile, you are all great, much better than us back then. I heard your discussion. Since everyone is dead, call me just Salazar. If you think we don't know each other well, you can call me Slytherin. Okay, Salazar. Dumbledore nodded. Where do you want to hang yourself? You can put me wherever you want. Slytherin raised his head and looked at Nelson, who was opposite Dumbledore. Are you the one who let me see the sun again? It's funny, I left the school I founded by myself at the end of my life. I didn't expect that I could come back after 1000 years and line up with my descendants. Nelson, may I give you a hand? Dumbledore looked at the empty space next to Phineas and reached for Slytherin's picture frame. What? That's a portrait of Salazar Slytherin himself? Tom yawned, and 2 tears flashed in the corner of his eyes. His eyes were already bloodshot. The preparations before the game made him exhausted. In comparison, sharing joy is the most important thing. However, before he could share his joy, the heavy news from Nelson made him dizzy. Why don't you tell me? He seems to be my ancestor. I said it, but you've already left. Nelson shrugged. I thought you had communicated with Slytherin in the Chamber of Secrets. I thought you were talking about a portrait of Slytherin, an antique in Slytherin house, but I didn't expect it to be him. Tom regretted that he had missed his ancestor, but quickly cheered up. That's okay. When I win the championship, I will go to the principal's office to see him. There was only a mess left after the carnival in the lounge. After Nelson and Tom went back separately, the celebration without a protagonist finally reached its climax, but it also came to an end at a faster speed. Back in the dormitory, only Nelson and Tom were left sitting by the fire with hot tea in front of them, suppressing sleepiness and chatting. The pine branches in the fireplace crackled, and the smell of rosin and smoke permeated the lounge, quickly overshadowing the aroma of cake and butterbeer. Professor Dumbledore told me that, since I made great efforts in the first round and lost a lot. Nelson picked up the hot tea in front of him and held it in his hand. The professors decided to let me choose the subjects. You can get full marks in owls without taking the exam. Let me guess. Tom interrupted Nelson, laughing. I suddenly feel like I have a gift for being a prophet. He pretended to pour the hot tea in the cup into the fireplace, and the flames intensified on the contrary. Tom poured the tea dregs on the table, rolled his eyes and calculated, and muttered something in his mouth. After a while, he raised his head and looked at the fire. Nelson teased, tell me in the future, you will choose potions as your full score subject. If there is a warrior who challenges Lord Dark Lord in the future, he will definitely be grateful to me for helping him find the Dark Lord's weakness early. He has been passing the exam all year round. Potions struggling online. Nelson, who was overwhelmed by a sentence, made a gesture to hit him. The two looked at each other and laughed loudly. They hadn't experienced such a leisurely time for a long time. Indeed, I suggest you become the boss of the Daily Prophet. Nelson's blonde hair was turned orange by the fire, and Tom's pale face also showed a hint of warmth. The two yawned alternately, as if they were beating drums to pass flowers. From time to time, house elves appeared in the corner of the lounge, but because someone can't be cleaned and disappears quickly, you clean it up, it's okay. Nelson, with sharp eyes, saw the house elf in the corner and greeted, we don't mind. The barefoot elf in a towel shook his head and hid. They are always so shy. Tom turned his head and glanced. He was not interested in these weak little things, and commented casually, speaking of which, this is the first time I have seen house elves. I went to the kitchen to find food. They all hide. House elves are stipulated not to show up in front of their masters, or they will punish themselves. Nelson knew better, and explained to Tom, they are not shy, they are just enslaved by wizards. I can't see that you have empathy. Tom picked up the teacup, and the water in it was filled at some point. TSK. It would be great if wizards could have the professionalism of house elves, but unfortunately I look at the vast majority of people lacking that quality. I don't sympathize with them. Maybe the first generation of house elves who were enslaved deserve sympathy, but after so many years, the nature of obedience has been ingrained in their genes. Nelson shrugged. If you force your own values, giving them a reward may not be considered a good thing. By the way, tell me, what did you hear from the golden egg? Golden egg? Tom lowered his head, kicked the golden egg under his feet, and it rolled away far away. If you don't tell me, I would have forgotten it, but my respected Lord Dark Lord is worthy of a prophet. Even such things can be guessed. I'm really thankful to you. Nelson held his forehead. I said it all. This is a question that Professor Sigmund missed for me. Ever since he was caught by Sigmund, Nelson has already made up his mind to tie the black pot firmly to him. But Tom didn't seem to believe Nelson's words. He just waved his hand perfunctorily and continued. It's true that you can hear a different sound when you open the golden egg in the water in the prefect's bathroom, but I think it's not as good as the scream of the banshee. Woolen cloth. What's the matter? Is someone telling riddles again? Nelson had already begun to wipe his wand. Not at all. I listened to it 3 or 4 times before I understood it. The voice in the golden egg sounds like that Sigmund recorded it himself, Tom said with a look of disgust. His accent is really weird. It sounds like a Spaniard trying to imitate a German speaking English. Huh. Nelson raised his eyebrows. He's pretty normal when he talks to me. Maybe understanding foreign accents is also one of the tests for the second round of the competition. Tom curled his lips. The voice in the egg is a poem, or the normal speech is broken into short sentences. It probably means that we need to go through a lot. There are traps and tests. What are you looking for? Do you need me to repeat it to you? No, I'm afraid I'll fall asleep listening to it, and it feels even weirder for an Englishman to imitate Spanish as deliberately imitating Germans to speak English. Nelson shook his head. You can give me the egg another day, and I'll go to the bathroom to listen. As soon as I heard it, Dwight gave me the password for the whole year anyway, and I can go to the prefect's bathroom anytime. Be careful when you broke in. Someone was taking a shower. Isn't that embarrassing? Tom pulled out his wand from his sleeve, waved it at the golden egg, and it flew over slowly. Tom caught the golden egg and left. I tore off a piece of paper from the small notebook I was carrying and handed it to Nelson. In order to prevent you from being fired for playing hooligans, I'd better give you this week's appointment form. Speaking of which, you told me before there will be female ghosts peeping here. What a pity I didn't meet them. Maybe people with this hobby haven't turned into ghosts yet. Nelson laughed. I thought the second round of the project would be to let the warrior go to the bottom of the Black Lake to rescue the most important person. He was kidnapped. Are you kidding? Tom raised his eyebrows, shocked by Nelson's whimsical thoughts. Who can kidnap you? Did Grindelwald and Helbo hold hands and tie you up? Oh, yes, you have to plus a Dumbledore. What's more, the Black Lake is too dirty. I don't want to swim in the century-old octopus soup. I feel suffocated just thinking about it. I'd suggest soaking some tomatoes in the Black Lake. Oh, that's even more disgusting. Please, don't stain the tomatoes, please. Chapter 289. Professor Sloan is so happy. Early the next morning, Nelson was awakened by a sharp pain from the tip of his nose. When he opened his eyes, he found that there was darkness in front of him, and the feeling of being surrounded by fur was nostalgic. The weight of his head made it difficult for him to move his neck. The feeling of suffocation came slowly. The wet nose was the unique touch of the barbed tongue of a cat. Nelson gritted his teeth and squeezed out a hard warning from his throat. Excuse me, can you move your noble ass? The question mark that he hadn't seen for a long time sat on his head, completely ignoring Nelson under him. I won't be polite if you do this again. Nelson sneakily raised his right hand, then slammed it down, grabbing the question mark lying on his face. Snapped. It avoided it easily, and then disappeared into the dead fireplace in the bedroom. Nelson slapped himself hard on the face, and the crisp sound woke up several other people in the dormitory, including Tom. He rubbed his face, lying on the bed with blank eyes, and with his other hand found a dagger in the quilt, which was exactly the same as the one Dumbledore gave him. I finally understand why your grades are so good. In the restaurant, Tom was walking beside Nelson, and the two of them were looking for empty seats everywhere. They didn't have morning class today, so the Slytherins of the same class were all asleep. It's really admirable that you slap yourself in the face just to get out of bed. I didn't, Nelson said weakly. I was sneaked in by question marks in my sleep. Oh, Tom said with amazement. Many people have been feeding it since you left. It's very powerful now. It's a little leopard. It's normal that you can't beat it. At the end of last year, I was angered by it, and when I came out of the library, I ate it, and almost fell down the stairs. Are you okay? Nelson glanced at Tom's leg, which looked healthy. Of course it's okay, or I'll make you lose money. Tom put his arm on Nelson's shoulder with a smile. Suddenly, a crew-cut guy in a Durmstrang school uniform came rushing from the opposite direction. Nelson took a closer look, and saw that it was the inexplicable crazy fan. Rushes with Nelson. Boom. The shoulders of the two collided heavily, and Nelson's body barely shook, and he didn't even interrupt his yawning movement. On the contrary, the small flat-headed figure who accelerated and bumped into him stood unsteadily and swayed, almost falling over on the ground. Are you okay? Nelson supported Zyoping's head and asked enthusiastically and concernedly. One hand was behind his back to stop Tom, who had drawn out his wand. Tom's face was ugly. I'm fine. Zyoping never thought that the physical fitness of an underage pure human wizard could be so good. He obviously sped up, but in the end he almost sat on the ground with his buttocks, causing a big embarrassment. He didn't want to stay here for a moment, turned around, didn't even care about eating, and left the restaurant without hesitation, even though Durmstrang's long table was right next to him. Strange guy. Tom repeated his evaluation once again. Did he tell me his name? Nelson rubbed his shoulders, a little itchy. I remember he seems to be one of the gatekeepers of the Triwizard tournament. I don't remember. Maybe I said it. Maybe I didn't say it. You know, I'm not good at remembering names. As for the Triwizard tournament, he seems to be that octagonal iron cage, like a reckless boxer. Tom curled his lips. Because Newt was selected twice, no one challenged his level in the end, so I still can't figure out the details of this person. But he has nothing to do with you. Nelson shrugged. He's not even qualified to cause trouble for your championship. If you really take him seriously, you will lose instead. You know, Durmstrang's results in the first round were far from ideal, and they may use off-the-board recruits. The two didn't deliberately lower their voices, but they didn't raise their voices either. I don't know how much the surrounding Durmstrang students heard. The strange thing is that they didn't show hostility towards the two of them. His eyes looked in the direction Zyoping left. Interesting. Nelson touched his shoulder, pulled out a transparent tack filled with green liquid from the silver plate, hidden under his sleeve, held it in his hand, and looked at it carefully. The winged demon, the venom? You are playing a big knife in front of Guangong. Sorry. Nelson heard the shout, looked up, and saw that it was Ludwig who had just arrived at the restaurant. He waved his hand, indicating that he didn't care, and turned to face the empty seat on the long Slytherin table with Tom Go. Looking at the back of Ludwig, who was late at the entrance of the restaurant, and the crew member passing by him, Nelson actually felt a little sympathetic to him. Maybe the whole school in Durmstrang was run by ghosts. In this way, it seems that this warrior who has done his best for the school's honor is the biggest minority. After the turmoil subsided, Tom and Nelson had a hasty meal. For the purpose of digestion, the two decided to take a walk along the Black Lake and look for any parts left by Nelson. After all, there is still an hour to go. It's time for class. Whether it's long or short, it's just a waste of time to go to the classroom early, but you may have to get up as soon as your head touches the pillow when you go back to the dormitory. It really led Tom to find the good thing, a fragment of Nelson's blade, and he watched as Nelson drew a rapier out of his pocket, sucked the fragment to the blade, and inserted it back. I thought you were just some small balls. Tom was a little surprised. I didn't expect you to still have it. I plan to cultivate it as my family heirloom. You know, it will take time and some fame, and it will also make some fools think that I'm a wizard who is good at wielding swords. Nelson looked at his watch. Let's go. It's time for class. By the time Tom and Nelson arrived in the potions classroom, it was only 15 minutes before the class started, and the back row of the classroom, where they usually sat, was already occupied, so they had to sit in the front row. Strangely, the class bell rang 15 minutes later, but Professor Slughorn still didn't show up. It wasn't until 5 minutes later that he dragged his weary pace and pushed open the door of the classroom. Since Tom perfectly cracked Gaston Raymond's potion level, Professor Slughorn has been excited for more than 10 hours. He survived entirely on mead and pride last night, so that he fell asleep in the morning. After getting up for a while, he had to wear an excessive amount of perfume to mask the smell of alcohol on his body. Professor Slughorn, who was already fat, looked even fatter due to puffiness. His eyelids and dark circles were indistinguishable from each other, as if he had put on some pioneer makeup. He entered the classroom, put it on the desk, pulled a chair casually, put it under his buttocks, took out a handkerchief, and wiped the sweat on his forehead. "Go ahead," he waved his hand. "Tell your teacher that you were late because Slughorn asked you to help." "Okay, thank you, Professor." Those strong men walked away like oiling their feet, for fear that Professor Slughorn would find them something to do again. Professor Slughorn's eyes were extremely excited. He stretched his neck first and scanned the back row of teachers, but he didn't find the person he was looking for. He looked away in disappointment, but found Tom under his nose. Regardless of his fatigue, Professor Slughorn slammed the table, stood up, and said loudly, "Do you know why your potions grades are not as good as Tom's? Because he sat at the front, and only those eager for knowledge only people can get the gift of knowledge. Sitting in the back, and can't even hear what I said in class, how can you get a good grade? Why don't you hurry up, and move your own scales and sit in the front?" Hearing this, Nelson felt like sitting on pins and needles. If sitting in the front row would lead to good grades, then it would be difficult for him to explain it with magic or scientific experience, as he had been sitting next to Tom. "But Professor," the fearless Alfred raised his hand and asked loudly, "but even if we sit on the podium, we can't hear the scarp in appearance curse and Gobeloff's law that we haven't learned." Professor Slughorn's face was tense. He slapped the table heavily and said angrily, "Now, please open your advanced potion making. What we are going to study today is chapter 1. Gobeloff's second law." There was a sound of flipping books neatly in the classroom, and Professor Slughorn stared at Alfred and said slowly, "Mr. Black, why don't you sit in the back row of the teacher and try to see if you can sit so far away? Listen to what I said. In the next class, I will ask you to silently write the content of Gobeloff's second law. Every time you make a mistake, you need to write chapter 1. No, this advanced potion making, copy it down." Alfred wanted to slap himself, and his heart felt cool. Could it be that the feeling of passing a note to lick you back then has faded so much? "Oh, let me see your Hogwarts warriors, the pride of Slytherin." Professor Slughorn lowered his head, looked at Tom in front of him, and immediately changed his face. Tom's arm hauled it up to the podium, and he enthusiastically praised Tom with compliments that Nelson had or didn't hear. "Even Gaston praised you as a potions genius, Tom, and he'll give you the green light to put you on the front page of the Master of Practical Potions. You taught well." Tom was so sad that he almost dug out the foundation of a villa with his toes. He forced himself up and looked at the students in the audience with a smile on his face. After being asked to share his learning experience with everyone, Tom had the cheek to flatter him with almost the same words that Slughorn had boasted about himself just now. Professor Slughorn smiled with satisfaction. Tom was indeed right. Although there was a self-study part, most of his knowledge of potions came from Professor Slughorn's teaching. From the time he ran the harassment in the office, came from the annotations on the parchment that were almost equivalent to the number of words in the paper. Facing the most satisfied student since he was engaged in education, Slughorn almost devoted all his energy, and Tom didn't let him down. In fact, the most boring second level in his total score was the most boring level in the eyes of most audiences. Destroyed the test of potion master Gaston Raymond, so that in the eyes of many judges who didn't know him, Tom's potion level far exceeded his spells. It is not an exaggeration, and Slughorn, who taught him, can naturally bear all the praise calmly. However, Professor Walrus is also famous for his vanity, so he looks a little carried away at the moment. He solemnly picked up the wooden box on the podium and handed it carefully to Tom. "Tom, I know you don't like these honors," he said loudly, with the smugness on his face overshadowed by relief. "These things in the box are all my notes and manuscripts on potions from my school days to the present. As you are the most gifted little wizard in potions I have ever seen, and I even hope that you can take over my mantle and come to Hogwarts to teach potions in the future. Tom took the case, feeling that it was heavier than Nelson's clothes. What? Professor Slughorn blinked and asked with a smile. Is there anything else you want to say, Professor? I'm not a little wizard, Tom whispered. I will, Professor. Ha 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 ha. In the following class, except for the annoying Alfred, Slughorn was pleasing to everyone, and even the tone of answering questions was several times gentler than before. The aging wizard finally found his other half. Except for some unique understandings of Nelson that occasionally made Professor Slughorn laugh, the class was almost uneventful. Only Alfred persisted in throwing notes at Nelson from the back row. Nelson opened the note, and it was written such things as, when I see Professor Slughorn, I think of my father. I have never seen a professor and dean as perfect as him, and my favorite, the person I admire, is the professor, and I hope I can become a person like him in the future, and so on. Nelson was so disgusted that he didn't even bother to write a note and send it back. He understood that Alfred wanted Professor Slughorn to intercept his note, and then he could make a difference. But his wishful thinking was wrong. Today, Slughorn is extremely happy enough to turn a blind eye to Nelson, who seems to be attacked by a paper rainstorm, and he will not care about it at all. Little things like uploading notes in class. Chapter 290. Slugs used to be snails. Nah. Do you want to come and learn together? After class, Tom returned to the dormitory with Nelson. He put the box that Professor Slughorn gave him on the bed, wiped his hands, and opened the lock on it. No, thank you. Nelson shook his head. If it's related to potions, I think I'd better not have this knowledge, lest I have any unrealistic fantasies. Okay. Tom shrugged and opened the suitcase. After a long silence in the dormitory, Nelson finally came over curiously. The two of them looked at the contents of the suitcase and gasped together. Hiss. The air in the bedroom was hot. In the suitcase, a pink transparent gemstone was quietly lying on top of an old notebook. Compared with common gemstones, she had no brilliance, but she exuded a magic power enough to drive all wizards crazy. Tom said heavily. He swallowed, turned his head with dull eyes, and rubbed his hands on Nelson's coat. What are you doing? Nelson also swallowed, waved his wand, and locked the bedroom door tightly. I know your clothes have a 24-hour dust-proof spell. Tom turned his head, picked up the pink gemstone with trembling hands, handed it to Nelson, who was also trembling, and opened an old note under a gem. The ink on the first page looks fresh, smells like ink, and looks freshly written. Tom, I originally planned to give you this gift on the day of your coming of age ceremony, but your performance surprised me again. This is an unfinished Philosopher's Stone. I don't have the energy and time to complete it. I hope you can replace me and reach the highest achievement of this potions wizard. Tom didn't even dare to breathe and continued to turn to the next page. I know that many people think that I only value wizards with outstanding talents, but turn a blind eye to mediocre people. You sometimes express dissatisfaction with my concept in a subtle way. I can't help but feel it. But Tom, I once and you love everyone just as much. I had a lot of Muggle-born friends, bad grades friends, crappy magic friends. I used to have a good teenage years with them, until I met a Muggle-born girl. It was at your age that I experienced the sweetness of repeatedly daubed traces, ignorant love, but in distinct handwriting. Professor Slughorn's handwriting had become scribbled, as if he had been drunk while writing this. Nicole Flamel's story about the Philosopher's Stone once gave me great fantasies. When I was young, I used it to save my cherished people, but unfortunately, I overestimated my ability. In the past 25 years, I have only achieved this level with this Philosopher's Stone, and now it is meaningless to me, but I hope it can help you. The third page was splattered with ink, and the handwriting was crooked, making it difficult to read. So I've grown to like being friends with good people, and I feel like they can go far enough to protect themselves in dangerous situations, so that I don't have to deal with the grief of losing someone important. Tom, since school, you are the student I'd pay the most attention to, not only because of your excellent grades, but also because of your firm bottom line. I can see that you cherish life, and even hinted at some evil magic that can prolong your life, but I have always sneered at them, which also allows me to safely hand over this unfinished Sorcerer's Stone to you, but it can be regarded as waste utilization. If I hadn't met you, I would have planned to destroy it in a few years. Seeing the phrase evil magic, Nelson raised his eyebrows. It was an unimaginable path. No. Tom turned his head, stared at the gem in Nelson's hand, and said struggling, "It's too precious. Look down." Nelson pointed to the fourth page turned by Tom, and said softly, "Professor Slughorn has blocked the back road." Tom followed Nelson's fingers to page 4. "The sorcerer's stone will arouse everyone's greed." Professor Slughorn's handwriting became solemn, as if emphasizing, "Be sure to protect it, and don't tell anyone about it, except those you trust the most. Own it. Don't even think about giving it back to me. I don't need it anymore. I've made up my mind. I'll cast an oblivion spell on myself later. I'm sorry, throwing this heavy thing to you, and treat it seriously as a baby." Tom turned another page, and the handwriting became immature and old. It looked like it was written by Professor Slughorn when he was young, and it was already related to the Philosopher's Stone. Huh. Tom looked at the gem in Nelson's hand and frowned. What should I do? It turns out that Professor Slughorn, who is so free and easy, will have an unbearable past. Nelson leaned forward, threw the Philosopher's Stone into Tom's hand, flipped the notes forward, and said in a deep voice, "It seems that he wants to using the Philosopher's Stone to prolong the life of his first love. But that person doesn't seem to last until the Philosopher's Stone is finished, and even it is still a half-finished product. It turns out that the slug used to be a snail. Alas." Tom sighed again and again, holding the Philosopher's Stone in his hand, having trouble. After thinking for a while, he suggested, "Nah, why don't you put it where you are?" "Where am I?" Nelson shook his head. "Although my small ball is good for holding things, I'm afraid that someone will throw it out sometime. I'm talking about the trance. Don't you own a city?" Tom said, "Let's find a place to hide it, and no one should find it." The two discussed for a while, roughly read Professor Slughorn's notes, and finally entered Nelson's city. Nelson found a bank on the corner of the street, where the bank should be stored, and locked the Philosopher's Stone in the safe in the basement. I have to explain that, although the misty illusion seems much safer, as far as I know, there are at least 3 people who can come in, and each of them is extremely difficult. Nelson said, "So we still have to find a safe place as soon as possible." "I know." Tom clenched his fist and nodded. "I'll get it right. In that case, I'll send a letter to buy some needed things, but some materials are said to be hard to get now. Maybe we have to go hunting by ourselves." Nelson helped Tom stuff the box under the bed and set up heavy protection, and the two went to the Ravenclaw Tower to post the letter together. When they were going up the stairs, a small crew head standing hesitantly at the door of Professor Sykes' office appeared in their sight. Tom tugged at Nelson's arm, and the two slowed down. "Let me remind you again that the paper assigned last week is still 2 weeks away from the deadline. Please hand it in on time." Professor Sykes had already packed in the spell classroom downstairs, while Nelson was still suffering from potions class. After completing her lesson plan, she was about to finish class. "By the way, the students in your 2 schools also need to hand in their homework on time. I will write to your spell professor regularly to report on your studies." She looked at the unfamiliar faces in the school uniforms of other schools among the 7th graders of Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff, roughly counted the number of people, picked up the lesson plans, and prepared to leave. "Professor," a boy from Durmstrang raised his hand. "I have a question for you." Professor Sykes squinted his eyes to look at the little crew cut and tried to remember his name, but she quickly gave up. Her eyesight is not good, and these Durmstrang boys all have the same haircut, which is very different. "Not sure." She shook her head, put down the lesson plan, and said, "Go to my office and talk about it. By the way, hold this lesson plan for me." After finishing speaking, she turned around and walked out of the classroom, returned to the office on the tower, closed the door, and sat behind the desk. The teapot on the table had no open flame, but it was continuously heating the tea in it. In the curling steam, she rubbed her temples wearily. In front of her was a very elegant tea set. A few years ago, Nelson used this set of tea sets to perform the art of drinking tea for her. Professor Sykes, who was delighted to see him, immediately presented Aberforth with a fake tea set. Dumbledore wanted them, and they made tea in the office every day, which was a rare moment of leisure for her. But the tea she made herself was not as amazing as Nelson's art. She sighed and waved her wand. Clear tea gushed out of the pot, and fell into the teacup in front of him. I should have called Williams over again to learn from it. Professor Sykes held up his teacup and sighed over the boiling tea. Oh, it's a pity. Bang bang bang. There was a hasty knock on the door. Professor Sykes frowned, drank the tea in the cup, put down the cup, and shouted at the door, "Come in." The door is unlocked. The door opened, and a crew-cut man in Durmstrang's school uniform walked in. It was the fanatic fan of Nelson. As soon as he entered, he turned around and locked the door and unbuttoned his school uniform. "What are you doing?" Professor Sykes stared at him unkindly. "There's no need to close the door." Without saying a word, Zyoping took out two small badges from the inner pocket of his robe. One was a coat of arms with a copper balance engraved on it, and the other had a picture of a man crucified on a cross. The wizard on the bed, the broken wand was thrown casually at his feet. After the birth of barter in this world, the craziest people are businessmen. If the price is right and the benefits are sufficient, they are willing to provide anyone with anything they need in any way. There is such a group of people among wizards. Their history almost as old as magic. They would do anything for the golden galleons, custom wands for goblins in the Goblin Rebellion, abduct fresh wizarding children for werewolf clans, sell the magical creations they need for Muggle anti-wizard groups. The more dangerous the business, the more huge profits can be obtained. This is the creed of this group of wizards. Their main business is to smuggle all kinds of goods that are prohibited by wizarding laws in the magic black markets located in various countries around the world. It is ridiculous that they, who claim to be fair, have positioned their logo on a balance, and the former sect the Sea family is one of them. As the world's leading family of magical animal breeding, the Sykes family controlled most of the magical animal sources in Africa that reached the 5x level of danger before their family fortune. It is a pity that they have fallen into this generation. The younger sister, Jacunda Sykes, is left with only a pair of cubs left by their father and a bunch of breeding rules that are equivalent to waste paper. In order to maintain the expenses of herself and her sister, the young Melissa Sykes signed a 50-year contract with a former neighbor of her father's Venom until she became a professor at Hogwarts. Only then did she realize that her trading partner was the notorious anti-wizard organization Second Salem. The Second Salem, who hardly mastered magic, was best at a potion that used the venom of the winged demon as a raw material to achieve an effect similar to the Imperious Curse. This is their daily disgusting wizard, but has never been wiped out. The winning weapon. Zyoping raised his hand and threw the badge at Professor Sykes, almost falling into the teacup in front of her. Professor Sykes stared at the badges that fell on the table with an ugly expression on his face. She obviously understood the meaning of the two medals. Not long ago, Professor Sykes heard that those dark wizards in Nocturne Alley who were engaged in smuggling business were almost wiped out by two foreign dragons, and Second Salem was also chased by the crazy old headmaster. Finally, he was able to get rid of the past, but he didn't expect them to come to the door again so soon. It's crazy. You guys have already started doing business with those Muggle lunatics. She pursed her lips tightly and said in a deep voice, "Didn't you say you don't bother me if you have nothing to do?" Of course there is something to do, and besides, you may think of me as those greedy goblins. Zyoping Tao's tone did not show any respect from the students to the teacher, but said bluntly, "Melissa, I'm here on behalf of our mother. Ask you, why have we received less and less goods over the years?" "Mother?" Professor Sykes asked, looking at the crew head in bewilderment. "Are you with those muggles?" "I'm just a normal person, but I'm sick and infected by evil magic." Zyoping Tao replied through gritted teeth. "It doesn't matter, you can think whatever you like." Professor Sykes had no intention of teaching him tirelessly and pulling him back on the right track. "So why are we getting less and less goods? I've said it countless times. The winged demon raised by our family was lost by Jacunda. If you really don't understand human language or can't read, I suggest you find a translator," Professor Sykes said with a straight face. Sitting behind the desk, he said sharply, "In addition, I don't want to emphasize again, I have nothing to do with you now. The Sykes family will not participate in anything related to stinky monsters in the future, and, in the Hogwarts, please call me Professor Sykes." Professor Sykes. Zyoping Tao smiled sarcastically. "Melissa, is there really a professor who smuggled poison in this world?" If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 291 Mistletoe. Intense quarrels soon came from Professor Sykes' office, but the noise quickly disappeared and turned into Professor Sykes' unilateral reprimand, and vaguely heard words such as "the madman really is not polite, I should educate you on behalf of your Muggle mother, do you think you are strong?" and so on. This was followed by the sound of heavy objects falling, followed by the creaking of chairs and the rubbing of hemp ropes. Oh, it's really exciting. Nelson and Tom standing at the door of Professor Sykes' office are under the effects of the disillusionment spell and seeing his illusion. People passing by can't even notice that there are two sneaky guys standing against the base of the wall. I can only see two mistletoe that I don't know when they moved over, sticking limply to the wall, looking wilted and dying. I didn't expect to get a windfall by sending a note. One of the mistletoes swayed under the breeze and said with a smile to the other mistletoe, "This is Tom." And he also cast the earplug spell. Let the surroundings only hear the rustling sound of waving leaves. Do you think we can get a special contribution award from the school if we report her? I think it hangs. Another mistletoe shook the two big leaves on the top. What's the reason for the award? What is special contribution? Tell the school board. Because we reported a person who was doing something sneaky. Should the small business professor win the award, I think the school director may kill us to silence us, or find big men to cast, forget everything on us in turn, so as to ensure that the scandal of the school will not spread. Is there not enough scandal in the school? Tom muttered, but I told you before that I found Professor Sykes' incrimination, and that's what it was about. Is it evidence that she sold winged demon venom to Second Salem to control high-level muggles and some wizards? It's not that detailed. Tom spread his hands and shrugged. From the outside, it looked like the mistletoe had split against the wall. I just happened to watch it from the top of the Ravenclaw Tower. When Professor Sykes handed over a suspicious looking cloth bag to a group of wizards in black robes who sneaked into the school on broomsticks, I thought she was dealing drugs at first, but it turned out to be more than drug dealing trick. Tom's tone became agitated. He had long regarded Hogwarts as his second home. In any case, he didn't want anyone to destroy his homeland, let alone someone who secretly communicated with a wizard's enemy to sell those valuables. A poison that could be of great harm to wizarding society. Keep it down, Nelson warned. Shut your ears and listen, won't cover your voice. That's just a bit of a buzzing sound. Tom shrugged. But speaking of it, your spell is really powerful. Compared with the invisibility effect of the disillusionment spell, it can actually change the casting area in the eyes of others into a normal environment that they can understand. Grindelwald taught me the spell seeing is believing, Nelson explained, and it worked so well. He used it at the dance so no one knew he killed a second Sealer Muse Obscure. You actually announced the death of her colleague at the door of Professor Sykes' office? Tom teased. It's really cruel. They're not colleagues. Didn't you listen carefully? She's just a supplier, Nelson corrected. In fact, I'm also a supplier of many people. These are two completely different things. Oh, Tom's expression still looked agitated, as if he was still aggrieved by Professor Sykes' behavior, but his voice was still much softer. But it seems that Professor Sykes still has some conscience. At least he is constantly reducing the supply quantity. Maybe it's because her crooked demon is with me? To be honest, I thought the crumpled demon was a very rare magical animal, but I didn't expect it to be everywhere. Nelson imitated Aberforth's vicissitudes of life. He said in a tone, you will meet strange people after a few steps. Hogwarts is really dangerous. Yeah, Hogwarts is really dangerous. While Nelson and Tom were still agreeing to this sentence, they suddenly realized that this sentence was not said by any of them. Their eyes slowly glanced at each other, but they found a new plant between them. Mistletoe. It was struggling to poke out the vine, and scratched his head, sighing. This is what it feels like to be a plant. Wow. It was too late, and then soon, the two raised their wands. A light green air mass and a red light hit the mistletoe at the same time, and it fell limply, before it could feel the joy of becoming a shrub. Forget it all. Passed out. Nelson and Tom, who encountered an emergency, forgot to use the silent spell, and the shouts of the spell resounded through the Ravenclaw tower. They also forgot the power of the control spell. The two spells intersected on the delicate branches of the mistletoe, resulting in a shockingly powerful explosion. But the mistletoe was much stronger than expected, and it was not torn to pieces by the explosion, but was set into the wall that was blasted out by the shockwave. In the office, Professor Sykes, who was using a magic spell to tie the flathead to a chair and was about to teach him a lesson, heard the spell, and before he could show a surprised expression, he was shocked by the sudden shaking of the ground and sat on the ground. Ziopping Tao in the chair slammed heavily on the floor, where the carpet was removed by Professor Sykes, bowed like a shrimp, and groaned in pain. Before he could bear the pain to show his bravery, Professor Sykes stepped on his back and stepped over. Albus, what's wrong with you? As soon as Professor Sykes opened the door of the office, he saw broken bricks all over the floor. He turned his head and saw Dumbledore sliding down the wall with his eyes closed. Dumbledore looked extremely embarrassed. His whole body was embedded in the slender cracks in the wall. He was being squeezed out by the wall and was scratching down along the cracks. His glasses fell to the ground, but his expression was very peaceful, as if he was doing something sweet dreams. What's the situation? Although Professor Sykes was awake, her expression was extremely frightened. She quickly pulled out her wand, took a deep breath, and pointed at Dumbledore. Under the control of the levitating curse, Dumbledore was moved into the office by her. She stuffed the mouth of the small crew, knocked him unconscious, and stuffed him into the cabinet. Leader wakes up. Dumbledore opened his eyes in a daze, yawned, and said contentedly, I haven't slept so well for a long time. What happened, Albus? Asked Professor Sykes anxiously. Who attacked you? The Dark Wizard of Durmstrang? Sigmund? What happened? Melissa? Dumbledore asked back, did I sleepwalk? What? You were attacked and embedded in the wall of my office door. I just dragged you down. Professor Sykes quickly explained the situation. Do you remember who attacked you? Assault. After Professor Sykes reminded, Dumbledore showed a painful expression on his face. Yes, attack. I just came to get the letter and saw two burgeoning mistletoes in the corridor, so I wanted to try it. What it feels like to be a bush all of a sudden. It feels amazing, but I was attacked by a few aphids, and it turns out that plants can also hurt. Is the incantation of the Transfiguration curse forgetting nothing and dizzy? Professor Sykes felt that Dumbledore's mind must have been confused by the forgetting curse. Dumbledore turned around. When did you come? Me. I just came here. Dumbledore shook his head, leaned on the carpet and stood up. When he woke up, he felt very energetic at the moment, and even jumped up and down to express his happiness. I suggest you try it too, Mary. Sarah, really, it feels amazing. Dumbledore moved his body and made two stretching movements. With a crackling sound from his joints, he felt comfortable in his body and emphasized, really, I really suggest you try it. Okay. Professor Sykes shook his head. I'll take you to the school hospital. What are you doing? Getting rid of aphids? Dumbledore gave Professor Sykes a strange look, as if she was the fool. I'm going to get the letter. See you. After that, he turned around and opened the door to leave. Debris, yes. Professor Sykes was afraid that something would happen to Dumbledore at the door of his office, and reminded loudly, go out and have a look. Half of the wall has collapsed. Really? Really? Dumbledore poked his head out of the door frame, looked around, and said back, although Hogwarts Castle is rumored to have the ability to repair itself, look, even the most skilled mason could not have built a wall so quickly. Professor Sykes walked out of the office in confusion, and seeing the intact corridor, she couldn't help feeling suspicious, as if what she saw just now was a hallucination. That's a good joke. Dumbledore blinked, put his hand on Professor Sykes' shoulder, and pushed her back to the office. I won't bother you with your business. Good day. Good day. Professor Sykes waved his hand blankly, watching the office door close in front of him. As soon as the door was closed, Dumbledore put on a sad face, took out his wand, and tapped it on his waist, and then called over the glasses that fell on the ground. After putting on the glasses, he just felt that the world became clear. I happened to see a girl coming out of the Ravenclaw lounge. He changed his face into a smiling face and waved. Professor Dumbledore. Myrtle stood at a distance and bowed in salute. Why are you so particular about it? Dumbledore strode towards her, took out an oiled paper bag from his arms, and handed it over. Lemon mousse, do you want to try it? Myrtle took the oiled paper bag numbly, and nodded. Thank you, Professor. You're welcome. If you want to thank you, please thank the pastry chef, Dumbledore said with a smile. By the way, I remember you should have a divination class this afternoon, right? Did you attend it with Slytherin? Yes, Professor. Myrtle raised her head in surprise. You actually remember my class schedule. I'm the acting headmaster, girl. Of course I remember the curriculum, Dumbledore said, blinking. Can you do me a little favor? You say, if you meet Nelson in class, please tell him to come to my office after dinner, will you? If you meet him and Tom, tell them both at the same time, said Dumbledore. By the way, the password is something I gave you. Lemon mousse? Yes. Dumbledore turned his head and looked in the direction of the owl room, turned and left the Ravenclaw tower, and finally said goodbye. By the way, good day, Miss Warren. Goodbye, Professor Dumbledore. I think I already know what this class can predict. 15 minutes before the start of the divination class, Tom sat cross-legged on the cushion and said with a bitter face, I will fall into endless lawsuits and debt crisis due to accidental injuries in this case. Only the Hogwarts Special Contribution Award can make up for it. Sorry, Professor Sykes, they forced me to. Relax, Nelson yawned, with the power of art to spells. Even Dumbledore shut up. Tom interrupted Nelson's next words. After attracting the attention of everyone in the classroom, he nodded apologetically, lowered his voice, and said, you can't talk nonsense. What if it's another prophecy? Don't worry, the prophecy is not like this. Is the prefect here? Mrs. Clemens asked the prefect, to help her carry the crystal ball. A boy he didn't know stood at the door of the classroom, and shouted into the classroom. Yes. Tom stood up, replied loudly, and murmured in a low voice, can't you buy a crystal ball yourself? He and White, who stood up together, left the classroom and headed for Mrs. Clement's office. Myrtle was late at this time. She tripped over the door frame and almost bumped into Tom, who was going out. After being supported by Tom, she walked into the classroom cautiously, and she saw the striking pale blonde hair at a glance. Nelson was playing with the linen cushion in front of her that was specially used to hold the crystal ball. She trotted over and said in a low voice, Nelson, Professor Dumbledore asked you to visit his office after dinner. The password is lemon mousse. Lemon mousse? Is it delicious? Nelson asked. His taste has been greatly influenced by Dumbledore. Not bad. Myrtle closed her eyes, as if she was savoring the taste of the cake, and then nodded emphatically. Thank you, I see. Nelson said with a smile, watching Myrtle join the Ravenclaw formation. After a while, Tom and White squeezed into the classroom with a bunch of crystal balls packed in net bags. There was a power outage again. Fortunately, I learned a lot from a fall, and wrote it directly on the webpage. Chapter 292 Crystal Ball. Children, each of you will be given a crystal ball for this class, said Mrs. Clemens, sitting cross-legged on a soft cushion in the center of the classroom, her bohemian dress spread out on the carpet in bright colors, eye-catching and full of mystery. The beads and metal accessories collide, making a crisp sound like wind chimes. In the previous courses, we have completely digested some simple divination content, but they are still difficult to be considered as truly reliable. Can someone answer the inadequacies of the divination methods we have learned? There were chattering discussions in the classroom, and Tom and White, who were walking through the crowd with woven bags, distributed the crystal balls prepared by Mrs. Clemens to everyone. Not even a regular spherical shape, these crystal balls are made of natural crystals, which are very different from those uniformly shaped ones on the market. Myrtle raised her hand. Myrtle, tell me. Mrs. Clemens nodded encouragingly. The divination methods we have learned systematically include tea residue, tarot, and clues. Myrtle recalled. In the divination class, except for Nelson who made up random things every day, but got very good grades, she was the king of the world. The divination method of observing tea dregs can only be used for interpretation, but it cannot limit the content we want to divination at the beginning. We can only passively read the guidance given to us by fate. It has a complete set of divination magic in the East, but when tea was introduced to Europe, this divination magic did not follow. That's right. Mrs. Clemens nodded approvingly. The interpretation of tea leaves we have learned is incomplete, and even the varieties of tea leaves are not complete. Nelson saw Alfred raised his eyebrows, as if he was previewing this class for the first time. Tarot can predict the events that the fortune teller thinks, but according to the arrangement and combination, each way of placing cards has a fixed number of combination results, but the events in life have all kinds of bizarre developments. Myrtle said it is getting faster and faster, and she is completely different from the usual her, so it may happen that the same two things are used for tarot divination. And the results of the divination are the same, but the final event has a completely different direction. Very well. 10 points for Ravenclaw. Mrs. Clemens nodded with satisfaction and looked around the classroom. Tom and White had distributed the crystal balls and were returning to their seats. She saw Tom divided the last 2 crystal balls with Nelson and continued, "The crystal ball divination we are about to come into contact with is the earliest way the Celts used to understand fate. In prehistoric Britain, there was a group of Druids with magical powers. They are the earliest prototypes of wizards, so the history of crystal ball divination is earlier than wizards, but the precise crystal ball magic was invented by wizards in the Middle World." Tom was bored rolling the crystal ball on the mat, but saw Nelson beside him writing fast with a dilapidated notebook. "Aren't you a prophet? Still listening to this? This is a history of magic, Tom." Nelson didn't write very well, so he simply put the crystal ball under the book. "I believe many people are wondering why I didn't let you prepare the crystal ball yourself," Mrs. Clemens said slowly. "In fact, the previous students have always prepared it by themselves, but I think the effect is not good. Because customers who don't understand the essence of divination always like to choose their own crystal balls, based on whether they look good or not. This will cause every 5th grader to buy a lot of fake and shoddy products made of glass." Is this the history of magic? Isn't this the history of druids? Tom wondered. Isn't this kind of prehistoric all fairy tales? That's not necessarily true. Nelson shook his head. "I have a friend who is like a druid, and even if it is a fairy tale, it hides the prototype of the real history." "Oh." Tom nodded thoughtfully and began to listen carefully to the knowledge he had already read. Soon, Mrs. Clemens' pre-class preparations were over. After 10 minutes, she finally began to teach Ravenclaw and Slytherin students to inject magic into the crystal ball and roughly interpret the contents. "When you bind your thoughts to the crystal ball and connect your soul with this sensitive medium, you will see the fog of the future rise in the crystal ball, and they will resonate with the strongest thoughts in your heart and gradually condensed into an appearance that is closely related to the future." Mrs. Clemens's words were mysterious and mysterious, all of which were words such as binding, connecting, and resonance, and there was not even a spell, like a person who just learned to speak children babbling. In fact, wizards' exploration of fate is no different from babbling children. Tom has practiced very well. Although he has no illusions about surpassing the natural prophet, divination class has always been one of the courses he is most interested in. His expression is a little excited. In the light green beryl crystal ball, there are a few erratic strands the white mist twists and turns, constantly being molded into different shapes. Nelson also followed his example and put his hand on the crystal ball. The moment his hand touched the crystal ball, he heard his eyes tremble, and he retracted his hand, as if he was shocked. The movement was so big that it even alarmed the people around. Tom turned his head and asked in a low voice, "What's wrong? Fog from the future?" Nelson shook his head, staring at the crystal ball in front of him. "I should learn about crystal ball divination earlier." Tom followed Nelson's gaze and saw that in the light golden crystal ball, the condensed white mist formed the silhouette of a modern city. His sight quickly zoomed in from above the city, projecting onto a heavily guarded building on the corner of the street before. It was a bank, and green poisonous snakes were pushing open the manhole cover in front of the bank, spitting out letters, and the small eyes looking at the gate were full of greed. "Could it be your lost fog?" Tom asked suspiciously. "It looks like that's right. It's there. Although I don't understand the reason. The crystal ball seems to have opened a crack connecting the illusion, allowing the mist to escape." Nelson stared at the poisonous snakes who wanted to climb into the bank. They had gathered there are many, entangled with each other, and crowded the street corners, like a ball of wool that has been cut short. "What's going on? Watch for me, Tom. I'll come as I go." After all, Nelson closed his eyes and lowered his head. Tom looked around and found that Mrs. Clemens, who was answering questions, was already approaching here. He grabbed Nelson's 2 hands, covered them on the crystal ball in front of him, and adjusted his posture again, which seemed to be serious divination in general. Having done all this, he flicked out the wand hidden in his sleeve and cast the petrification spell on Nelson. At this moment, Mrs. Clemens just came in front of the 2 of them. "Bug, you've crossed the line. Herbo is very happy today. A few hours ago, he who was lying on the ground lamenting his fate suddenly smelled a seductive fragrance, which made his mind messed up. After careful identification, he thought it was just the Philosopher's Stone, which is recorded in the Jewish Book of Abraham. Exudes the aroma of blood mixed with flowers and grains produced by brass. Could it be that my luck has changed? Although there is still a long way to go before the prophecy he firmly believes in comes true, Herbo still thinks that it is fate that sees him too hard and gives him a chance to return to the world. Although I can't figure this thing out, but since I found it, it's mine." Following the smell, Herbo used his dog nose to search for the map, broke through the thick fog, and came to a city. He recognized the city, the skyscraper that belonged to that violent kid. He searched carefully in the sewer, finally found the heavily guarded building. The greed for life had destroyed his sense of awe, and Herbo began to summon the snakes with great fanfare, trying to find the loopholes in the building, and kept probing to see if the kid was fishing. After various trials, he determined that Nelson was not in the misty illusion, and this was his chance. Surrounded by snakes, Herbo crawled out of the sewer, stood on the corner of the street, imagining the wonderful scene of himself ruling the world, feeling extremely happy. But soon, his good mood was destroyed. "Bug, you've crossed the line." Nelson's voice appeared above his head. Herbo is a wizard who is good at summing up experience. Countless confrontations with Nelson made him understand that this young and outrageous wizard was so powerful in the illusion. He simply closed his eyes, directly gave up the resistance. I knew it. Immediately afterwards, he felt a tight pain coming from the back of his head. No need to think about it. It must be that kid who grabbed the back of my old man's head. Herbo's guess was right. Nelson pinched the back of his head and smashed it hard towards the ground. The strength and magic power of his whole body burst out together. Herbo's head smashed into the sidewalk, smashing the ground, revealing a sewer. After Herbo lost his resistance, the poisonous snakes were lying in the sewer like dried salted fish, and Nelson beat him mercilessly for 15 minutes. But Herbo, who possessed a Horcrux, would definitely not be killed by fists and magic. He just rolled like a sandbag under Nelson's attack, while reflecting on why he fell into this obvious fishing trap. Nelson was finally tired. Herbo, who was nailed to the big iron gate of the bank, sneered, "I didn't expect you to do such a thing." "What's the matter?" Nelson felt a burst of relief. "It's nothing." Herbo shook his head, lying on the door, and said, "I didn't expect you to make the Philosopher's Stone. It's just a semi-finished product." Nelson mocked. "Your nose is really good, but you may not know that the Philosopher's Stone still lacks the material, the soul of a powerful dark wizard. Are you willing to dedicate yourself?" Herbo said with a sneer, looking at the pale sky. "Before that, I was the meat on the cutting board. You can take it if you want." Nelson asked, "Haven't you learned your lesson?" "Lesson? You have a million reasons to teach me." Herbo pulled himself off the door forcefully, crawled to Nelson's feet, and touched his forehead to the ground. "My gracious master, you just want to vent those things that you can't do in reality. The tyranny of venting, I can see. My great master, we are a kind of people, your faithful servant enough." Nelson kicked him away, raised his head, and snapped his fingers. A towering mechanical giant rose in the city and turned to look in his direction. The red one-eyed was like the sun of this pure white city. "My good brother is here again." In order to welcome the Triwizard Tournament and show the new atmosphere of Hogwarts to fellow schools and guests, the school staff specially led the house elves of Hogwarts to spend 2 days cleaning the school, painting the old walls. The outdated decorations were replaced, and the armor brother who had been guarding the door of Dumbledore's office all year round was even waxed. Hello. Nelson straightened the helmet with a smile, knocked on his chest, and listened to the sound of dong dong coming from inside, and asked concerned, does anyone still throw garbage in there? No, since the little girl from the Sykes family left, almost no one in the school eats bubble gum. Armour shook his head and said, speaking of which, after you left, you didn't encounter anything, except that one time. Dangerous situation? It makes me rust if I stay here. You don't expect me to be better. Nelson pretended to be angry and knocked on the armor's head. Professor Dumbledore asked me to come to him. The password is lemon mousse. Okay, but you have to wait a moment. Albus has something to do. The armor shrugged, and the whole body made a sound of caracalla. Suddenly, the door opened, and Miss Joy, wearing a mask, came out of the office, nodded to Nelson, stepped on her high heels, and left with a tap. Okay, he's fine. You go in. The voice of the armor sounded very unhappy, and added, next time you encounter interesting things, you must take me with you. Think about it, if the Triwizard Tournament, when you wear me, you won't be beaten down by a stick, won't you? You're right. Nelson felt a pain in the back of his head. He cast a cleansing spell on the armor, bid farewell to it, and walked into the principal's office. Nelson, it looks like you have a good relationship with it. Nelson heard Dumbledore's voice as soon as he entered the office. It's not usually so warm to me. Maybe it's because I wore it, Nelson said directly. Professor Dumbledore, what do you want from me? Of course it can't be, because you brutally bullied a mistletoe in the Ravenclaw Tower. Dumbledore blinked and looked at Nelson with interest. But I was indeed attacked this morning. But I was attacked. The broken walls were quickly repaired. The castle is waking up. I heard your cat has a new friend. Could you ask him to introduce that friend to me? Today is Pod's birthday. Lily suffers. Gryffindor deducts points. Chapter 293 The Friend of the Question Mark. Friend of the Question Mark. Nelson looked even more confused than Dumbledore. Isn't it you? Me. Your cat is called a question mark, right? Dumbledore shook his head with a smile. I really want to be friends with this cute cat, but it doesn't seem to like me. I tried using Miller the little dried fish my baby gave me to curry favor with it, but it doesn't eat it at all. You might have to give it some sweets like candied fruit. He's the king of the school, and he's used to big fish and meat. Nelson shrugged. In fact, he doesn't even give me face. I have also heard that Professor Dippet is a former headmaster. I'm the acting headmaster, and there is a cat who is the real headmaster. Dumbledore laughed at himself, and these words attracted the eyes of the old headmasters behind him. So have you heard of its new friend? Nelson noticed that there was an extra painting on top of Dumbledore's head, which was placed next to Phineas Black, the most unpopular headmaster in Hogwarts history. He could only see the luxurious living room and seats, but the people inside were not there, and he was startled. Could it be that Armando Dippet is dead? This is his portrait. Isn't it really you? Nelson didn't ask this question, but frowned, reached into his pocket, pulled out a long and sharp dagger, and raised his hand to insert it on Dumbledore's desk. This is. Dumbledore squinted his eyes, looking at the dagger that could be completely submerged with a light insertion. His desk is a valuable antique. The wood is extremely tight, and many are added to protect the antique. However, the dagger sank, as if inserted into tofu, enough to see its sharpness. This is the dagger I gave you? Have you resharpened it? No, Professor. Nelson shook his head, pulled out another identical dagger from the other pocket, and inserted it into Dumbledore's desk as well. But this one was far less sharp than the former one. After a lot of effort, I just barely inserted the tip of the knife into the table. This is the dagger you gave me. Nelson's eyes drifted back to the dagger with only the hilt remaining, and said, this one was brought to me by the question mark, and it has been so sharp since I received it, because they look the same. I thought this is what you entrusted it to bring to me. Can you show me? Dumbledore pondered for a moment, stretched out his hand to hold the hilt of the sharp dagger, and asked, look at it. Dumbledore pulled out the dagger vigorously. The mirror-like blade reflected the brilliance of the chandelier, causing Nelson to close his eyes unconsciously. He only heard a whoosh, followed by a heavy object falling on the carpet. Dull sound. He opened his eyes and saw Dumbledore standing there blankly holding the dagger, as if he had seen something incomprehensible. Nelson followed his gaze and saw that the corner of the heavy desk was covered with life. After cutting, the texture of the log is exposed, without any burrs, and it is extremely silky. It's really a sharp knife. Dumbledore carefully observed the sharp blade in his hand. Albus, if you use things from Hogwarts to chop this kind of table board from outside in the castle, of course it will be cut in half. An old man's voice sounded slowly above Dumbledore's head. Nelson raised his head, and there was a goat-like old man in the picture frame beside Phineas. It was Salazar, who Nelson had met by the Black Lake. Slytherin. He narrowed his eyes, looked down at Nelson, wrinkled his nose, and asked in disgust, "Nordic boy, did you roll in a cesspit?" "What?" A big question mark appeared above Nelson's head. "Why haven't I seen you for a few days? You have an extra stink," Slytherin said with a serious face, and he didn't seem to be insulting Nelson, but as if he was stating a simple fact. A smell of death, the stench of a limp corpse, of an ambitious tyrant, of a disorderly madman. Nelson raised his arm, put the cuff close to his nose and sniffed it. Not one of Wiltoning, who is good at water transformation, doesn't like to take a bath. What's more, he also added a permanent cleaning spell to the clothes, so it is impossible to have any peculiar smell. Master Slytherin is right. Phineas pinched his nose and said in a pretentious manner, "If Slytherin's unceremonious speech is a bit majestic, then Phineas is full of greasy pretense. It's a disgrace to Hogwarts to not pay attention to hygiene at such a young age." The question mark above Nelson's head jumped. "You can pull it, Phineas. I remember when you were in office, in order to extend the study time of the students, you even dismantled the bathrooms so that they could only take a shower once every 2 days," said the headmistress Delacey Duentet had a good impression of Nelson, threatening Phineas with that thick wand. "I saw your great-grandson playing with a dead mouse last week." "Shut up." She stepped into Phineas's picture frame, and there was Slytherin on the other side. Phineas had nowhere to escape, and he begged for forgiveness in a low voice. Only then did he realize that his wish to put Lord Slytherin next to him came true. A mine that he planted with his own hands. "I didn't smell it." Nelson's face was full of confusion. Dumbledore also nodded. "There is no smell. Did you go to some place with a strong smell just now?" "Let me see. Albus, can you do me a favor?" Lift his left hand. "Yes, the little finger. Closer, closer." Slytherin skillfully ordered Dumbledore to help him with the work, but Nelson was still wondering about the stinky smell, sniffing around his sleeve all the time, looking like a sniffer looking for gold coin smell. "Yes, the last knuckle. Pinch it, and use prototype live." Under the command of Slytherin, Dumbledore pressed his wand against Nelson's left little finger. White light flashed, and a circle of green marks appeared on the finger. Nelson saw it, and understood that it was Harpo who had shot. However, it was quickly purified by the lost mist, losing its original effect. And the stinky smell that Slytherin mentioned may be the breath he got when he went to stop Harpo from stealing the Philosopher's Stone during the divination class today. After crushing so many poisonous snakes, there will always be a few drops of blood spattered on the body. Despicable Harpo. Slytherin's expression became tense and his tone became urgent. "You are his servant? Albus, arrest him quickly." Nelson broke free from Dumbledore's hand like a loach, quickly put his hand in his pocket, and before Dumbledore could react, he took out the ring that had faded from the imprintering made of Ouroboros. Before Slytherin had time to say the next sentence, Nelson nodded slightly and said, "The enemy you once fought against, the despicable Harpo, is waking up in the illusion." "Misty illusion? He really has another Horcrux." Slytherin narrowed his eyes. The narrow eyes were narrowed into a slit. "No wonder he still has the strength to escape. After we destroyed the Horcrux, he is a centipede, dead but not stiff." "That's right." Nelson nodded. "I've found 3 hiding places for his soul, but I don't know which one is the body. But please rest assured, before the prophecy comes true, I can do it in the trance. Suppress him." "You? Suppress him?" Slytherin stared at Nelson closely. He didn't know whether to believe it or not. After a while, he sighed and turned away from the painting frame. Phineas, who was cornered by Delacey, finally also taking the opportunity, he slipped into Slytherin's photo frame and slipped away in the blink of an eye. The rest of the principals all had their eyes half closed and looked like they were dozing off. Except for Fox, who made the sound of chewing nuts from time to time. There was an eerie silence in the principal's room. Nelson, it's really tiring to carry too many things by yourself. Dumbledore raised his hand, patted Nelson on the shoulder vigorously, and said, "Thank you for your hard work. I always knew that you are still the one with justice in your heart. Good boy." Nelson's shoulder was painfully patted. He bit his lower lip and squeezed out a frivolous and bitter smile. "Don't you, Professor?" "Me?" Dumbledore laughed. "Okay, now let's get down to business." He waved, and the two chairs that had fallen in the commotion just now flew back to their original places. The two sat down, and Dumbledore continued, "I know you like magic very much. I don't know if you've heard that Hogwarts once had a prankster." Pevs. Nelson raised his eyebrows. "I know it disappeared after the expulsion organized by the previous castle administrator." "You really know a lot." Dumbledore nodded. "This makes our topic much simpler. In one sentence, Peeves appeared again, and it seemed to be inseparable from your cat named ? So that's why I thought of asking you if you knew of its existence. As for these two daggers, they should both come from the traps set by the previous castle administrator, and the one should be given to you by the ? No wonder." Nelson suddenly realized, nodded and said, "No wonder I always feel that those moving stairs have become more active after returning to school, and the explosion before." Nelson waved his hand, stopped this dangerous topic, and continued after swallowing. "I saw a wall collapse due to disrepair, but it quickly repaired itself." "Oh?" Dumbledore asked curiously, "Why do you think that the activity of the castle is related to Peeves?" "History, Professor." Nelson's tone became more confident. "Peeves is obviously not the ghost of Hogwarts. I searched the history of the school, and I couldn't find a student who likes to do pranks so much. There is no one. How can ghosts be born?" Dumbledore nodded in agreement, motioning for Nelson to continue. "I compared the teaching style of previous Hogwarts principals with the level of Peeves activity in the corresponding time period." Nelson said, "I found that when the principal's teaching style is milder and the relationship between teachers and students is good, Peeves is more active. Even though ghosts have a high sense of presence, they are not very active. They just do some pranks that little wizards would do to their friends." "That's right." Behind Dumbledore, a bald old man with squinting eyes and a good-natured face said, "When I was the headmaster, Peeves helped us arrange the Triwizard Tournament. It seems that you are very popular with the students, Kevin." Dumbledore turned his head and nodded to the bald old man. The old man smiled, as if he was caught in the memory of his Hogwarts career. "But when some principals with a tough style and a bad relationship with students are in office." Nelson raised his head, glanced at Phineas's frame, and saw that he was not there, and then produced more detailed data, such as Principal Black in the nearly 40 years of his tenure. Peeves' activity rate is almost the highest in history. At this time, its prank choices are also more harmful, causing casualties or injuries at a rate of 135 times, an average of at least 3 cases per semester. It can be seen that Peeves' behavior style is closely related to the students' attitudes towards the school. "Very reasonable," continued Dumbledore. "Then why don't you think he's just a ghost with the students?" "Professor, you must know that ghosts are generally unable to touch or harm matter." Nelson shook his head. "And how can Hogwarts ghosts do things like unscrew the chandelier over the heads of freshmen during the opening ceremony? It is more inclined to be the castle elves of Hogwarts. Ms. Rowena Ravenclaw once told me that the reason why the number of silent people in Britain dropped sharply after the establishment of Hogwarts was not only because the little wizards got the stable learning environment is because the castle is equipped with a kind of magic, a magic that can sort out and absorb the mixed magic power that the little wizard cannot control, and these magic powers will never disappear out of thin air. They are all used to maintain the castle's daily life. As time goes by, the magic of the castle gave birth to a powerful intelligence. Because it has obtained the student's magic, it will naturally be affected by the emotions contained in the magic. This kind of statement is more in line with Peeves' behavior logic. Has he seen Ravenclaw yet? Is he the next headmaster? I've never seen Ravenclaw." Behind Dumbledore, the headmasters who had just pretended to be asleep just now exclaimed one after another. "Very reasonable and convincing." Dumbledore nodded gratified. "The dagger was originally given to you to remind you of the second round of the Triwizard Tournament, but now I think you are fully qualified to participate in this. Are you free now? I will take you to a place where a trap was set up by the castle warden in Chorus Calp to kill Peeves. By the way, this is also the the venue for the second match. Okay, Professor. Nelson nodded. Is this related to Professor Sykes' planting of the ghosts? Framing? Said Dumbledore in surprise. That's a pretty serious accusation. Professor, today I know. We'll talk about this later. Dumbledore patted Nelson on the back, motioning to leave the office together. There are some limitations, but if we can go into the scene where historical events took place, the mysteries separated by time will become clearer. Chapter 294. This is my escape route. Nelson and the armor followed Dumbledore to a locked door. Along the way, Dumbledore was telling Nelson the story of Peeves. First year Nelson and Alfred once came here during their night tour. At that time, there was a dusty lock on the dilapidated wooden door, and they couldn't do anything about it, no matter how hard they tried. Now it was opened, dangling from the doorknob, hitting the doorknob from time to time to make a crisp sound. It looks like you've been here before. Dumbledore said briskly. I remember it was written in the school rules that this area cannot be approached. Sure enough, every student at Hogwarts has violated the school rules. I haven't. Nelson categorically denied. At least he had to put on a show in front of the principal, and he couldn't get carried away. I'm just a little curious. There are so many things in this world that make us curious. Dumbledore blinked, pulled out his wand, and pointed to the doorknob, and said softly, get your wand ready. Be careful, there may be a hard fight. The opponent is a ghost. I need your lost fog. Is it Peeves? Nelson asked curiously. Isn't it just doing pranks? That's not necessarily the case. At least there are traces of the wizard's hostility. Unwarranted hostility will only make us defenseless. Dumbledore shook his head, and with the help of the unlocking spell, the old wooden door creaked open. The hinge of the door shaft was rusted, and the harsh noise echoed in the empty corridor. Dumbledore turned his head, looked at the armor, and ordered, you protect him. Okay, Albus. The armor has no face, but Nelson clearly saw the joyful expression on its face. When the holy and eye-catching golden light lit up on his chest, he suddenly had an ominous premonition, and waved his hands again and again. Professor, I do not need. No, you need it. The armor's voice with a round voice and righteous words echoed in the corridor, piercing Nelson's time panic membrane like a brain devil's voice, and it said excitedly, good brother. How long have we not been side by side? The battle is over. Come on. Let us execute the evil. How I wish I had never fought side by side with you. Nelson closed his mouth bitterly. He didn't know if the evil would be executed, but he knew that his face would be executed soon. Oh. Hearing the passionate music suddenly sounding beside him, Dumbledore stopped after entering the door, turned his head, and stared at Nelson covered in golden light with interest. Let's shout out that sentence together. Armor's voice was full of passion. Nelson has closed his eyes and closed his five senses as much as possible, hoping to get through this painful experience that is about to happen. He deeply understands a truth anything that you dare to say when you are alone must never be when there are people around said. Why don't you talk? Are you lacking energy? The armor that has turned into light asked in confusion. Let me do it for you. Come on, Hanson. The amplified sound of the armor went straight into the sky, almost breaking the roof of Hogwarts Castle. A set of quaint, shiny silver and waxed full body plate armor appeared on Nelson's body. Elf-like flashing runes shone around the armor, making Nelson shrouded in a dense halo. Horizontally, he raised the wand in his hand to the top of his head, drew a perfect arc on his side, and then swung it downward vigorously, and a pointer rapier covered with gears appeared in his hand. Nelson could clearly feel that the armor was getting excited. It manipulated its arm to hold a sword flower that was 100 times more beautiful than the quick action it had made before, and stood in front of Dumbledore with its chest up. It didn't even know where it came from. He got a green Slytherin cloak, hung it around his neck, and used magic to create a breeze to make the cloak flutter. It looks okay. Nelson couldn't help thinking in his heart, if this armor is a mute, or if I'm not in the armor, it would be great. Hey. Dumbledore was taken aback, clapping his hands in praise. Really handsome. Knights of the Round Table are nothing more than that. Thank you for your compliment. Nelson's muffled voice came out of the can, like a 50-year-old man. But Dumbledore didn't know that Nelson in the armor was having a dangerous conversation with the armor. Do you have an increase in magic? You still think about magic when you have me? But there is a little bit. Is there a forgetting curse? Of course. How can such a small magic like the Oblivion curse break my defense? Let's go, Professor. Nelson clanged up to Dumbledore and walked through the door first. Dumbledore shrugged and followed. But as soon as he took a step, he heard a clang coming from the front and then hit Nelson's hardback armor and was pushed out by Nelson, who had withdrawn. What's the matter, Nelson? Dumbledore rubbed his knees and took a breath. I feel like you might have knocked the map on my lap flat. Sorry, Professor, but you might as well see for yourself. Nelson took a step back, protecting the unprotected Dumbledore and looking into the corridor behind the door. I saw countless sharp daggers floating in the corridor behind the door, guarding the bell jar in the center, and their knives pointed straight at the wooden door. It is conceivable that, whenever someone walks behind the door, they will be in a blink of an eye. In a short time, he was tied into a hedgehog. Of course, the sharpness of the dagger allows it to penetrate the human body without hindrance. Perhaps what is left in the end is not a hedgehog, but a shapeless sponge. Dumbledore just poked his head, and 3 daggers flew towards him with lightning speed. Nelson subconsciously raised his hand to resist, and the daggers hit the armor. These daggers, which could cut off the desk at will, could not break through it. The defense only left behind 3 white marks that quickly disappeared. But Nelson seemed to have been hit by a sledgehammer. Even though he was cushioned by the armor, his arms were still numb from the shock, and his head was still buzzing. Peeves, I'm here to negotiate terms. Nelson shouted into the door. 3 daggers responded to him. Nelson was a little angry, but he still said patiently, now the principal and administrator have changed, you don't have to do this. He chatted a lot, but the people inside seemed to be unable to understand human words, and they just threw daggers out. Nelson became angry, and it was beyond the scope of pranks. Guys also become unreasonable. This doesn't seem like a prank. Nelson shook his head, pondered for a moment, and said, Professor, are you sure this is Peeves, not some treasure spot? No, the trap that ambushed Peeves back then is here. Look at those ballistas and throwing axes. They should be controlled by Peeves now. Are you sure you want to use this place as the venue for the Triwizard Tournament? I think we should be able to handle the Peeves thing. What nonsense. Just rush in and have a look. The irritable armored brother didn't give Nelson a chance to object. He picked up his long sword and bent his knees slightly. Nelson just had time to take a deep breath and shot out the door like a shell that escaped from his chest. The reaction of the daggers is not insignificant. The daggers near the wooden door followed Nelson's silver figure that was too fast to see clearly and shot out like a gust of wind. Some daggers even predicted where he would slow down in front of the opposite wall. But neither Nelson nor Peeves expected that the armor had no intention of slowing down at all. It controlled the balance in the air, but instead continued to accelerate and hit the opposite stone wall. Nelson closed his eyes, a move worth at least a concussion, hoping Dumbledore didn't look like Dumpling when he poured himself out. But the expected collision did not happen. The armor actually changed its posture in the air, stepped on the opposite wall with 2 legs, bent its knees to the limit, squatted down, leaned back to avoid the flying dagger, and adjusted the rest of the dagger. Before the angle, use your legs hard, and launch to the wall on the other side again. A silver lightning bolt jumped in the dusty corridor, almost breaking through the limits of human imagination for the word sensitivity. Nelson in the armor felt his heart beating faster and his blood boiling. This is the instinct of human beings when encountering stimuli in response. The armor's yes, that's it. Just close your eyes and leave the rest to me. From the armor also became extremely harsh. His arms exerted force and regained control of his body. He stabbed deeply into the wall, hung himself on the wall, turned his head to look at the stone wall that was almost collapsed by the foot just now, held the long sword tightly in his right hand, and pointed directly at the bell jar. The silver visor opened, revealing a strand of blonde hair. Nelson's eyes were full of excitement. It had been a long time since he felt the thrill of jumping in every cell. Maybe I'm a fighter at heart. Nelson was thinking wildly. He had already penetrated into the knife array and was being firmly locked by the daggers in all directions. He had the same thought as the armor, but at the beginning of the idea, his legs and feet were synchronized, and he left the string. Nelson switched to holding a sword in both hands and charged forward. Dumbledore, who had not had time to enter the door, rubbed his eyes. The silver figure in his eyes was like a soaring falcon. It seemed that only the ceiling was his limit. Nelson no longer dodged, but rushed forward facing the flying daggers. Even so, the daggers from behind and sides still couldn't even see his exhaust. The long sword that was held high was shining with dazzling golden light, and there was the sound of clockwork gears in a trance. When he raised the long sword to the top of his head, the surrounding gears suddenly spread out, and the blade split into countless fragments, but they all slashed down violently with Nelson's sword swing, and there was a violent rainstorm engulfed in a whirlwind of sharp blades in the corridor. The attack rushed towards the bell jar. Behind Nelson, a rain of golden swords fell, and the twisted and deformed daggers fell to the ground powerlessly like dumplings. Good brother, watch me next. The armor roared excitedly, and Nelson's ears inside were about to be deafened. Standing in front of the bell jar is a row of dangling axes that, if Nelson were in the world of Tomb Raider, he might have to do a back and forth rhythmic gymnastics move to dodge them. But the armor's combat style perfectly interprets what is called violent aesthetics. Even though it is a pair of armor made by wizards and specially worn by wizards, it doesn't know what dodge is at all, and Nelson's magic power is mobilized. Condensed on the surface of the armor, facing the heavy guillotine passing by, it can use every hard part of its body to push them away, and change the direction of the flying axe. You can even use the remaining hilt in your hand to delay the axe blade for a while, and make a fist with your other hand to smash the blocked axe through. The cumbersome ballista can't pose a threat to the two of them. Even with magic power, it is just a cumbersome plaything. Nelson quickly came to the front of the bell jar, and the fragments of the blade flying up behind him finally caught up with him, piece by piece on the hilt of the sword, and those gears also controlled the dagger in the corridor to fly around him. Nelson bent down and tapped the bell jar in front of him with his metal knuckles, but the armor suddenly made him straighten up. A poisonous arrow glowing purple shot out from the air hole of the bell jar and flew past Nelson's neck. The dagger that was rubbed behind him became black and brittle and fell powerlessly. Nelson was really annoyed. He held the long sword backwards, and the blade turned into a rifle with a click sound. Nelson raised the rifle, pressed it against the air hole of the bell jar, and kept pulling the bolt. He fired several shots. The bold lion is cold arrows, right? Cold weapons, right? Bang 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 bang. After 7 shots, a crack broke through the bell jar. Dumbledore, who followed closely, raised his eyebrows. This was a good item purchased by the school back then. Isn't that sword just a strong sword? Well, Peeves, we've come to negotiate terms. About terms? Nelson heard Peeves' voice for the first time, a sharp, meandering voice that seemed to be laughing all the time. A big softy wearing a turtle shell and a cribby looking for a boyfriend. Peeves has nothing to talk to you about. Nelson felt a chill coming from behind. He turned around in horror, only to see the expressionless Dumbledore raised his wand. The armor rolled Nelson on the spot, and a thunderbolt suddenly struck the bell jar. The bell jar was blown away by the explosion and hit the wall. The two deformed together, and the bell jar bounced back and forth in the corridor. Peeves, I'm the current headmaster of Hogwarts. You pose a threat to the safety of the students, Dumbledore said, his face so smelly. Either stop your behavior, accept the supervision of the school, or leave Hogwarts. Never come back. Well, Peeves thinks the students might not think so, but Peeves can't beat you, so Peeves thinks you have the final say. Peeves squeezed the milky white head out of the air hole of the bell jar flying in the air, and stared at Dumbledore with a smile. Suddenly, the bell jar hit the other wall, crushing its head flat, but it pulled out suddenly, and got into the wall. Ha ha ha, Crimmerby, this is Peeves' escape route. Dumbledore stared blankly at the place where it disappeared, and took a deep breath. Nelson shrugged, and a big hand made of lost mist emerged from the wall grabbing the limp Peeves. Immediately afterwards, the hand made of lost mist was waving on the walls of the entire corridor. Nelson approached the wall, and walked into the fog. Behind him, the screaming and cursing, Peeves was also dragged into the illusion. The spirit body would almost lose all its strength in the face of this fog. Professor, I'm afraid you'll kill it. Nelson's voice came from the fog. I understand, Dumbledore said softly. I'll wait for you in my office. Sorry, as a professor, I lost my composure in front of the students. I understand, Professor. After all, I have lost my composure in front of you before. Nelson's voice became smaller and smaller until the door of fog closed behind him into a small vortex, and those big pale hands with flailing teeth and claws also turned into mist and merged into the vortex. Dumbledore pursed his lips, looked at the big hands that were so ferocious that he could tell they were not serious magic at a glance, frowned. He stretched out his hand. The last wisp of mist was cut off by him and condensed on the tip of his staff. It's really you, Albus, a strange voice sounded behind Dumbledore. He turned his head, and Sigmund, who was shaking his head, was standing outside the wooden door. I thought this was about a night fighting wonderful performance, but I didn't expect there to be such an after-dinner entertainment show, where even my own students' things have to be inserted. After so many years, you are still so, TSK. So indescribable. Chapter 295 Mischief. Where is this? Who are you? Let Peeves out. Peeves, who was caught in the misty illusion, looked extremely flustered. He kept twisting his body, biting the big mist hand that was strangling him with the teeth that were finally able to move freely. His teeth are extremely sharp. At least it is not difficult for him to bite off the incorporeal mist. The tiger's mouth of the big hand was quickly torn into a mess by him. The lost mist that escaped from the wound floated everywhere, but he was just doing futile work. The mist of the whole world can be used as a supplement for the big hand. Peeves quickly realized this, and his tone became depressed. Where is this? Let Peeves out. Although his voice is full of pleading and pity, the expression on his face is still full of innocence, playfulness and rebellious perverseness, just like an actor who puts his best efforts into performing a puppet show, but wears a pair of clothes that do not belong to the say comical mask of a repertoire. The more ironic the expression, the more pathetic the voice. His body gradually became transparent, and the passive light above his head was able to pass through it and sprinkle on the ground. But he has no self-awareness of being in prison. He doesn't observe the surrounding environment like a person seeking to escape from prison, and he doesn't complain about himself like a person who abandons himself. He just keeps screaming and crying, as if these noises can help him out of danger. Can't adapt to the new environment? Nelson's voice came from the surrounding fog. You did too much mischief. This is punishment. Not to mention, I'm saving you. You should thank me. At least you shouldn't scold me. Only then did Peeves stop shouting, staring at a pair of weird eyes, looking at the street shrouded in mist. The sidewalk paved with bluestone slabs was full of street trees, and the parallel canals were flowing with clear water. A pure the white koi jumped out of the ditch and dissipated into a wisp of lost mist in the air, and the sparrows that flew out of it got into the canopy above the head. The streets in the southeast and northwest lead to the unknown. This is a crossroads. Facing him is a very familiar thick wooden door. The door is a huge phantom that makes Peeves' heart tense. How about this? Will you be more comfortable with this? As Nelson's voice became clearer, the fog on the street slowly dissipated. Peeves' eyes were fixed on the huge phantom behind the door. After the fog cleared, a pure white Hogwarts castle appeared in front of him. Like it? Nelson in silver armor stood in front of the door, bowed slightly, and the door opened. Peeves just wanted to open his mouth to yell, but he felt his limbs tense. He lowered his head and found 4 big hands appeared behind him and stretched out 2 fingers to pinch his limbs. He felt a sense of relief from the soles of his feet. Feeling the touch, 4 big hands fiddled with his body and fell to the ground. Under the control of his hands, Peeves kicked a non-standard British goose step. Coupled with his playful expression, if the big hands behind him were ignored, it would undoubtedly be a funny scene, but it looked extremely weird when paired with them. Nelson stood quietly in front of the door, waiting for Peeves to approach. Peeves doesn't like it at all. What the hell is this place? What do you want, you jerk? You are really not a ghost, Mr. Peeves. It is impossible for ghosts not to know this place. Nelson took off his helmet, causing the armor to express his dissatisfaction again and again. Peeves' words sounded so weak at this moment. Nelson smiled softly. This is of course Hogwarts, your home, a good place for you to do pranks for hundreds of years. No, this is not Hogwarts. No, it is. As Peeves approached, Nelson's tone became calm. He turned around on his own and walked through the door, and Peeves was held by 4 hands like a sentinel. He smiled desperately and followed behind him. Look, that's the Black Lake. The space behind the door is much wider. Looking in from the outside, this Hogwarts seems to be only a little bigger than the castle, but after entering the door, there are many hidden caves, including scenes such as the Black Lake and the Forbidden Forest. They are perfectly reproduced. The only fly in the ointment is that they are all white. Nelson pointed to the milky white lake on the right that was rippling suddenly under the calm air and introduced in. You once drove a snake and forced a 2nd grade girl who was afraid of snakes because of the church's persecution to come here. She jumped into the lake, but she didn't seem to be able to swim, and she was rescued after drinking water for half an hour, and she successfully developed hydrophobia and even almost refused the potions class offered by the head Slytherin at the time. Nelson waved his hand, and a white girl poked her head out of the lake, peeping at Peeves fearfully, and plunged her head into the water. When Peeves turned to look at her, you see, she's more afraid of you than water. Peeves squeezed his mouth tightly, his expression still smiling. Look over there. I'm sorry, I forgot before. Nelson held his helmet in one hand and waved lightly towards the Black Lake with the other. 4 towering stands rose from the white lawn. That's the Quidditch field. The old sport, isn't it? HMPH. Peeves doesn't play Quidditch. Peeves turned his head, as if he knew what Nelson was going to say, so he deliberately didn't look there. Coincidentally, I don't play either. Nelson showed a joyful expression, and then turned his face, as if he had changed his face. But even someone like me who knows almost nothing about Quidditch knows the importance of broomsticks to players. Mr. Peeves, at the Quidditch Cup final, the Ravenclaw Seeker drove his beloved flashing sword into the sky, chasing the snitch overhead. At that time, the broomstick he bought for 100 galleons actually broke. Later, the professors found out that the 2 broomsticks were glued together with time-limited glue, but the boy also completely ruined his career and even lost an arm forever. It may be the worst ground accident Hogwarts has ever seen. A scream came from a distance, followed by a loud noise like a meteorite falling to the ground. Nelson raised his eyebrows. Mr. Peeves, do you know what's going on? How did Peeves know about Fulton? Oh. So his name is Fultz. Maybe because his only talent is Quidditch, so even the school history only uses Ravenclaw's Seeker to refer to this person who achieved nothing in the second half of his life. Nelson slowly introduced everyone who was really hurt by Peeves' pranks at Hogwarts, and a student with a frightened face appeared on every inch of ground he walked. In the Misty Realm, time is blurred. Peeves has existed for hundreds of years, and the people who have been hurt over the years have been introduced one by Nelson. Although these are all transformations from Nelson, he still greeted them one by one, turned his head to Peeves and said with a smile, "This will be your new home from now on. Here you can play your pranks as you like. Talent. I promise, no one will express dissatisfaction with your jokes. You see, they are all afraid of you." Peeves doesn't want to play with these guys. Put Peeves back quickly, Peeves said tremblingly after suffering successive blows, but his body kept going forward. What the hell do you want to do? Don't you think this prank is funny? Nelson asked repeatedly with an exaggerated, surprised expression on his face. Don't you think it's really funny? It's not fun. Peeves thinks it's so boring. Peeves loudly expressed his dissatisfaction. Stop. Let me go back. Really? Nelson's voice suddenly became indifferent, and he took a step forward, almost touching Peeves' face. He could even feel the fur ball on Peeves' hat brushing his hair, and the 2 tufts of mustache trembled. A flick ran across his cheeks. They thought so too. You did it anyway, didn't you? Why did you do these pranks, even though you knew they might be hurt by it? Peeves doesn't know. Peeves doesn't know that wizards can bear so little. Peeves just thinks it's fun. Peeves just wants to do it. Peeves roared with a smile on his face. You are satisfied yet? No. Nelson shook his head seriously. Actually, I'm more confused. What? It would be strange if a man were a villain and a saint at the same time. Nelson and the goose-stepping Peeves had already arrived at the gate of the castle. He stepped forward, and the doors opened in unison. All the candles on both sides were lit, but what burned was white fire. Stepping on the white wool carpet in front of you, you look towards the auditorium, where a grand banquet is being held, just like the outside. The people laughing and laughing in the auditorium are all familiar figures of Peeves. They are singing and dancing. The goose-stepping Peeves at the door poured out of the auditorium one after another, and ran to Peeves' side. They formed a circle, singing and dancing, and for a while they made up a set of goose-stepping circles with a strong Scottish style. Nelson, who was pushed aside, squeezed back with great effort, and stood out of place in the middle of the goose crowd, looked at Peeves with a distorted smile, and asked curiously, "These are all the things that you used to do at Hogwarts? The people you have helped, big or small? I really can't understand whether you are a good person or a bad person. Peeves isn't human. I understand." Nelson scratched his head, ignoring the words "put me on your head" that had been read all the way through the helmet in his arms, and said, "You know what? Actually, when I was studying school history, I was most touched by you are the one interested. What's the use of being interested in Peeves? Peeves is just a nuisance who was kicked out of his family. Maybe Peeves should be called a nuisance." Nelson raised his eyebrows. Peeves finally uttered something meaningful beyond cursing. He didn't express any great opinions. Just let Peeves continue. Why does Peeves play pranks? When did Peeves bully the students of Hogwarts? Peeves smiled and cried. Only Peeves regards Hogwarts as a writer, and every little villain it's Peeves' family, and Peeves' pranks are only on people that everyone hates, and Peeves just did what everyone wanted to do. Why do you all blame Peeves in the end? Peeves' goose steps were as fast as a fan, and a line of milky white tears slipped from the corner of his eyes. Although his expression was still the same smile, Nelson understood that he was crying. While Peeves was wailing, Nelson quietly took out his wand from the helmet in his arms, and poked it on his back. "I hope Dumbledore's spell is useful, otherwise he will have to be exiled. I really like Peeves. Nelson is using the magic improved by Dumbledore, the master of memory and emotion magic, through legilimency. On the way to the closed corridor, Dumbledore taught this spell to Nelson. He kept in mind Dumbledore's teaching, that when it is in a strong mood, you can know what it is thinking, and silently a mantra was uttered in my heart. Empathy and synesthesia. A severe pain like a lightning strike hit his mind. These centuries-old memories with emotions flooded into Nelson's mind like a tide, and along with them came the magic power associated with those massive memories. He closed his eyes and looked back. Falling down, the armor reacted quickly, controlling his body to maintain balance, and put on the helmet to alert the surroundings. With Nelson's loss of consciousness, the students who were going forward in circles around them froze strangely, maintaining the movement of raising their legs high like sculptures. At the same time, deep in the city, the steam giant on standby also activated by a preset spell. He rose from the tall building, turned his head, and stared in Nelson's direction with a ruthless one eye. Nelson, who fell into a coma, only felt millions of voices floating in his ears, and these voices were very immature, telling his most primitive desires. "I want to be a great wizard. I want to use the potion to revive Grandma. I think there's a lot of money, so Dad doesn't have to pull the cart for Master Malfoy." The fog of confusion exploded from Nelson's body, quickly dissolving the memories he perceived, leaving only pure emotions, which were the most innocent childhood dreams. But soon, discordant voices mixed in. "That girl's long hair is so annoying. I'm going to cut it off, so Darko will only look at me. Fultz is so arrogant. If only he could break his leg. The first is mine. I'm going to put a cheat sheet in Leonard's pocket." These vicious thoughts are equally innocent and pure, but the education of the school will make the students who have these thoughts understand that these behaviors are wrong, but if they don't act, the thoughts will not disappear. These suppressed emotions accompany the underage wizards. The magic power escapes, and every night when sleeping soundly, it floats along the top of the four-poster bed to the ceiling. Nelson finally understood why Peeves did so many contradictory things in Dumbledore's files, and he might just be a hand of the students. Black magic power poured out of Nelson. Although these negative emotions were not strong, they were more than sufficient. At this moment, he seemed to be a silent person who ran away, but he still insisted on maintaining the magic. Finally, he heard the voice belonging to Peeves himself, and also found the truth about his disappearance and madness. Peeves is not some ghost, he is everyone at Hogwarts. but he is also himself, a lonely child who has lived in the castle for hundreds of years and never grew up. Peeves wants to protect his home. Standing opposite Peeves was a giant snake covered in bone fragments. It had a single blue eye and contained infinite malice. The giant snake easily squeezed through the sewer, and its body almost as wide as a sewer drained from it. Squeezed out of the mouth. Small animals living in the ground were randomly crushed into powder. A figure in a green robe with the same eyes as a giant snake stood on top of the bone snake, licking his lips with a ferocious smile. There are so many sweet and delicious young souls. I'm great enough to build an immortal body, he retorted with a tangled face. No, I'm saving my ancestors who are in deep misery. Peeves stood alone in the swollen sewer, accompanied by only a little basilisk whose skin had been shed several times. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Why is there such a asterisk 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 everywhere? Nelson gritted his teeth in a coma and murmured, but I caught you again. Chapter 296 What I do is none of your business. Dumbledore just glanced at Sigmund, who appeared at the end of the corridor, then turned his head and continued to study the whispered lost mist. I don't need to introduce it to you, and I don't bother to tell you about it. How is it possible? Albus, anything we do at any time will have any unimaginable impact on anyone. This is fate. Sigmund sneered, stepped on the ground, the dagger shards on the ground, and the soles of the black dragon leather boots creaked. As a person who may be affected by your actions, don't I even have the right to care about what fate may happen to me? Of course, please do what you want. Dumbledore shrugged, the mist in his hand couldn't dissipate in the air under the squeeze of magic power, and it condensed into a constantly changing face. You have the right to care, but I didn't explain it. Obligation. Albus, you have to know that communication is always the most powerful means for humans to resolve misunderstandings. Sigmund walked behind Dumbledore, looked at the ever-changing white face in his hand in amazement, and asked curiously, so what did Memory Master Albus Dumbledore find in his student's treasure? Dumbledore exerted a slight force on his fingers, and the face in his palm instantly shattered into scattered smoke. He turned around, raised his wand, and pressed it against Sigmund's chin. Grindelwald, I warn you. Dumbledore narrowed his eyes and said in a cold voice, I don't know what idea you are playing with, Nelson, and I don't know why a living wizard can connect to the misty illusion, but you connive his behavior of using magic to develop the misty illusion is tantamount to harming him. Why? Sigmund smiled and changed into Grindelwald's teasing face in the next second. He even took a step forward, and the tip of Dumbledore's wand dented his jaw, so that his voice became strange. A wizard who has never learned magic can go to the land of life and death. What a great talent is this. Could it be that your care is to kill other people's talent and turn him into a Dumbledore second, who only relies on his family money to juggle with transfiguration all day? You are simply unreasonable. Dumbledore reached out to fish, and he grabbed back the mist that had not completely dissipated. How many memories are there in such a wisp of mist? You have been with Nelson for so many years, haven't you studied it? You think a wizard's soul can take on so much that doesn't belong to him? Don't you know that every gift of fate has its price? I don't know, Albus. Grindelwald continued to take a step forward. Dumbledore's wand had been bent. I have never studied other people's things. I just went to the Twilight and found a big baby. You may not know that Nelson Wertling, like me, is a prophet, and a prophet is the person who is best at giving fate a blank check. You. Dumbledore shook his head, only holding the wand, and even had the idea of using a spell to penetrate Grindelwald's head for a second, but his arm still loosened his strength and swung it away vigorously. There was a bloody scratch on his chin. Taking advantage of the shallow wound not yet healed, Grindelwald wiped his chin with his hand with a smile, lowered his head, looked at the bright red blood on his finger, and stepped forward again. Looking at Dumbledore holding tightly the wand, lowered its right hand and brought its mouth close to his ear. Sure enough, Albus. Even so, Grindelwald grinned. We are all the same. We are the same. In the misty illusion, Nelson woke up leisurely. His eyes under the silver armor were blue and bright, but there seemed to be a dark ink flowing in the depths. The ink brought a tyranny that had never appeared in these eyes. He took a deep breath. He took a handful of clear water out of the air, splashed it on his face, and closed his eyes. After struggling for a while, His expression and tone returned to the gentleness of a stream that had remained unchanged for more than 10 years. Peeves is different from you. Peeves was still kicking forward under the grasp of the 4 big hands and shouted loudly, Peeves is not human, and Peeves will not lock himself in an iron cage. In the can, Peeves will not force others to goose. Oh, I'm sorry. Nelson waved his hands. The 4 hands stopped, and he just put Peeves into a high-legged pose. But I still want to say, we are the same. Do you want to hear it? Peeves P. Ghost, I know you have always regarded Hogwarts as your home. Don't you want to be a good boy that everyone likes? Speak. What else can Peeves do besides listen? Peeves drooped his eyelids and muttered like a puppy who lost a fight for territory. Peeves has no family. These little wizards who come to Hogwarts to study are all bad boys. How can there be a family who would be so angry? Will it disappear after a year? Even Peeves knows this, and his family will not abandon his home. His 2 pointed ears hang down limply, covering the external auditory canal, but the big hand pinching his left arm quickly raises the little finger, and 2 small hands grow out from it, pinching his ears, insisting that he listen. Nelson speaks. Look. Even Peeves can't do this kind of thing. Are you still human? Peeves' tone became resigned, with a bit of grievance. You are really evil. How can there be wizards who can read the memories of ghosts? The magical power of negative emotions accumulated over hundreds of years was released by Nelson, and Peeves' body became more transparent, and the cloudy milky white color no longer existed. This may be the real appearance of this ancient castle elf when he was born. I'm a little curious. Nelson found the wooden stake that McGonagall liked to squat on when he taught him transfiguration on a flat lawn, sat on it, and moved Peeves over. Are you alive? After all these years, is there anything you want to do? Me. This was the first time that Peeves used the pronoun I to address himself. Nelson was a little confused when he continued. Peeves, is there anything Peeves needs or wants to do? Isn't there? Nelson raised his eyebrows, bent down, and patted the lawn next to his buttocks. A short wooden stake emerged from the grass. Would you like to sit down? The big hand formed by the lost fog dissipated in an instant, and Peeves, who raised his legs, fell from the air and sat down on the ground. He looked around blankly, and instead of choosing to run away, he jumped onto the wooden stake, hugging his knees, huddled in the false annual rings, turned his head, saw the nasty guy in the nasty tin can, snorted, turned his head to the side, and no longer looked in Nelson's direction. When I came into this world, I didn't know what I was going to do, Nelson said like Peeves, shrinking his legs to the stakes and hugging them with his hands. But the hard armor made this the difficulty factor of the movement suddenly increased, and the silent armor silently adjusted the joints to look like soft armor, so that Nelson could sit more comfortably. Later I had a home, a good friend, and after a while, a guy in a purple suit came up to me and told me I was actually a wizard. What would you do if you were me? Peeves froze. He lowered his head and buried his head between his knees, but his incorporeal body overlapped. He lost his balance and nearly rolled to the ground. Purple suit. Is it Albus? Only he can wear this kind of clothes. Armor, who had been listening for a long time, suppressed his temper and didn't speak, finally couldn't help it, and interrupted. Of course I went to Ollivander's to buy one wand, and come to Hogwarts to study. Yes, that's what I do. Nelson shook his head, but I don't understand. I don't even approve. Even though I seem to have some talent in magic, even though I was born to be a wizard, I still feel my life has been mixed with too many things that should not belong to me. My ideas, my magic, my experience, everything about me seems to be coerced by other people's ideas, pushed away, and even some tragedy. I understand that tragedies happen all the time in this world, but I don't understand why these things happen to me. I sometimes even wonder if my life was shaped by a crappy author. Do I live in a world of books? Are those unimaginable bridges in my life written by a self-righteous person holding a pen? Are those dramatic conflicts and transitions just forced by him to advance the plot conflict while killing the important people in my life? Is he hiding behind a dark desk and letting out a lewd, chuckling laugh? There was a sudden gust of wind in the illusion, and it swept away the fallen leaves by the black lake. Nelson opened his eyes, looked at this world that was almost the same as reality except for the color, and bit his lips tightly. This was just created by him. Brother. Ravenclaw has also thought about this question. Didn't you say you have seen her? If you are interested, you might as well ask her. Armor first gave his answer, although there is no answer to it. What's the difference? I'm just a pair of armor, but I once asked Merlin, since he can predict the future, why does he have to do so many things? Since the future can be seen, why doesn't he hang himself on the armor, stand like me and wait? What about future visits? He didn't say anything. How do you know? He didn't say anything. Armor raised Nelson's left hand and rubbed his hair. But I think you are at least a powerful wizard. Not to mention, you did it something a lot of people wouldn't dare to do. Thank you. Actually, I figured it out a long time ago. Nelson raised his right hand, patted the armor of his left hand, and turned his head to look at Peeves. Peeves, that's why I said we are the same. What? I know you as much as I know myself. Nelson shook his head. You help others because everyone likes them. When you hurt someone, it's because someone doesn't like them. Your magic determines where you want to go. Do something, even your naughtiness, just because of the nature of children. We all enjoy a life influenced by others. Don't even have to think about what should be done, because there is always someone to do it for us. Choose. Peeves was born for pranks. Peeves pouted, poking his neck, but how could he stop his mouth from escaping? His voice gradually weakened. Apparently even he was not so sure. Peeves has been playing tricks since he was born. I have been eating since I was born. Am I born to eat? Nelson laughed loudly, and the armor also let out a ha 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 laugh in coordination. I saw the battle between you and Herbo and his descendants in the secret room. Nelson carefully stretched out his hand and rubbed the back of Peeves' head. The touch of a ghost is very similar to that of a ghost. Although it is invisible, you can clearly feel the difference in the medium. Unlike the cold touch of a ghost, Peeves feels hot to the touch, like the blood surging in the heart of a young man. Look, like you said, no one owns Hogwarts, and the bad guys among them even set traps to kill you. It's just you. You protect the castle, you protect your own home, and your own family. Peeves, you know, home is a place where a person wants to go back to when he is tired, and Hogwarts gives everyone a steady stream of motivation, so that we will not be tired all our lives. As parents, the child grows up and leaves home. You should be happy. Should I be happy? Peeves' tone was bewildered. He shook his head. His eyes became clear again. But Peeves felt, aren't you? Nelson interrupted Peeves. Didn't the word I exist in English 1,000 years ago? Peeves turned his head and looked at Nelson blankly. Yes, Peeves, you are you. Nelson stared into Peeves' almost transparent eyes. You protected your home. You are no longer a collection of troublemaker consciousness. You have a mind of your own. I ask you, after all these years at Hogwarts, do you think some of your pranks are really not too much? Peeves nodded, then shook his head again. His movements became convulsive, like a film whose reel has been disrupted. Mixed magic power rose from all over his body, and his pupils were occupied by the darkness gushing from the bottom of his heart. But it didn't look like Nelson was so tyrannical and chaotic at first, but like a newborn baby. He opened his almond-like black eyes, and looked at the world curiously. At the same time, Alfred, who was hungry and wanted to go to Hufflepuff to get something to eat, suddenly fell down the stairs. He grabbed the railing and hung in the air. He saw that the stairs in the corridor began to spin crazily, like it's a very Scottish dance that requires a lot of goose. This chapter is from yesterday, and there is another chapter at about 2 o'clock, which is today. Chapter 297, The Crib of Bee and the Ugly Monster. Castle, wake up. In the lonely and deep underground, heartbeat-like pulsations flowed along the walls of the castle to the 4 towers towering in the starry sky. Even the water of the Black Lake, which had been calm for hundreds of thousands of years, and the corners of the Forbidden Forest, that no one had ever set foot on, jumped up. Small animals that have multiplied for hundreds of years in the undisturbed forest showed their heads from the corners. A squirrel stood on the top of a pine tree, holding a pine cone, with its cheeks agitated, staring at a pair of pine cones. The small nuclear eyes looked in the direction of the castle. A hyena was standing on a branch below it, doing the same thing, breathing with its tongue on its fangs. The scene at this moment was extremely harmonious, as if they had forgotten the food chain. What is it? Unlike the hustle and bustle in the Forbidden Forest, Scarboard's office was deserted enough to make everyone who entered tremble. For 1000 years, Professor Binns has come here almost every day and night. Tonight, he scratched his head and head anxiously like an insomniac. In front of him was a notebook full of newspaper clippings from 1000 years ago. Binns is the only one among the professors at Hogwarts who has not visited Slytherin's remains. He has rich experience like him, and he also expresses his resistance to such a strange meeting with old friends. Suddenly, the desk shook, and the heavy notebook turned a few pages forward. Professor Binns lowered his head, staring at the newly opened pages, lost in thought. After a while, he floated to the cabinet by the wall, opened the cabinet, carefully took out a tin cup with a simple shape, and took out the half bottle of wine that Nelson drank with him, poured a full cup, and sat down. Sit on the chair, and keep the glass close at hand. He didn't drink it, but let it volatilize the essence of the millennium into the air. Cheers, time. He smiled, grabbed the quill on the table with his transparent hand, and fetched a brand new piece of parchment. You are really an old friend I love and hate. The shock spread to every corner of the entire castle except the dormitory, and Professor Binns' office was no exception. He clearly felt the awakening of his old friend. At this moment in Hogwarts, only the students were still sleeping. He buried his head in the wine glass, and his transparent body became boiling. They're all back. I'm back. In the principal's room, next to Dumbledore's desk, on the landscape made of sycamore wood, Fox, who was sleeping soundly in his nest, burped contentedly. The headmaster has different expressions on his face. Slytherin, who had left earlier, opened the door, and returned to the painting. Feeling the powerful heartbeat from the wall, he leaned against the gorgeous chair, slid down the back of the chair, and sat on the floor wearily. Slytherin took out a picture in a picture from his bosom, in which 4 wizards surrounded by children were drawn in rough brush strokes. A red-haired wizard with a long silver sword in his hand. His short red hair was like flames it is generally burning, and a mighty lion stands behind it, a black-haired witch with exquisite appearance and a crown. Her blue robe is full of sun, moon, and stars, and her wise eyes are looking at the goshawk above her head, a witch with long golden curly hair. She is holding a cute badger, with a gentle smile on her face, and the cauldron in front of her is bubbling with bubbles. In addition, there was an emaciated monkey tied up with black hemp rope. Slytherin held the portrait so hard that his knuckles turned white, and the sides of the portrait were creased. He lowered his head and viciously cursed in a low voice. Why is it that I, the great invincible, genius, benevolent, noble Salazar Slytherin, is the only one drawn so ugly? In the silent office, the sudden sound was extremely harsh, and the other portraits looked cautiously in Slytherin's direction. Slytherin shook his head, closed his mouth, let go of the hand holding the portrait, and the crumpled portrait fell out of his hand. It slipped and was caught by Slytherin when he was about to fall to the floor. He carefully spread the portrait on his legs and smoothed the creases with his hands. These creases were deep and white, as if they were often drawn. Pinch it back and forth like this. What else can I say? HMPH, I'm not forgiving you. Slytherin closed his eyes leisurely, opened his mouth, and hummed an ancient Muggle song with a broken old voice. Although the voice is hoarse, but the singing is melodious enough to travel through time. Time seems to go back to when Hogwarts was founded. The Big Four came to North Yorkshire through the streets, and found a young man with magical talent in the port of Scarborough. The sociable Slytherin and Ravenclaw persuaded the boy's fisherman's parents together. The gentle and kind Hufflepuff took the boy to chat, and Gryffindor, who was not good at these activities, sat by the pier in the port with his beloved little harp, plucking the strings, singing loudly the songs he just learned here. Salazar Slytherin and Godric Gryffindor, the friends who finally came to a fork in the road. Their singing seems to meet after 1,000 years. With the accompaniment of Phoenix, the audience in the principal's room felt there was relief and expectation in the singing, but the melancholy that was stuck in Slytherin's throat was not heard. Give my regards to a girl there who was once my love. Who is his lover? Phineas tiptoed into Dalis's painting frame and asked in a low voice, is his wife? I don't know. Daylessy sighed softly and said in an extremely rare gentle tone without being violent to Phineas, "This is a folk song from my family. I lived in Scarborough when I was a child. Nearby, I heard from my fathers that at first, the Vikings who were driven by the shipwreck were like a group of savages, and this song is not only about someone missing his lover, but also missing his hometown." Hometown? I know where his former residence is. Probably not, Daylessy patiently explained to this wizard who has no humane care for Salazar Slytherin isn't Hogwarts, which the Big Four have painstakingly built, more precious than a lover? I see. Then Hogwarts is also my lover. Daylessy took a deep breath, suppressing the desire to communicate through violence. Phineas, you may have misunderstood me. Slytherin's voice sounded faintly, and the singing stopped. Although I'm old, I'm not deaf. When Nelson was training Peeves in the Misty Realm, Grindelwald was fighting with Dumbledore in the corridor, and there was no sign of their war, but Grindelwald suddenly pulled out his wand and pointed at Dumbledore. Dumbledore frowned and uttered the spell idle as idle. "Let's duel," and the two drew their wands and fought. It seems to have reached a tacit understanding of not letting Nelson not recognize the place after he comes out. The curse flashed back and forth and happened to be hit by the oncoming curse and was eliminated under considerable magic power. Grindelwald became more and more excited, but Dumbledore's face became more and more ugly. Although the scene seemed to be equally offensive and offensive, it was hard for Grindelwald's Elder Wand not to attract attention. "The Elder Wand?" Dumbledore asked softly, while harassing Grindelwald with the transformed small animals. "It's quite old. Its boost is indeed very strong, but Gellert, you said it yourself, the power of a wizard is a real power. Why don't you think that I have become stronger?" "Oh, I just realized that you called me Gellert." Grindelwald raised his eyebrows. "You yourself said for the greater good I'm the only one who still regards it as a standard." Dumbledore didn't say anything, but his attack was obviously heavier. After a few moves, he said disdainfully, "Sorry, I was wrong. Grindelwald, relying on external things will only make you weaker and weaker. Not to mention, even the Deathly Hallows doesn't look as strong as we thought it would be. HMPH, let's wait and see." Grindelwald raised his wand, but was attracted by the sudden shaking of the floor. "Look, Albus, your school is awake." He lowered his head and looked at the corridor, where the dagger fragments were shaking into the cracks in the bricks. He stretched out his hand and put it on the wall beside him. Withered and turned into a cloud of dust, wiped into the cracks of the bricks. "This is not my school." Dumbledore shook his head, looked in the direction where Nelson disappeared, and smiled gratifiedly. "This is their school." "Really?" Grindelwald asked with a smile. "So you're willing to give up being this bad headmaster and come to Nermingard?" Suddenly, a white vortex opened in the void between the two of them, and a short translucent leg stretched out from the vortex with an unrecognizable goose step. "Pevs, don't goose. I've dispelled the magic." Nelson's voice came from the vortex. "I just found out that I kind of like walking like this." Peeves swung his arms and jumped out of the vortex. Dumbledore looked at the ghost that almost broke his defense just now and saw that his body changed from milky white to clear, but there were two gem-like translucencies in his eyes. Dark pupils. He grinned loudly, and even though he found two wizards surrounding him in the middle of two breadcrumbs, as soon as he went out, he pinched his nose without panic and made a crying face at Dumbledore. "I'm sorry, Crimmerby, I poked your sore spot earlier. I won't bully you in the future." Peeves thumped his chest, and Dumbledore felt his fist hardened again. "But pranks are Peeves bound and duty." Peeves suddenly shouted righteously and uprightly, startling Dumbledore and Grindelwald on both sides. "Pevs, you so, goodbye to the Crimmerby." Peeves interrupted Dumbledore's question. He snapped his fingers, and two sharp daggers rushed out from the ground, piercing the sole of Dumbledore's leather shoes, and from the toe popped out. Taking advantage of Dumbledore's confusion, Peeves ran away. His two short legs turned out of the effect of the wheels, and before leaving, he said, "I will bully you next time, you sneaky ugly monster." He ran through the wall in a second and was gone, leaving Dumbledore and Grindelwald standing there, looking at each other. Dumbledore raised his leg, pulled the shoe off the dagger, and looked down. "Yes, if you know how to avoid feet, you've made progress. Of course, Crimmerby." He may have changed a pair of sandals for you in consideration of your exhaustion. Grindelwald teased. Peeves should give you a pair too, you sneaky ugly monster. Dumbledore immediately responded. Your aesthetic is not the same as that of a castle elf. Grindelwald asked in surprise. Would you be excited to see a beautiful 3-story building? Dumbledore looked at a gauntlet holding a wand protruding from the vortex and ignored Grindelwald's not so fun joke. Wildening, don't act like a fool when you're exploring the road, sticking your wand in and taking a picture when you see a hole. Grindelwald suddenly stretched out his hand, pulled the wand off, and grabbed the wrist with his backhand, pulling Nelson, who was full of question marks, out of the illusion. Ah. Nelson scratched his head, looking back and forth at the surrounding environment. Don't you come out, wherever you going. Professor Dumbledore, Professor Sigmund. Dumbledore turned his head and found that Grindelwald had changed back to Sigmund at some point. Here you are, Wordling. By the way, the new clothes are nice, Grindelwald said, taking Sigmund's pose well, or maybe he was letting himself go. Throwing Nelson's wand back, said, I just sent Bob Bowie back to see the second round of the field, but at present, it seems that we can't use this as a field. Send Bob Bowie back. Nelson thought, is this sending Grindelwald away? Wait, didn't Grindelwald leave all this time? He suddenly realized that Sigmund in front of him was the one who threatened to hold a fair, just and open competition and just happened to be the one who blamed himself for missing questions. Professor, I have no intention of inquiring about the competition. Nelson waved his hands again and again. I'll avoid it. After that, he looked at Dumbledore and was about to rub the soles of his feet with oil when the wind was blowing. Nelson, I'll treat you to a lemon sundae after dinner tomorrow. Dumbledore nodded. It's getting late. Go back and rest. Good night, Professor. Nelson ran away, clattering away in his armor. Your Hogwarts school uniform is very retro. Maybe I should let Durmstrang learn it. Grindelwald sighed, looking at the armor that disappeared behind the door. This kid told his little friend before questions I missed in front of my face. You seem to be someone who can do such a thing. Dumbledore waved his hand. I hope you can enjoy the game. This Triwizard tournament is not smooth. I don't want anyone to do anything at Hogwarts big move. Of course. Do you think I'm here for this? If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 298, The Second Round. To be honest, after Nelson left, Grindelwald, who had a long talk with Dumbledore and was about to leave, said the question that had been held back in his heart for a long time. I always thought that beauty is universal, as long as are really good things, and should look good to any living being. How do you know? Dumbledore asked. This is more of a conjecture, not to mention it has been falsified today. Grindelwald frowned and said the most narcissistic words in the most serious tone. Did you hear that? That castle elf actually called me ugly. It seems that its aesthetic standards are really different from human beings. Sneaky and ugly, corrected Dumbledore. And don't you think you're a little overconfident? If honesty can be called arrogance, then you are a humble person. Dumbledore replied, and the two were arguing while talking about business intermittently. Grindelwald had been ready to leave many times, but he never did. Late at night. What happened to Sigmund? When Grindelwald was about to turn around and leave, Dumbledore asked as if suddenly remembering something. Is he alright? TSK. Grindelwald shook his head. If Sigmund knows that you think of him so late, he will be very sad. Don't worry, he is on a beach vacation in Normandy with Bob Bowie. What happened there? A wizard music festival with the theme of reflection on war. They should be immersed in the emotion of reflection on war at the moment. Having a music festival on a Muggle battlefield is really a joke. No way. They like it. Maybe this is art. I really can't understand it. It looks like Durmstrang is all yours. Don't speak so badly. You're all my people. It's like a personal attachment. You know, we don't do that. Grindelwald shook his head. Speaking of it, this time Durmstrang's there is another acquaintance of yours in the entourage, but she is so well disguised that I sometimes cannot find her now. She. and I think Sigmund should be happy to give me the task of leading the team. Grindelwald shook his head, sighed, and said, you can hardly imagine how complicated Durmstrang's team composition is. People from us, wizards and traitors, undercover agents from the Ministry of Magic, a few weeds. I really admire Sigmund. How did he get this group of big babies together? Maybe he has already made up his mind to let this team is dead on the outside, trying to clean things up. Since he's gone, maybe there's only one kid left in Durmstrang, Ludwig Kant, who's all about the school. Does Sigmund make any difference? Isn't he from your side? Of course not. You may have mistaken the fundamental logic of this matter. Grindelwald shook his head. I didn't ask Sigmund to lend me his identity, but Sigmund asked me to help him bring team. Everything I do is at the behest of Sigmund. What a request. Dumbledore shook his head. Since that's the case, it's much easier to say. After the third round of projects, I hope you can cooperate with the Ministry of Magic's campaign to wipe out Second Salem. Clean up. Grindelwald snorted disdainfully. The trash from the Magical Congress of America is really useless. You must know that the bugs bred from the endless muggles cannot be killed by killing them. You need destroy their ridiculous beliefs, smash them into pieces, cut off their eyelids, so that their pupils can look directly at the sun all the time. Only in this way can we achieve a complete sterilization. What they think, that's their own business. Dumbledore shook his head. I just want to protect my students from harm, but I'm a little curious. Many of the materials they used to make the obscure came from Numenga according to your idea that everyone is a family. Shouldn't you be even more angry? Why? Grindelwald asked rhetorically. They just look scary, but are insignificant scars that only make you itchy. People's hearts gathered by deception are like words written on the beach, worthless, but putting them there can make these stubborn wizard officials vigilant, can slightly improve the IQ of these fools, and even cause trouble for my stumbling blocks. Isn't this a profitable business? This is closely related to the lives of your compatriots. It's not my compatriots who are willing to degenerate and even get burned by muggles, Grindelwald retorted. I really like your old headmaster, Armando Dupert. He is better than yours. Much more efficient. It is precisely because of his high efficiency that they have already set their sights on his school. It is useless to say more. Grindelwald, you can not help, but you can't do bad things. Dumbledore stopped the topic. Tomorrow afternoon at see you in the principal's office. The three of us need to discuss the second round of the competition. Okay, good night, Albus. Grindelwald raised his hand and saw a crimson flame suddenly appear where Dumbledore was standing and then disappeared. He bent down, pressed his hands to the floor, felt the lingering heat of the phoenix flames, then took out two small balls produced by Nelson from his pocket, stuffed one into his ears, lifted the other to his mouth, and left with a whisper. This is the corridor that will become the playing field. I said, it's not that I don't want to find her, it's just that she's disguised too well. That's right, I checked one by one. If Nelson didn't ask me specifically, I would also order it. I didn't come. No, what are you afraid of? How come you are so afraid at the critical moment? I thought the madman who robbed the shampoo tycoon alone was your substitute. Grindelwald's earnest, helpless, and impatient voices got further and further away until the corridor fell into the familiar silence again. Nah, are you sure this project is to bully a ghost? A few days later, Tom was sitting in the dining room having lunch with Nelson. Just like the first round, even though the game was about to start in the afternoon, he still didn't receive any useful notifications, except for the first time in the golden egg. The players still don't know anything about the information. However, as an ancient event, the True Wizard Tournament has always had many fine traditions with the same long history, such as leaking questions. I'm sure, Nelson said convincingly. This time it was really Sigmund himself who told me that I was by the side when he was discussing the content of the game with Professor Dumbledore. Hopefully, what do we need to grab? Peeves. Tom raised his head and saw a furtive figure poking his head out of the ceiling above Bogsburton's long table, holding a silver wrench with a unique shape, turning the screw of the chandelier. There is no one sitting underneath. But if it falls, it is designed to scare them. It doesn't look like it should be. If the final goal needs to be caught now, the game may be delayed until next year. Tom stared at the wrench in Peeves' hand. That wrench. That's right, I gave it to him. It is a new technology that can pass through solid walls when needed. Nelson admitted generously. On the day when Peeves and the castle woke up, the sleeping students didn't feel anything, and the professors wouldn't say anything about it. After all, the castle elf in their school is a mischievous guy who likes to make pranks. Not very nice either. And Peeves, who was inspired by Nelson, also gave up the pranks of yelling and affecting the normal teaching order, and turned to doing such normal pranks such as hiding shoes, screwing screws, and stealing batteries. He even discovered that he found a way to control the castle, and played with the little wizards every day with the stairs that turned around. As a result, many students in the castle have never seen Peeves so far, and they only think that the traps in the castle are more active. Tom is one of the few students who have met Peeves face to face. 2 days ago, when he accompanied Nelson to search for the question mark all over the castle and offered food to it pitifully, he met Peeves, who was staying with the question mark in the kitchen ghost. Peeves is patiently introducing the use of dung bombs for question mark and strongly recommends that question mark tie a few on himself, but question mark has the dignity of being a cat, and it is difficult for such unclean things to enter its eyes. One soul, one cat, just like this stalemate in the kitchen. The house elves shivered behind the door in fright. Tom had heard the story of Peeves from Helena, and he was very capable of accepting this new thing. After 2 spells, he completely stopped Peeves' hand that wanted to throw a big dung bomb at him. It's so evil, why can you all hit Peeves? Peeves felt like he was in a cave for 7 days, as if the times had changed when he woke up, and he could attack spirit bodies by pulling any student out. This made him miserable. Peeves has been obsequious for a few days and found that these 2 people seem to be the only ones who seem to be evil, but he happened to meet him by some unlucky luck. He quickly became unrestrained, but it was useless for him to gain his reputation in a short period of time, to the point that everyone knows. I think we should use that corridor as a template to design a new venue. It should be similar to a maze, where warriors can attack each other, and then I think it may be outside, because I have been to that corridor. Although it is not narrow, it is a big problem to watch the game. Nelson at the dining table continued to analyze the content of the game and took out a string of small silver strings full of pearls from his pocket. Bull's long necklace. Handed it to Tom. Put this on. Ah. Tom took the bead chain without asking what it was for, but held it up to his chest and gestured. He found that wearing it around his neck was too long, and it even affected his activities, so he simply wrapped the bead chain around his wrist, and it could even be used as a wrist guard when it was not in use. After eating a full meal and drinking some tomato soup to aid digestion, Tom was ready to go and went to the principal's office with McGonagall, who came to pick him up. Is there anything I shouldn't have? If there is, leave it to Nelson. Mag stood in front of Tom, not in a hurry to leave. What are the things that shouldn't be brought? Tom tilted his head. I haven't heard of any rules before. It's something like the magic props that you carry with you. McGonagall glanced at Nelson and explained, you know, some magic props performed very well in the first round of competition, but the judges felt that relying on magic props may prevent the strength of the warrior from being fully utilized, so this rule was newly formulated after the vote. In addition, there are additional equipment such as magical animals and potions that do not belong to the wizard itself. Was brought in before the game started. Tom didn't answer right away. He turned his head and looked at Nelson. It doesn't matter, this is not a magic item, Nelson said. It cannot release any magic, nor does it possess any magic power. It doesn't matter, McGonagall shrugged. In fact, even if you really prepare some magic item in advance, you can put it outside the arena and use the flying curse to deliver it to yourself, as long as you don't enter the arena. With so many odds and ends, any other behavior that does not violate the rules is allowed. By the way, Tom is the prefect of Slytherin. Come and bring the junior students to watch the game. I believe you won't lose them. McGonagall looked at Nelson and ordered, you will wait after dinner. You can go to the female prefect of Slytherin to ask about the situation. They should have been notified in advance. You just need to help her maintain order. Hurry up. Nah. Tom followed McGonagall to Durmstrang's long table turned his head and said, "Don't make your ass hot. I've already cleared the level. HMPH, come on." Nelson threw a small tomato at Tom, turned his head, and began to look for the female prefectarian on the long table. After finding Dalian, under the command of the professors, the two took the Slytherin students to the new competition venue. Nelson guessed wrong. The second round of the project was actually held in that corridor. The school took out a lecture hall with a stretching spell on the other side of the corridor wall, which is enough to accommodate everyone, and guests from the 3 schools. Judges, the blackboard in the classroom, is a one-way glass that can observe the corridor. The magic makes everyone sit in the first row from the visual effect. Opposite the one-way glass is the venue of the competition, an obviously elongated corridor, daggers stuck in the ground, crossbow beds aimed at the players, throwing axes swinging back and forth, giant monsters swimming. Hiding in the corner there are shadows and some obstacles that can be used as wizards to fight. The end point of these displays is a bell jar studded with a few porcelain nails. There is only one winner of this game, and he will get what is inside the jar. Chapter 299 The race begins. "This level is really exciting," Alfred commented while sitting behind Nelson with a piece of pizza that came from nowhere. "It's like an old wizard's tomb or a tunnel in a treasure cave." I agree. Nelson was finally able to sit in the audience to watch the game. He stretched comfortably, and his right hand just hit the nose of Alfred who bowed his head. "But I have a question. Is my pass, isn't it exciting enough?" "Exciting. Exciting. I love Alexander so much. I also suggested that my father order one from you." Alfred covered his sore nose with one hand, waved the other, and said in a low voice, "But no, do you know the sense of substitution? Just like when you read a book, everyone goes there with a sense of substitution. Few people like to read a story about an unlucky guy being tortured constantly, you understand. So it was you who came up with that bad idea." Nelson shook his head and scanned the people in the lecture theater. The judges and guests had already taken their seats, and the commentator was slapping the wand in front of him to test the sound. "Hey, the game is about to start. Can you hear me? What are you looking at?" Alfred swallowed the last piece of pizza, took out another piece from his pocket, handed it to Nelson, and asked, "I think Tom will win this game. I decided, if halfway through he can 5 meters ahead, I'll go back to sleep. It's nothing. Let me see who's coming. By the way, have you seen Chris? Tom's sister, Christian Jewel?" Nelson replied absent-mindedly. In order for Alfred to hear him clearly, he deliberately repeated Christian's full name, until the last moment. "No one knows who the final winner is." "I know who it is, but I didn't see it." Alfred shook his head. "Nelson, prophets can't talk nonsense. You have to know that this kind of competition for the first place is not the first place, but to see if you can pull down the opponent in front of you." As soon as the words fell, there was a bang at the starting point, and a colored ball above Tom's head exploded, dropping streamers enough to bury him. This unique starting gun made the audience laugh out loud. Because Tom Riddle Warrior took number 1 in the first round, so he has the right to start first. Of course, due to the limited space, his first mover advantage is only 1 minute. Let's see in the what will he do in 1 minute. The commentary quickly entered the state. "The game has begun. Based on my understanding of the warrior Riddle, he is good at precise magic and speed, and it is very likely that he will borrow this opportunity will widen the gap with the other two. After all, for wizards who can fly over walls, a mere dagger can only be regarded as an ornament." Tom looked at the other 2 warriors around him, greeted them, and stepped onto the track. The horizontal perspective made Tom's actions and progress clearer in the eyes of the audience. He shook his shoulders, let the ribbons on his body fall to the ground, and stepped on the floor composed of daggers unhurriedly. "Adornment?" Tom sneered. Nelson had already shown him the dagger brought by the question mark. With the cold weapon of magic, even the pace has become cautious. But in the eyes of outsiders, Tom's slow pace is like a gentleman walking after a meal. He did not seize the opportunity to make a run as the commentator guessed, nor did he create obstacles for the subsequent players as some spectators imagined. More like waiting for them, eager to face a fair game. Tom's leather shoe stepped on the point of the knife like walking on the ground point. The sole of the shoe was not inserted at all, and the gleaming cold light under his feet seemed to be just an illusion, and it could not hurt him at all. The knowledgeable commentary said, "We checked these daggers before the game, and they are very sharp. We know that the tip of the knife is easier to pierce obstacles than the blade. The Riddle warrior should have used the hardening curse on the soul of the shoe and the lightning curse on himself. This kind of spell was rarely learned deliberately after the birth of its improved version of the floating spell, which is enough to show that this player has a wide range of spell knowledge." The commentator talked eloquently, and he took extra lessons in the middle of the two games. The improvement of his professional level was immediate. Even Nelson couldn't stop nodding when he heard it. Tom's lightning curse is not strictly a levitation curse. In the predecessor, the principles of the two are similar, but there is no strict inheritance relationship, and the advantage of using the lightness spell here is that there will be no danger of losing balance due to the release of the floating spell on oneself. "I see." Nelson turned his head. The new voice was familiar yet unfamiliar. It turned out to be the round-headed, immature-faced Moody. He looked at Tom with admiration and longing, and asked, "Senior Williams, can't Senior Riddle fly? Why didn't he choose to fly?" "Moody, you should call me Nelson. Mr. Williams sounds like a wizard who didn't get married until 50 or years old and only likes magical animals." Newt, who walked into the lecture theater, raised his voice, causing Newt to look at him and wave his fist, then pulled Tina towards Nelson. "Tom can indeed fly, but flying in such a small space it's easy to be in danger, and on the other hand, it's something you need to be aware of when you venture out of school in the future." "Okay, Senior Nelson, what's the problem?" "Okay." Nelson didn't bother to correct Moody's address. He said seriously with a frightened expression on his face, "When you venture into the forest or other uninhabited places and find that the ground is dangerous, but the sky is peaceful, you must double check before deciding whether to take a shortcut, as calm skies often mean there are more dangerous predators out there. But there are no birds in the corridor, and no dragons. You can't be so short-sighted, Moody." Nelson pointed to Tom and said, "If these knives are purely to hinder the direction of progress, why are Toms everywhere? Could it be that the race party predicted that someone would become a gecko and climb against the ceiling? You see, it's already obvious." "Obviously? Sorry, I didn't. The last two players are about to start." Ludwig and Margaret stepped onto the track with the explosion of another colored ball, but their positions were very interesting, and Margaret actually lined up behind Ludwig. Nelson continued to explain, "Why didn't Margaret, who scored the second highest, start with the second pick? The competition has already told us the format they want to see. Ludwig can fly. He will definitely choose this way of chasing points quickly." After all, Ludwig stretched out his hand and firmly grasped his left shoulder. His hand turned into a sharp claw and inserted into his shoulder with a force that ordinary people could hardly achieve. Immediately afterwards, two huge claws, the bat wings, spread out behind his back, and Ludwig kicked hard on the ground, jumped up, waved his wings, and rushed towards Tom's back. Wow. Ludwig Kant showed us the magic that he used in the first round of the competition, using the magic of magical animals, but the pre-match staff have obviously checked his belongings. It seems he has a special way of summoning. The voice of the commentary sounded at the right time. "Oh, he is very fast, like a black lightning, but oh my god. Look, that's what I said. Since human beings can't fly by nature, we have to be more in awe of the sky." Nelson turned his head, and what was reflected in the stunned Moody's pupils was exactly what Ludwig was killed by countless times. The scene of wrapping the dagger that fell from the sky. These traps are very obvious. If you can't even see them, you must be more careful when you go out in the future. Tom turned sideways slightly, saw Ludwig, who was pierced like a hedgehog by the dagger, turned his head back blankly, and continued to move forward at his own pace. Only half of the dagger section had gone. Waiting for him in front of him instead, there will be ballistas surrounded in all directions, and throwing axes tied to slings, swinging back and forth, whistling dangerously. Behind Tom, the seemingly distressed Ludwig was actually not that distressed. His initial sprint really narrowed the distance with Tom. Although those daggers did pierce the wings that wrapped him, they did not. What harm did he do to himself? Ludwig let go of his right hand, stuck on his left shoulder, and the wings on his back suddenly shriveled, turning into a slender residue like decayed deadwood in a few seconds. Together with the dagger, stuck on the wing controlled by the magic wand, he threw it forward to Tom. At the same time, he lost his momentum and fell on the ground, rolling on the spot, unexpectedly becoming smaller and smaller in the air, and disappeared into the knife array on the floor like a big black mouse. The Cant warrior chose to abandon his wings and attack Riddle, who was far ahead. The commentator exclaimed loudly, "Is that an animagus?" He actually used such a method to instantly reverse his disadvantaged position. You know, the person who comes in second must be the most dangerous. Nelson went on to explain. He has to face the ambush set by the leader, and usually let the third person take advantage of the thunder, but also face the danger. For Margaret's possible attack, this situation of being attacked from both sides is actually the most dangerous. I don't know when, a large group of people surrounded Nelson, including Tina and Newt. The two of them politely asked the classmates around Nelson to leave, and forcibly changed seats with them. "Nelson, aren't you?" Newt paused and asked, "Has Albus ever taught the best student in transfiguration? Was Cant an animagus? Probably not." Nelson shook his head. "This should be a form of transformation magic that is less difficult. Skilled animagus can move freely in the animal state, and even use magic. Ludwig becomes a ray bat can't fly. It's running around like a big black mouse. It's obviously not adapted to this body, and I don't know if you noticed, it's useless. His form is a supersonic bat. Animag seldom ever turns into a magical creature." "Yes, it is indeed a supersonic bat." Newt looked carefully at the big black mouse on the field and nodded. "I don't like this kid. He is too rough with the magical animals he raises. Oh, and remember to tell him, Tom, that I hate him." Senior Newt, Tom has already repented. He vowed to set up a magical animal protection organization in the future when he has money. Nelson said nonsense with certainty. He's even willing to lend you the basilisk for a few days to study. Oh. Newt's eyes lit up suddenly. He coughed twice under Tina's reminder and said, "For the sake of his recognition of his mistakes, I'll forgive him and continue watching the game." Why is Tom still so tepid today? On the field, Tom frowned as he watched the flying knives coming from behind him. He finally pulled out his wand and waved it reluctantly. Then, a big black mouse came from the knife formation not far away. He flew up, right in the middle of Tom and the flying knife. When you choose to be weak, your fate is controlled by others. Tom shook his head and said disappointedly, "Cant is the guy who led me to charge the giant dead. Why can I only become a mouse? Hiding in Tibet." The restrained black bat squeaked twice in midair. When the flying knife approached, he put down the spell. Ludwig's control was released, and he fell straight to the ground, but he was still on the trajectory of the flying knife. After doing all this, Tom turned his head directly, facing the checkpoint ahead, completely useless to defend his back. He only heard a piercing scream from the supersonic bat behind him, which quickly transformed into a human roar. Ludwig appeared in midair, opened his proud iron armor, and with a burst of rain there was a thunderous collision, and all those flying knives were blocked by his barrier, and Ludwig, who was impacted, also smashed Tom's back. But he quickly lost momentum in midair and fell straight to the ground. Ludwig, who had no time to find his balance in the air, only had time to hug his head, thicken the barrier, and smashed hard into the forest of knives on the ground. His hard barrier collided with the equally strong dagger, sparking dazzling sparks. Tom still didn't look back. He stood in front of a small piece of twisting grass at the end of the knife formation, and looked down at the plants under his feet. Ludwig staggered up from the ground behind him. His barrier was not broken, and the dagger stuck in the ground was not broken. Only the ground of the corridor was hurt, as if it had been plowed, and there were scattered stones everywhere and the dagger stuck in the stone. He raised his head and looked at Tom's back complicatedly. He saw Tom raised his hand, and his body was instantly covered by a layer of dancing hot flames. Then he passed through the grass unharmed, and stood on the swishing before the throwing axe. Holding his left arm with his right hand, he bit his lower lip tightly. Boom. Another colored ball broke, and Marguerite put on her glasses and set off. Chapter 300 Reborn. I played Tomb Raider at Hogwarts. When Margaret put on the glasses, it was as if some kind of seal had been released, and her whole temperament became different. Even the commentary said something like Miss Sagan is like a different person. She stepped forward, and the long skirt, which was slightly different in style from the first scene but still white, fluttered up the skirt, looking like a clean mushroom. A foot in black soft-soled leather shoes was exposed under the raised skirt. Her calves and ankles were extremely slender, and her skin showed a rare sun-like transparency, with blue blood vessels looming, like a delicate glass sculpture. The soft-soled sandals gently stepped on the tip of the knife. The scene of the dagger piercing the souls of the audience imagined did not happen. Those extremely dangerous blades quickly decayed when they touched her, and they were usually weathered for thousands of years. They shattered with a crisp click, as if she had stepped on a pile of potato chips. She cheated. Nelson looked at the scene in shock, and muttered to himself, "Didn't she do this before?" "What?" Newt asked curiously. "What did she drive?" "It's nothing." Nelson shook his head, squinted his eyes, and looked at the picnic girl who was strolling in the garden without even taking out his wand. He pulled out the dagger brought by the question mark from his arms, held the tip of the knife, and held it, handing the hilt to Newt. He explained, "Those daggers are similar to it, maybe not as good as it, but definitely not something a simple destructive spell can destroy." "Hey, you actually carry such a murder weapon with you?" Newt took the dagger carefully, and under Tinner's disgusted gaze, he held it in his hand excitedly like a child, and slashed the air in front of him. After playing for a while, he drew out his wand, and tried various spells against the back of the knife. The red, orange, yellow, green, blue, and purple spells flashed, and Newt was sweating, but the dagger in his hand was still intact. Ahem. "Nelson, you have to know that, although I haven't received much school education, my level of magic spells is not so bad." Newt scratched his head, fiddled with the dagger in his hand, and handed it back to Nelson, puzzled. "Senior Newt, the magic power on this dagger is closely related to Hogwarts. Unless you cast magic that can destroy the castle, it will be difficult for even a powerful wizard like you to injure it." Nelson took the dagger, stuffing it back into his arms. "Of course, it has to be in the castle, but according to my personal feelings, Margaret doesn't have this level at all." Tinner smiled softly at Newt with flushed cheeks, and said to Nelson, "Look at you. Newt never knows how to respond to compliments, and you will make him lose his way." "I'm just telling the truth, Mrs. Scamander." Nelson blinked, and it was Tinner's turn to blush. The two experienced wizards who were almost 100 years old together looked like two puppy lovers. Dean caught the young man. "So how did Sagan destroy the dagger?" Moody may be the only one who is still paying attention to this matter. He asked loudly. "What a spoiled boy. The strongest fortresses are often breached from within." Nelson narrowed his eyes again, observing Margaret's tricks. "This is an extremely clever confusion spell that no one can learn. Margaret, it should have affected the dagger's perception of time, because those fallen daggers are naturally weathered, no matter how they look. How can a wizard manipulate time?" "It's not manipulating time, it's cheating when you're stuck inside and out thinking that 1 second of yours is 100 years. Nelson swallowed, threatening Moody in a ghost storytelling tone. "Then even if only a few seconds have passed outside, you will die of old age very quickly in your own feelings." "Gudang." Moody swallowed heavily. This world is too dangerous for him. "So, alas to Moody, hit me." Nelson pulled out his wand and pointed at the little Moody's nose, making the little Moody, who didn't dare to breathe, become cross-eyed. Nelson imitated the black wizards. The voice said hoarsely, "Days are like years." Moody closed his eyes cooperatively, for fear that he would be an old man when he opened them again. Time passed quickly. A few hours later, Moody felt someone pat on the shoulder. He opened his eyes and saw Nelson, who was smiling and fiddling with his collar, and the students around him holding back their laughter. Okay, Moody, you really died of old age just now, and all of us attended your funeral. It is now. I didn't expect you to look like this in your next life, let alone our fate. Meet at Hogwarts." Nelson helped Moody straighten his collar, looked at him who was still in a daze, and said with a smile, "Don't worry, I didn't use magic. Only a second has passed. Let's continue watching the game." "Good job." Alfred exclaimed loudly. "I'll earn it." "What's the use of you learning?" Moody, who just realized that he was being teased, looked at the softest persimmon in the room, and choked. "If you do this, others will think you are joking. Only Williams and Riddle, only such a wizard can use such magic." Haha. Tinner and Newt smiled bluntly, as if there were only 2 characters written in the script book. "It's a good idea, Sigmund." Grindelwald, who has been silently watching this side, seriously joked to Dumbledore, "I'm going to develop a magic cast a spell of confusion on the world so that we can solve the crisis in a second. Let's call it *Machina. You are a judge. Can you pay more attention to the arena? Dumbledore shook his head, and it's not realistic. Since you can cast the confusion spell on the world, why don't you just solve the crisis directly? Makes sense. At the same time, Tom, another wizard who was praised by Moody, was standing in front of the throwing axe and was in trouble. He had maintained this contemplative posture for a long time, which really made everyone appreciate his handsome profile. He rested his chin with one hand and put the other behind his back, like a sculpture, in stark contrast to Ludwig, who was struggling behind him in the rain of knives. Each flying axe in front of him is flying according to a specific frequency. If you can grasp the rhythm, you can even walk leisurely like crossing the road in the early morning. Tom stood there meditating, but black shadows kept flying forward from his body, but they would soon be wiped out by hitting the throwing axe. Even though each shadow traveled more distance than the last one, it still looked like they were queuing up to commit suicide. Ludwig, who was struggling with the dagger, has become more and more relaxed. His heart is full of anger that Tom despises. Many people can only be extremely angry when they are extremely angry, but Ludwig is different. In the case of extreme anger, the combat power beyond the past broke out, and the iron armor curse was more and more able to influence the trajectory of the flying blades, causing more and more daggers to be bounced and inserted deeply into the wall. Yuli interfered with Margaret, who was quickly getting closer. Confusingly, all of his interfering spells were shot behind him, and none of the daggers that bounced were aimed at Tom's back. What a gentleman. Sigmund shook his head and sighed. The fly in the ointment is that he doesn't know much about sports. A gentleman who crazily attacks the girl behind him? Constance said dissatisfiedly, but compared to you, your student is still much more open and above board. That's respectful, ma'am. My dear Constance, retorted Sigmund. In a competition on the same stage, treat her as an equal opponent and give her 12 points of respect. He is more respectful than you. Do you know what it means to be open and above board? Isn't this the behavior of a gentleman? Do you want your students to be treated preferentially? If you really think so, I will stop the game and propose to modify the rules. That's not what I meant. Constance snorted muffledly, folded her hands, and turned her head to the side. Excessive words. I'm justifiable. Sigmund immediately pursued the victory, pointed to Margaret, and said softly, my dear Constance, it seems that you don't understand the tenacity of your student. Well, you see, Ludwig's attack means nothing to her at all. Constance followed his fingers and looked at Margaret, who was almost submerged by the torrent of flying blades. Her eyes were closed, and the glasses were like decorations. Seeing that the student was about to be hit hard, Constance became nervous. He clenched his fists involuntarily. In just a split second, Margaret was swallowed by the terrifying torrent of steel, and the dense daggers that made the viewers uncomfortable covered every fatal vital point on Margaret's body. But she did not slow down her pace at all, but maintained her pace. At the original speed, he walked forward facing the dagger. In the next second, the slender girl disappeared, and the place she was in was completely swallowed by the crazy dagger. Even Ludwig, the instigator, widened his eyes. He didn't intend to kill anyone, but what was even more unexpected was that Marguerite especially defenseless. In an instant, there was a shower of dense metal collisions in the dense group of daggers, and Margaret walked out of the group of daggers intact, like an incorporeal ghost. Ludwig's face, he was still terrified of his murderous behavior. Margaret left the deadly attack behind, and the frenzied daggers were divided into two distinct camps, half of which were still chaotically strangling everything around them, while the other half formed an orderly formation, quite efficiently destroys the surrounding enemies. The daggers in the castle may be invincible, but when they face our own people, the unbreakable golden body is broken, and there are dots on the daggers, and then more and more battle damage. Those who were killed by Ludwig threw it at random, only relying on the instinctive destructive command to act, and even the dagger that accidentally injured the friendly army was quickly defeated. Margaret commanded the remaining subordinates to attack Ludwig. Ludwig finally knew why the number 3 self was placed in second place. In front was Tom, who easily pulled out the transformed self from the knife array, and behind was Marguerite, who easily broke his own attack. Especially, He felt in a dilemma, and he deeply understood what is called to breads with cheese. My students are not bad either, Constance said with a distressed expression. Such good students sometimes even make me feel that my teaching is meaningless. Indeed, Sigmund nodded in agreement. You really should feel that you are meaningless. If you teach one of Miss Sagan's magic, I will eat Albus. Can you bet you don't take me? Dumbledore is helplessly drawn into Constance's feud with Sigmund. As a teacher, you shouldn't have any idea of preferential treatment. Sigmund even sees the time to educate Constance. For wizards, a fair defeat is much more meaningful than a sneaky victory. Individuals have their own inherent flaws that are difficult to eliminate, but it also means that everyone who competes with you has his own flaws. A truly valuable person should overcome these flaws and become a strong person instead of feeling sorry for himself. Weak people who can only beg for mercy are worthless. Many people in the jury heard Sigmund's deafening speech, and they all looked at him as if they knew this person for the first time. Sorry, Sigmund lowered his voice. I'm a little excited, and it doesn't seem like something Sigmund would say. Hearing this, Dumbledore raised his eyebrows. Constance took a deep breath and said seriously, Sigmund, you have some truth, but you speak like a person I hate. Can you tell me who it is? Gellert Grindelwald. Constance looked directly into Sigmund's eyes and squeezed out the name from his throat. I don't agree with you, but I can't refute it either. There was a ping-pong fight around his back, and Tom still didn't turn around. He didn't have the confidence to face the sneak attacks of the two at the same time, but he had confidence in the way Ludwig looked at him last. Tom clearly knows that Ludwig's heart has been occupied by rage and the obsession to prove himself. It is impossible for him not to catch up with him. On the contrary, he will do his best to defeat Margaret, to create a game without distractions. After observing for a long time, Tom has gradually figured out the frequency of the throwing axes in front of him, and the black shadow he released has also gone farther and farther, but faced with several attacks on the way, he had to be scattered then recondense. In fact, he has already found a not so beautiful customs clearance route, but this requires a combination of tossing and turning like an assassin, various forward rolls and backflips. The unbreathing figure on the 6th floor with his own coat folded. It's too unmagical. Tom smiled and raised his wand, pointing at the first throwing axe that shattered his phantom. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.